6669. College football false favorites are killing it. Texas State plus 160, outright winner. Texas A&M plus 195, outright winner. Illinois plus 205, outright winner. And we have another one going today at plus 200. It's free. It's on a recorded line. Do not miss this false favorite. 888-9-WIN-NOW. That's 888-994-6669. Plus, 2 times a year, I release my chip play. That's the Chris Hodge Insider Play. I love a college football game today. We're going to start you off with a plus 200 false favorite that's absolutely free on a recorded line at 888-9-WIN-NOW. That number again is 888-994-6669. All right, back here on Sports Investors Daily, sponsored by TakingVegas.com and girls.gamble.org. Have a few minutes left here, and then we will end the show with one last 60-second recap. I am your longtime host, Chris Hodge. Hope you enjoyed listening to the show. It was a great one today with Bobby V. We also had Tony Powers on, JR. So good to be with everyone, and like I always do when I close out these shows, I just want to make sure we understand each other correctly, all right? No one is telling you to bet money that you cannot afford to lose. No one has ever said that on this show. No one ever would, okay? This is for disposable income only. Or if you have money in an investment that's not performing well and you want to pull a little out of that and try this, because guys, look, let's just keep it real. And I don't care what you guys think about the industry, the business, or any of that. Let's just keep it real. Gambling isn't going anywhere, and now you're seeing it on investment platforms. I have done radio shows since 2006. I have been screaming about this for years. Treat it as an investment. And I was mocked. I was made fun of. I was like, you can't do this. You can't do that. Now look. So when you treat it as a business and an investment, it can be profitable. Now, for all the guys out there that want to bet every single night, they want to bet 3, 4, 5 team parlays every single night, no money management, or they're betting with money they can't afford to lose, you guys are doomed. You have no chance. That's what the sports books want. Why would you do what your enemy wants you to do? Because you can call it whatever you want to call it. The sports book is designed to take your money. You know anyone else in your life that's designed to take your money that you think kindly of? Okay, the sports books are designed to take your money. We are on the same team. I am telling you, this is how you do it. Single games, either sides or totals. Money management. Don't bet money that you can't afford to lose. Don't go into the retirement fund. Don't bet the house payment or the car payment or the food payment. Okay, do not do that. This is sports wagering. There is an inherent risk. Any game can win, any game can lose. But when it's done correctly, in the way it's supposed to be done, it can be very profitable, and I feel we have proven that over 20 years. So the phone number to call is 888-9-WIN-NOW. That's 888-994-6669. We had the false favorite last week. We loved it. Illinois plus 205 wins outright. We have another false favorite going today. That's around plus 200. It's another big one. I also have my chip play. That's the Chris Hodge Insider Player. I released 2 of these a year in college football. I got one I love today. 888-9-WIN-NOW is the number to call, 888-994-6669. That's going to wrap up this edition of the Sports Investors Daily Radio Show. Be sure to check out the Bet Big, Talk Loud podcast, and we'll be back next week. Have a great day, everyone. All right, here we go with the recap, and this one is brought to you by TakingVegas.com. Now, hopefully, everyone who called last week, you took advantage of that outright false favorite winner on Illinois plus 205. Well, if you call 888-9-WIN-NOW today, that's 888-994-6669. You are getting another false favorite that is right around plus 200. It is absolutely free. It's on a recorded line. Guys, we are 4-2 with false favorites this year, and all 4 won outright. We're off Illinois last week. We have another plus 200 going this week. It's free. It's on a recorded line at 888-9-WIN-NOW. That's 888-994-6669. Plus, 2 times a college football season, I release my chip play. That's a Chris Hodge Insider Play. I love a college football game today, so we'll start you off with a plus 200 false favorite for free on a recorded line. The phone number to call is 888-9-WIN-NOW. That's 888-994-6669. Another plus 200 goes today for free. Don't miss out.
This program was paid for by 1220 Enterprises. The opinions and views expressed are not those of local stations. Prior results do not guarantee future outcomes. Use of this information in violation of any federal, state, or local laws is prohibited. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Pier Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Live from downtown San Francisco, this is 95.7 The Game.
Hello there. Welcome in on this wonderful Saturday morning here in the Bay Area. It's going to be a fun one today. Beautiful weather out today. Sam Lubman here with my co-host and partner in crime, Dan Devone. Got the great caddy Zach Green behind the glass. Steven Risotto locked into the show as he stares at his phone behind the glass. A lot of fun football talk today, Dan, because the Niners, that's what we're going to be in on a lot today. A huge 26-23 overtime win over the Los Angeles Rams down at Levi's South. Watching that game on Amazon Prime, and there was a lot of red in those stands down there in L.A., Dan. And the Niners, they sit, as credible as this is to say, 4-1 record, sitting atop the NFC West, 3-0, Dan, in the division. A team that went 1-5 against their divisional opponents last year. They are 3-0. 2 of those wins are on the road. Niners 3-0 away from the comfy confines of Levi's Stadium. The wins have not been the most aesthetically pleasing, maybe so to speak. They've been very close. They've been gritty, yet they still sit atop the NFC West. And, you know, a couple weeks ago, we were getting emails from Harry saying, you guys are being too optimistic about this team. It's hard not to keep getting more and more optimistic about this team, Dan, the way they keep winning games. Oh, and by the way, Mac Jones, looking like that dude. How you doing today, Dan?
Good. I'm doing very well. Very, very well. A little jet lag, but I'm hanging in. And I don't know, do we even call that a road game anymore? I mean, it's a road game with an asterisk.
I mean, you had to get on a bus and fly a plane down to get there. So I guess by the letter of the law, it is still a road game. But I guess that's like if you have like a summer house in a different place. Like that's like the Niners' summer house is SoFi Stadium. Their normal house is Levi's. And it's like, you know what? Yeah, let's go to the summer house for the weekend.
And that's sort of par for the course when you think about people from this part of the world, San Francisco, Northern California, the whole tech boom. Everybody has a second home. That's their second home, essentially, right? That's the way to think of it. Everybody has multiple homes out here in San Francisco.
Oh, it must be nice to be able to have. Actually, my family's one of those. We got a place up in Marin that I'll, abscond to every now and then. But and maybe that's kind of what the Niners do have down there. And what the Niners have right now also, Dan, as, we're going to talk a lot about this game. 888-957-9570 is the number. Call, or you can text us on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. The Niners, this 4-1 start, more or less built on the back of one Mac Jones. And I'll be honest, Dan, I'm watching this game on Thursday night. I have to be honest with what I see. You know, if you're going to do this job that you and I do, when we see things on the field, we have to be honest with ourselves with what we are seeing. I
foresee disagreement coming between you and I when it comes to Mac Jones, but go right ahead.
Well, I'm just going to say it right now. Watching Mac Jones play on Thursday night against the Rams, I asked myself the question, when was the last time I felt this way watching Brock Purdy play quarterback?
Oh, all right. I didn't know you were going down that road.
Yeah, I know. I kind of surprised you here. I had you in the first half, huh? Not going to lie. But yeah, I was thinking, when's the last time I saw Brock Purdy look this good? And I probably went back to the Bucs game last year in Tampa. Brock had 3 touchdowns in that game. Jake Moody had 3 missed field goals in that game. We remember that game as the Debo Samuel judo chop game on Tabor Pepper on the sideline. Jake Moody won that game on a walk-off field goal. No one really likes to talk about that, though. Can we even say that name, Jake Moody? Is that allowed? Does that not trigger Niner fans anymore? Are we past that thanks to one Eddie Pinheiro? Pinheiro Bread is the nickname I heard from this week. I kind of like that one. I'm going to steal it. But it's hard to deny, Dan. Mac Jones is looking like that dude right now, while Brock Purdy nursing the turf toe. He is now week to week now, as we're hearing. And you know what? Rest up well, Brock. Get that toe right, because right now Mac Jones is looking like that dude for the 49ers.
Well, let's just cut right to the chase. Do we have a quarterback controversy? I guess is what I would throw out there to everybody. I guess, you know what it really sort of comes down to is everybody's interpretation of what a quarterback controversy is.
That was going to be my next question to you, Dan. It was the philosophical, as I go into my philosophical pose. What is a quarterback controversy? And that's kind of what we can kind of maybe get into on this show today. I almost called this the morning roast. We are not the morning roast. We're more civilized here. But yeah, are we in a quarterback controversy? I am hesitant to truly say it is a full-blown quarterback controversy, Dan. And we get into this here, 888-957-9570. Are you seeing a controversy developing here at the quarterback spot for the 49ers? That is the number you can call us. You can text us. You can also log on to YouTube, which is brought to us by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing at the dealer. And right away in the YouTube chat, estimated eyes answer yes, we do indeed have a quarterback controversy. So that is one of our listeners who thinks so. Would love to hear from other listeners who either think that there is or is not a quarterback controversy. But yeah, Dan, I do kind of pose the philosophical question of when does it become a quarterback controversy? I don't quite think we're there yet.
I think we are. I think this is
all right, so there's that disagreement you were feeling.
It would be there sooner or later. This is the true definition. Now, is again by the letter of the law, and I don't know that there is one when it comes to the definition of a quarterback controversy. Actually, I'll give you the actual explanation according to that of Google AI. Quarterback controversy.
So you asked AI also.
Is a situation in football where a team has 2 or more capable quarterbacks vying for the starting position, causing debate amongst fans, coaches, and the media over who should be the primary player. You're right. Maybe, just maybe a little bit premature.
So,
but okay. I wouldn't argue, but I would say that if you were to remove the contract, because it makes no sense for you to sit Brock Purdy at this juncture and go with one Mac Jones when you're, the ink isn't even dry on $200 million that
contract doesn't start till next year.
Exactly. But it's $200 million that are basically devoted to that man. But for the sake of this conversation, let's just remove the numbers and say all things are equal. And Mac Jones and Brock Purdy are making the exact same amount of money. Should Mac Jones supplant Brock Purdy as the starting quarterback?
If we're going to make all things being equal, Dan, I think you need to make everything be equal. Not just the money, but I think you need to make the health aspect be healthy as well.
Sure.
And in that situation, Dan, it's hard for me to truly say that we are there yet.
But they're both hurt, though. Would you agree?
Well, one is clearly more hurt than the other. Mac Jones' PCL injury from last week clearly was not severe enough to keep him out multiple weeks. What I'm seeing is Brock's injury is clearly more significant and more serious than Mac Jones's PCL injury was in his, I believe it was his left knee for Mac. But let's just, if we wipe the board of all injuries and we do look at things apples to apples, everyone on the same plane here, everyone's making the same money, everyone's got the same health. no, I don't think I'm ready to go there quite yet, because we've seen Brock battered and bruised quite a lot lately. It was an up and down performance against Seattle in week 1, but that's a tough, hostile environment. I'll be honest, I don't know if Mac Jones wins that game in Seattle, the way that Brock rallied that team at the end. And I know it's easy to say, Brock Purdy had a rough start in that game. And my thought on that was, great quarterbacks can shake off a bad 3 quarters and lead a game-winning drive. We've seen a lot of quarterbacks do it. We've seen, Eli Manning made a Hall of Fame career out of just stumbling around for three quarters and then putting it together in the 4th. And that's what Brock did against Seattle. I commend him for that. But then when I saw him go out there against Jacksonville, re-aggravate that turf toe injury in a game he probably should not have been playing in, it's hard not to factor the health in. And I do think that when Brock is fully healthy, when Mac Jones is fully healthy, I think the needle still moves towards Brock Purdy right now. Because I do think Brock Purdy is the better overall playmaker. He's able to extend plays. He is able to find it. He's got a better mental processor, I believe, than Mac Jones. Mac Jones, though, can just do what Kyle Shanahan wants his quarterbacks to do, which is follow the play, throw to the guy you're supposed to throw to. He sees the field better than Brock. That's not up for debate. Brock has even said in the past that he can only see like 60, 70% of what's going on because, height is height. You can't coach height. So all things being equal, I still think we lean towards Brock Purdy. But, Dan, we don't live in a world where all things are equal. And the contract is a factor right now, which is why I think it's so important that the Niners do get Brock Purdy healthy, because they can't risk their franchise quarterback, who they've committed over $200 million to. They can't let him be damaged goods, especially before that contract kicks in.
Well, let's just face it. If you sign up for the San Francisco 49ers to play football for that team while Kyle Shanahan's the head coach, you're going to get hurt. I don't know really what the hell's going on with him, the medical staff, the team, the bad mojo. You can't really put your finger on it, but there's something there, man. This is a little ridiculous. And for every player that holds out, whether it's Trent Williams, whether it's Brandon Ayuk, that's a San Francisco 49er, now I think back in retrospect, I'm like, God bless you, man. Get your money. You want to know why? Because you will get hurt playing for Kyle Shanahan, so you may as well cash in. But I think that, yeah, I'm with you. I think I would lean towards Brock Purdy, but I do think this is a controversy. And the reason why I think it's a controversy is because Brock Purdy, welcome to the NFL. You're no longer boy wonder. The minute you start making mistakes, you no longer have that latitude or that leash. If you have another 2 inexplicable interceptions like it is you did against Seattle, to your point in the first half, and you do that at Levi, or even if you do that on the road, you know what is going to be reverberating in the back of the minds of every Niner fan. Where's Mac Jones? Mm-hmm. The minute he comes off the field after in inept 3 and outs, Mac Jones. That groundswell will continue to build. Brock Purdy now, much like everybody else in the NFL that's a starting quarterback, aside from that of a few handpicked good NFL quarterbacks, he's looking over his shoulder. I don't know if that's quote-unquote under the definition of a controversy, but there is now another guy in the room that's pushing him for his gig.
So you say, again, the boy wonder there. I want to focus on that because here we are. We're seeing a guy come off the bench for the 49ers when another quarterback is injured and just completely capture our hearts out of nowhere, and we're all going crazy for him. Does that sound familiar, Dan? We went through this a couple years ago with, let me check my notes here, Brock Purdy. Interesting how that works out. We also did, this wasn't about an injury, but this is not, again, the first time, nor is it the second time that a quarterback has come off the bench and wowed us right away and captured our hearts and minds and made us think what could be possible. I'm talking, of course, about the only Jimmy Garoppolo, Dan. I'll never forget, it was, Thanksgiving week of 2017. Jimmy comes off the bench for those last few plays against the Seahawks. There's a couple gets a couple completions, connects with Lewis Murphy in the end zone. Everyone knows, we got our quarterback now. We got our guy, Jimmy G, the Disney Prince. We're going to ride with him forever. 5 wins later, he gets the big contract. How did that go, Dan? So this is the early part. We're in the Jimmy Garoppolo winning 5 consecutive games to capture our hearts and minds portion of the Mac Jones career arc. Brock Purdy got off to a great start too, captured our hearts and minds. Now where are things at with him? Now we want to move on. The same way we want to move off of Jimmy Garoppolo. It's still early for Mac Jones. He's 3 games in, and at some point he's going to screw up. And it's how you bounce back from that screw up is what will determine whether or not I believe he still stays locked in as the guy that people want as the 49ers quarterback. It's great right now. I'm not trying to deny that. But at some point, the rubber's going to hit the road, as they say. I think that's the right way to use that phrase. And we're going to find out just truly who Mac Jones is. The league's going to get more film on what Mac Jones looks like in this offense, and they will adjust. And I've always said, Dan, it's how you adjust to the adjustment. That's what separates good players from great players. And we're just not quite there yet. We'll get there eventually, and when that day comes, that'll be a very fun conversation for us to have.
Well, I think that when you just look at this in a vacuum, or just to take what took place on Thursday night and to focus on that game, he won them that game. That was one of the more gutty performances that I didn't think he was capable of. And to me, it's still very inexplicable. How Mac Jones went into L.A. and beat one of the better defenses in the National Football League, and you did it with nobody. You had Christian McCaffrey, and that was it. You had no Juwan Jennings, no Pearson, no Brandon Ayuk, no Kittle, and you went into L.A. and did what it is that you did, and you got your butt off of the turf how many times? I mean, you projectile vomited at one point. You were retching on the field. It looked like this may predate you guys. It looked like those old videos of Billy Kilmer. Actually, this predates just about everybody, but there's this iconic NFL photo that I used to remember looking at when I was a child, and it was of Y.A. Tittle, who I obviously never saw play, but I've seen highlights. And Y.A. Tittle, when he was a quarterback for the 49ers, is on his knees, and he has his helmet off. He looks like he's about 65, and he's like balding or bald-headed, and there's like a stream of blood that's coming down from his head, and he looks absolutely exhausted. That's what I thought of when I saw Mac Jones getting up off the floor, off the mat, time and time again, and standing in that pocket and taking a shot and delivering the ball down the field. That's how you win over your offensive line. That's how you win over your teammates. What he did wasn't just winning a game, but the way he did it, to me, single-handedly beat the Los Angeles Rams as a serious underdog. Goes a long way as far as the controversy, as far as him taking a step of knocking on the door of one Brock Purdy and saying, hey, my man, don't screw up because I'm right behind you.
I think it's a little bit of that. But again, this goes back to we've seen this play out before. We've seen Brock Purdy win games. I think it was the second or third start. He goes into Seattle on a Thursday night. Niners needing a chance to win that division, had a very great performance there. I would say he was a gutsy in the same way that Mac Jones.
Have we ever seen Brock Purdy do, and maybe we have, and I'll leave it to you to remind me, but have we ever seen him do what it is that Mac Jones did in L.A. on the road? Because Brock Purdy, for the most part, one of the knocks on him is that he played with some of the best toys a quarterback could ever have, whether it was Debo, Brandon Ayuk, Christian McCaffrey when he was the Offensive Player of the Year, Kittle in his prime. To do what it is that Mac Jones did with Kendrick Bourne,
and I'll touch on that in a sec because you do bring a good point. But we did see Brock go into Seattle needing to clinch a division championship, and he played a very flawless game in a place that still, Lumen Field up in Seattle. That is still a tough place to play. I know the Niners have kind of made that Levi's North, so to speak, these last few years, and the way they've gone up there and won so consistently up there. That's still a tough game to do. And to your point, Dan, did he win a tough game like Mac did on Thursday night? I don't know if I can think off the top of my head a game that truly fits what Mac did on Thursday night, but he also did rally from down 24-10 in the NFC title game on one of the biggest stages of football and delivered the Niners a trip to the Super Bowl. I think that counts for something too.
Sure.
We've also seen, again, Jimmy Garoppolo lead this team in a way that truly impressed us. There was the win against the Jaguars, a team that was 10 minutes away from knocking off Tom Brady.
Was Jimmy ever a quote-unquote backup?
Well, I think Niners? He was. He was. Remember, he was kind of dropped in the Niners' lap by Bill Belichick when Tom Brady said, "Get this guy out of here." So was he a backup? No, but I don't think he was ever looked at Kyle Shanahan did not go into the 2017 season thinking, oh, Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be my quarterback, because he wasn't on the roster. And then Trey Lance also, I remember the Sunday night game against the Packers in 21, Trey Lance comes in, gets a touchdown run to the left side. Trent Williams did one of the best pancake blocks I've ever seen in his career. Everyone was fired up to see what Trey Lance was doing on that field. When quarterbacks come onto this team and they do well, it will fire this team up. It will get guys to rally around the quarterback here. That's not up for debate. And yeah, the way Mac Jones did it was very impressive, and that is why he is going to be the starting quarterback for the 49ers for the next few weeks. He is the reason why you don't need to rush Brock Purdy back from a turf toe injury that I think is worse than the Niners are willing to let on. But the reason why I'm not going quite into the quarterback controversy yet, Dan, is I think we're in a simmering one. I think it's a budding one. You know, you planted the seed, and now the sprout is just kind of peeking through the dirt, and there's just a little green leaf there, and you're feeling very excited because your garden actually has a little bit of life in it. I break it down, and this is the breakdown I did yesterday. I made it a 5-stage process for a quarterback controversy. First, you know, stage 1 is when 2 options present themselves. So that's when Brock went down and Mac started to look good. Stage 2 is when one side starts to progress or another side starts to regress. We're seeing Mac Jones progress. He looked great in New Orleans. He had the game-winning drive against Arizona. He dominated on Thursday night. Stage 3 is, I think, when the speculation really starts to begin and people start talking. Dan, I don't know if you heard on the broadcast, Brock Purdy didn't even make the trip down to L.A. for that game. Symbolically, I do think there is something there about Mac Jones puking on the sideline, leading this team to a win, while Brock Purdy's on his couch at home with his bum toe. That, I think, symbolically means something. Stage 4, at some point, Kyle Shanahan's going to have to say something. He's going to get up on the podium and say, I just think right now we're going to go with Brock Purdy as our quarterback. That's the guy we trust. Or he's going to get up on the podium and say, you know, Brock's really healthy right now, but we really just feel good about, you know, how Mac Jones is doing, and we're going to keep going with Mac Jones. We haven't gotten to that point yet. And then stage 5 is just basically going to be, we're going to have to pick a route and go with it. And that's when either Mac's the quarterback and we look for a way to move off Brock, or Brock is the quarterback and we're looking for a way to trade Mac Jones. We're at stage 3 right now. So it's still bubbling up. Things can change at any point. The controversy can go away. When I think we get to that point where Kyle Shanahan comes out and says, so-and-so is our quarterback, that's where I think we're really going to be ratcheting it up, because I don't know if you've realized this, Dan, but a lot of fans like disagreeing with Kyle Shanahan here in this market. So we're getting there. It's growing. It's simmering. But I want to see Brock Purdy come in healthy, and whatever happens in that moment, I think we'll decide where this quarterback controversy goes. What if he comes back against the Giants that first weekend in November on the MetLife turf, which I kind of don't want that to be where he comes back. But he comes back and he just, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions. Niners win 38-7 or something at MetLife. Are we going to be talking about a quarterback controversy that week? Probably not. So there's a level of, I want to see Brock kind of answer this. If he doesn't, then I think we're ratcheting up this thing to the next level. And that's not going to be for another month, hopefully, depending on how Brock's health is looking.
Let's take a call.
Yeah, let's take a call. Let's talk to one of our favorites, Dan. I haven't heard from her in a while. She actually called in yesterday. Robin in San Francisco. I know, you miss talking to Robin, right? Robin, how are you doing today, sweetie?
I'm fine, you guys. Thank you for taking my call.
Of course.
I have had some health issues, and that's why you haven't heard from me. But I'm in the car today. I'm able to drive, so I thought I'd say, let me listen to my buddies here. So this is what I want to say. It's nothing all fluster, whatever. But I just feel like, as long as you're winning, you're the favorite, And as soon as Mac Jones has a bad game, he's going to be in the doghouse with everybody, okay? And so the one thing I do like about Mac Jones is that he doesn't get his balls batted down as much as Purdy does. To feel. But also, you guys, I wanted to present something to you. Maybe it's not logical. I'm just kind of guessing here. But Mac Jones has a connection with Born Identity is what they've named him now, but he played with him in New England, so they're familiar. Also, most of them, not most, but these players are young, and some of them are like the second guys, not the starters. And so could it be that Mac Jones has more reps with them than he does the first unit guys? And that might be part of, besides he is good, efficient, but could that be part of his connection with some of these guys? And let's just face it, he did good, but defense won that game. Peace out, guys. Love you, and take care of one another.
Have a great day, Robin. Glad to hear you're feeling better. I think she's got a little bit of a point there. Mac Jones probably does have a bit of a rapport more with the second-string receivers than Brock might.
Certainly Bourne.
Yeah, definitely Kendrick Bourne. I'd be honest, watching what Kendrick Bourne was doing on Thursday night, on the morning roast stand, we call him skillet hands because his hands are skillets because he drops balls a lot. The Kendrick Bourne we saw on Thursday night, he was cooking. Not with skillets, but he was just cooking with his hands. Where was that Kendrick Bourne last Sunday against the Jaguars? He had the 3rd and 5 drop, Dan. I think it was his third drop of the day, clanked right off his hands. That was on Bourne, 110%. If he catches that ball, he's running around the world. And the Niners probably win that game, and no one is looking side-eye at Brock Purdy right now. Where is that offensive line performance on Sunday? I thought the O-line blocked a lot better on Thursday night against what I was told to be one of the better pass rushes in the NFL. Jared Verse, he's one of the best pass rushers out there. He got in there a little bit, but for the most part, the O-line was incredible on Thursday. They were terrible last Sunday against the Jaguars. Trent Williams was in Brock Purdy's lap so much, Dan. I thought he was going to turn around and tell Brock what he wanted for Christmas. That's how much he was sitting there.
I wouldn't call him incredible. Again, I think a lot of that was Mac Jones. In the first half,
the blocking, no. I think the offensive line blocking, Mac Jones had a lot of time to stand up
in the first couple of drives he did. In the second half, that was Mac Jones standing in and then getting his ass absolutely crushed after delivering a football. And that, again, I don't see this as a collective. The 49ers played well. I think that was Mac Jones' defense, did what it had to do. But offensively, that was Mac Jones. The offensive line still can't run block. And yes, they protected Mac Jones in the first couple of drives, but in the second half, again, it was Mac 10 show, man.
And so 888-957-9570 is the number. Adrian, I see you. We'll get to you on the other side. He doesn't think there's a quarterback controversy. And as we talk about this simmering quarterback controversy, I don't think we're there yet, Dan. But I have a theory. I'm going to share it on the other side. Why I do think we need to pay attention to how this thing develops. Because what I kind of noticed with Kyle Shanahan's history with quarterbacks, there's something about Mac Jones that you can't say about any of the other quarterbacks that Kyle has had while he's here. And I think it could be a big factor into what determines whether or not we do have a quarterback controversy or not. I'm going to throw that theory at you on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. I'm Sam Lohman. That's Dan Devone. And we're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Are you prepared for an emergency or disaster? Because it's not a matter of if, but when. Don't find yourself saying,
I'll trust water bottles and a flashlight to save the day, but I'll be proved wrong.
With a tornado approaching, I'll realize that I like a wheelchair-accessible shelter.
When the floodwaters rise, I'll be up in the attic with 20 cans of beans. It's a recipe for disaster.
Let's prepare so we all have a better story to tell. Get started at ready.gov/older adults. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
On Saturday, October 4th, Pier 39 is throwing a party on the waterfront. Enjoy drinks to go and activities for the whole family. From live music to special deals, it's all here at Pier 39. Learn more at pier39.com/entertainment zone.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course. And it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Are you interested in being an install or service technician? Good news! R&S Doors and Gates is hiring. If you have good mechanical skills and a knowledge of power tools, welding, and motor controls, you should apply today. R&S Doors has openings to repair and install commercial overhead doors, entry doors, and loading dock equipment. You must be able to work in a professional, fast-paced environment. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR and apply today. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Jumpstart MD is your Bay Area expert in weight loss and hormone care. And October is Menopause Awareness Month. Let's be real, one size fits all doesn't work. That's why Jumpstart MD created a personalized program that combines weight loss and hormone optimization, all for one low price. Even better, you'll save $200 this month when you choose the plan that fits your life. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to reclaim your energy, your balance, and your confidence.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya guselkumab may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Join 95.7 The Game at Pier 39 for a special live broadcast from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturday, October 4th. Meet Zaza Pachulia, Festus Ezeli, Kalina Azabuki, Tim Roy, and Bonte Hill. Plus, enter to win Warriors tickets. For more info, visit 95.7 The
in that direction. Only time will tell, but we don't really have time right now, Dan. We are stuck here in the present, and that's why they call it a gift. And so let's go to the lines here. 888-957-9570 is the number you can call us. You can text us on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. We finally got that text line up and working for Dan, so text all your sweet nothings and your thoughts to him, and he'll be able to read them off. I'll be looking at the YouTube chat, and maybe someone other than Estimated Eyes will have a good take for me to read off. So let's, in the meantime, though, go to Adrian in Hayward. He does not think there is a quarterback controversy. Does he think there's no controversy because Brock is the guy or because Mac is the guy? Let's find out. Adrian, what do you got for us? You're on the wrap.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Good morning.
Good morning to you, Adrian.
I want to say I love listening to you guys on Saturday. You guys do not sugarcoat anything like the weekday guys. But I do
morning
think
show
there's
guys.
a quarterback. Hey, I do think there's a quarterback controversy. I want to start a little bit with Brock Purdy. Since the Ravens night, the Christmas night massacre of Brock Purdy, he's 8-11, 31 touchdowns, 24 turnovers. Those are 20 interceptions and 4 fumbles. 5 injuries in his career so far. one thing, it's just not this season. People want to pretend like last year didn't happen. It did happen. Big Mac is the value pack. He's here. He's cheap. He's got an arm. One thing I want to say, women don't lie when they see sports. I'm sitting there watching the game. You know what my wife said? Why can't Brock throw the ball like that? My cousin's wife also said the same thing. So, obviously, to the eyes, someone's better. And I think it's Mac Jones, the value pack Mac.
You got some good points there. Again, as I start off the show by saying, watching Mac Jones play Thursday night, my question was, Dan, when was the last time we saw Brock look this good? And yeah, he brings up the Christmas night massacre, and it has been different since that night. Though I will say Brock did lead this team to a Super Bowl in that time and came one play away. The Niners came basically, Dan, as close as you can to winning a Super Bowl without actually winning a Super Bowl. The Chiefs won in the last play of overtime. The clock read 0-0-0 when McCole Hardman ran that ball into the end zone past Oren Burks, who was in there for the injured Dre Greenlaw. Nick Bosa almost had Patrick Mahomes on that 4th and 2, and Brock played about as well as you could have expected him to play in that Super Bowl against that Chiefs defense. Brock was not the reason why the Niners did not win that Super Bowl. There's a lot of reasons the Niners did not win that Super Bowl. Brock was not one of them. I bring that all up to say, let's just acknowledge that did happen. But to Adrian's point, it's been probably since there was a 4-week stretch last year at Seattle versus Kansas City, Dallas on Sunday night, and then at Tampa after the bye week. That was a pretty good stretch. Ignoring that Kansas City game, everyone had a bad day against Kansas City on that Sunday afternoon last October. But that Seattle, Dallas, and Tampa game, Brock in those things, he had 6 touchdowns, no interceptions spread across those 3 games. He was looking really good there, Dan. And you're thinking, maybe the Niners can salvage something out of the season. The next week in Seattle, Geno Smith goes night-night on this team, and everything fell apart for Brock and this team since then. That was the last time I think Brock Purdy looked good. And I'd say in the 8 quarters he's played this year, he's looked good for maybe half of the 4th quarter against Seattle. That's just the reality of where things are at with Brock Purdy. He is not living up to a standard that he set for himself. He is regressing in real time. I don't know if it's because of injuries, because I know he has been beaten up. He had the shoulder issue last year. I don't know if it's because of lack of talent around him. He did use Brandon Ayuk, who was a great get-out-of-trouble-free hatch for him for Brock Purdy when Ayuk was there. I don't know if it's from offensive line play, which plays a factor. I don't know if it's from not having Christian McCaffrey last year. I'll say this, and I'll pass it back to you. If Brock Purdy had around him what Mac Jones had around him on Thursday night, I don't feel comfortable saying that Brock could have pulled that out in the same way that Mac Jones did.
They lose. They lose.
And that right there is why this controversy is breaking through the soil, as I stick with the gardening.
It has nothing to do with the massacre of a couple of years ago, even last year. What football fans see is, what is it that you've done for me lately? And right now, Mac Jones is 3-0. He's a couple inches taller. This guy...
Which does, sorry to cut you off here, those couple inches are huge there. To have, those 2 inches are a lot.
Well, let's not forget,
being able to see over the line like that.
He was a guy that led... he was a quarterback of a national championship team out of the University of Alabama. He didn't go at number 3, but was thought to be one of the top quarterbacks coming out of that draft that year. This guy has the pedigree. And so it has all the makings of a quote-unquote controversy. But in the world that we live in the NFL, in terms of you're as good as your last game, right now it's all about Mac Jones. And to replace him right now, even if Brock Purdy's at 100%, I don't even know if I'm on board with that, as ridiculous as that might sound.
I think let's cross that bridge when we get to it. I think the good news is we are a couple weeks away from that. It's so easy to ask the hypothetical right now. If both were healthy, who do you go with? I don't want to really go down that path, Dan, because that's not the situation we're in. I know you could say hypotheticals in a vacuum, all things being equal, blah, 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 blah. But we do live in the timeline that we're in. I call it the worst timeline. That's the situation we are in. The situation we're in right now is Brock Purdy has an injury that can be crippling to an athlete. It is hard to play quarterback when you have turf toe. If you do not believe me, ask Steve Young, a Hall of Fame quarterback who has won a Super Bowl with the Niners. He knows a little thing or two about playing hurt. Here's what Steve Young has to say about how hard it is for a quarterback to play with a big toe injury.
Yeah, I mean, it's the ligament of the big toe. And if you think about, like, if he's righty, so it's on his right foot, and that's the plant foot. Think about standing on your heel off of your toes and trying to jump. You can't even get air. So the whole throw is really through your right big toe, if you want to think of it that way. So for Brock, you saw him last week, he had to stay off of it. So what you do is you start your throwing motion, you can't dig in with your toe, so you come over the top like a catapult, right? And then all of a sudden the throws are high, they're not as crisp, and it's like you have to manage. Now look, people play hurt all the time, so you manage it. You have to figure it out. But that, like your thumb on a throwing hand, the big toe and the thumb are kind of related in how much drama there is in trying to overcome an injury like that.
So there's a level of, you start overcompensating with other parts of your body. And when you start doing that, that's where you start to become prone to mistakes and bad habits. And Brock Purdy, I think one of his greatest attributes, and Brian Baldinger, our NFL insider, he joins the Morning Roast every week, Tuesdays at 7:30. He's always been very complimentary of what goes on between Brock's ears. And that's why I think mentally, processing-wise, I think he's incredibly good at what he does. But when he tries to overdo things, when he tries to be the superest of Supermans, that's where Brock Purdy kind of really hurts himself, is when he tries to do too much. And I think a similar situation can be found when you can't throw the way you want. You have to throw a different way, and you have to, as Steve Young said, figure it out. That's really hard to do. And Brock was not able to do it, and I would say that...
Well, why did he play in that game if he was hurt?
I was about to get into that. I don't think he should have. And I'm a little peeved at Kyle Shanahan that he did that. And this goes into my biggest gripe against Kyle Shanahan, and that is ends up being his worst enemy. I think in a vacuum, that's going to be a fun phrase for us to say today. In a vacuum, apples to apples, all that stuff. I think Kyle Shanahan is one of the 5 best coaches in the NFL. Hands down. He is a master play caller. We saw that happen on Thursday night. He could take a ho-hum quarterback and turn them into the second coming of Joe Montana. And I say that because the morning after Brock Purdy came in against Miami, one of our first callers literally compared him to Joe Montana. That is the feeling that Kyle Shanahan can elicit from this fan base with the quarterback play. Kyle Shanahan, as smart as he is, though, my beef with him is that he somehow always finds a way to trip himself up. Whether it's not knowing the rules in the Super Bowl, whether it's tightening up in the fourth quarter of games. But the gripe I'm going to focus on this time is the keeping the players healthy. Dan, why was Mac Jones coming into the game? Why was Mac Jones playing on Thursday? Because Brock Purdy got hurt more on Sunday. Dan, why did Brock Purdy ever come under center for the 49ers in the first place? Because Jimmy Garoppolo got hurt. That wasn't Kyle's fault. But why was Jimmy Garoppolo in? Because Trey Lance was being used like a battering ram in week 2 against the Seahawks until he broke his ankle. That was a Kyle Shanahan decision. And it's harsh to say this, but I will. Kyle's gotten quarterbacks hurt. He has. That's on him. He creates these messes, and just because you clean up a mess that you create does not absolve you from creating that mess. So that's kind of where I have the frustration there with Kyle Shanahan, the quarterback. And it all goes back to, and Vic Tafur said it, Vic Tafur covers the Niners for The Athletic. Here is why Brock started last week.
I think what fans are forgetting is the reaction now is, why did you play him? You shouldn't have played. But in that situation at practice last week, he was actually healthier than Mac Jones. Mac Jones had the knee issue where he was, after he played him, he was taking the knee brace on and off, couldn't get it right. He was feeling kind of bad. And so he actually practiced less than Brock did that week. So I think in terms of who was healthier, against the Jaguars, Brock Purdy was the healthier option. You're not going to play Adrian Martinez.
So that was Vic Tafur, covers the Niners for The Athletic. He joined us on the Morning Roast Thursday morning. That's basically your reasoning, Dan. That's why Brock started, because you had 2 quarterbacks. Both were hurt. One was less hurt than the other. And I don't know about you. I'll throw it back to you. I just don't agree, really, with that logic, really.
Well, listen, make no bones about it. I know Mac Jones was the kid next door in his post-game conference, very affable, very likable, a little self-deprecating. huge smile. I think he sort of worked the room very well. And I think a lot of people walked away saying, man, what a nice guy. I want to pull for him.
That's the Mac Jones laugh.
I will tell you this. And Mac Jones and every athlete in this situation, it's the reason why they're professional athletes to begin with. They all think like this. They all have this gene in their DNA mix, and that is they want to be the starter. Mac Jones wants to replace Brock Purdy. Make no mistake about that. Regardless of what it is that you heard or saw from one Mac Jones, I guarantee you, whether he says this amongst family and friends or whether he does in a Robert De Niro and looks into the mirror like that of the famed taxi driver scene and says, are you talking to me? Maybe he just does it to himself or in the mirror that I want to be the starting quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers from this point forward. The hell with Brock Purdy because I'm better than him. That's who Mac Jones is.
That's the alpha mentality that every one of these starting quarterbacks
more so Mac Jones, though.
Well, I think that's every starting quarterback. I think because think about it, Dan, every quarterback who is in the NFL right now, from the top at Patrick Mahomes to Adrian Martinez, the third-string quarterback for the Niners. I might get to him in a second. At every level up until the NFL, they have been the best player on their team. In high school, Adrian Martinez, I don't know his stats, but I'm assuming he was a stud. He went to, I believe, Nebraska, right? Zach, can we confirm that? Nebraska? Zach? He's locked in on not us. Adrian Martinez, even in college, he was probably, one of the better options on their team.
I don't think he wanted to go in that game the other night, though.
Then that's a totally different story. But all these guys are always the best at their positions as they're coming up. And so they just think that they are the best. They're always going to have that mentality.
To Mac Jones is that he's got some dog in him.
Mm-hmm.
And so what it is we saw in that press conference, I don't want anybody who is not familiar with Mac Jones and his brief career in the NFL to think that that's who he is, that he's this nice guy, self-deprecating with a sense of humor and a cute laugh, and somebody that I walk away with saying, man, I really like him. Let's not forget what it is that he did in New England. When, after his first year, Josh McDaniels then takes the job with the Las Vegas Raiders. And Bill Belichick, which to me was the beginning of the end of the legend of arguably the greatest coach of all time.
Down 21-3 to Clemson right now, North Carolina is.
And brought in Matt Patricia. You know what that kid did? And I'm talking about Mac Jones. He basically told Bill Belichick to go to hell. And he basically told the New England Patriots and all the people that cover the team in the media that I'm not happy with this. And a lot of people are like, well, who the hell are you? You're a second or third year player and you're going after the legend Bill Belichick. And I say that because this dude he's got some stones in him. And I appreciate it for what it is that he did in standing up to Bill Belichick and saying, man, what the hell are you doing to me? And a lot of people pointed out and saying that was the beginning of the end for him because he went to a Pro Bowl that first year.
Yeah.
Well, no, the beginning
of
the
Belichick
end,
or Mac?
The beginning of the end for Mac Jones because he went to a Pro Bowl that first year. And so let's not forget who he is as a competitor. And now to fast forward and to cut to today, again, just to remind everybody that is who this guy is in terms of his personal makeup. Nothing wrong with it, but rest assured, he's saying the right things. And I know every backup quarterback and every quarterback playing in the National Football League wants to be a starter, but I would say even more so with this guy.
Yeah, and he did, obviously, he gave the political answer here. And here's what Mac Jones had to say about who the starting quarterback for the 49ers is after the game on Thursday. 0-for-1.
I think, they brought me here to play as a backup, and that's my job. And Brock's the starter of this team, and right now he's dealing with something. And for him to go out there last week and play when he probably wasn't at full health, like he cares about this team. So I'm just trying to get some wins for him so it helps us down the line. And at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. Like I've been in his position, I've been a starter, and you want your backup to go in there and win because at the end of the season, that could be the hit or miss between a playoff or not.
So you're calling cap on that, as the kids say. When
absolutely,
yeah. And
what do you think of his suit?
Oh, I love the Two-Face. Mac Jones. I'll be honest,
Tommy
Dan,
Lee Jones.
When he walked in with the Two-Face suit, I'm thinking, man, This dude's going to either die the hero or become the villain, and I feel a lot better now about the Niners. It's very rare where a fit will make me change my opinion on someone, but seeing him walk in with that suit, I'm like, oh, he's looking to bring it.
Well, here's
tonight.
my only thing, though. Are those the Niner colors?
Red and black?
It's red and gold.
Technically. I mean, yeah, sure.
I mean,
I guess
it
should have been red and gold.
But I almost felt like saying, bro, you missed the gold on one side.
Hey, you know what? when you win the way that he did, you know what? Wear what you want to wear, Mac. Like, I'm absolutely cool with it. I want to see him dress up as all the Batman villains now. That's what I want to see there from Mac Jones. Let's see the Joker next. I want to see him do a Bane costume at some point. Why not? I want him to walk into, go to Raymond James Stadium next week and go up to Baker and like, oh, Baker, do you feel in charge? Like, that's what I want to see Mac Jones do to the Bucs next week. And again, at the end of the day, it comes down to, I don't think you need to really, the Niner fans, I don't think we need to trip over how much of a controversy this is right now, because I still think Brock is a ways away from coming back. And I mentioned Adrian Martinez earlier, Dan. Back to the original point, we asked this segment about why Brock was playing last week. And Shasky brought this point up, and I really agreed with this point. Like, sending Brock in at less than 100% just because your other quarterback is at a lower percent than your starting quarterback, I just disagree with that logic. Would the Eagles, if Jalen Hurts was at 80%, would they still send him in because Kenny Pickett is at 70%? No, they wouldn't, because they know that the hopes and dreams of that organization rest on Jalen Hurts. Lamar Jackson, he's not going to play this Sunday. They're going to go with Cooper Rush. Lamar Jackson's health is not dependent on any one other quarterback. Lamar Jackson is the Ravens. So if he's not 100%, they're going to figure out someone else to play him. If Brock Purdy was not 100% against Jacksonville, playing him I thought was malpractice. Because, and Ian Rappaport said last night, or on Thursday night, he did re-aggravate that toe injury. He did make it worse. And now a 2 to 5 week injury is week to week right now. He could go on IR. And we've had, you talk to anyone who's had turf toe. We had Lo Neal on. I'll play what he said in a little bit. This lingers. It really, really lingers, and it impacts your performance. And so when Brock is sent in there, when he's not 100%, and this coaching staff knew that because they want to make any roster moves or whatever.
So we're jumping to conclusions here. Is it, because if I'm Kyle Shanahan, I consult with my medical staff, don't I? They have to give him clearance. They're not going to say, he could re-aggravate it and then supersede what it is the medical staff is saying, I'm playing him anyways.
Well, do you trust this Niners medical staff right now?
Well, that's just it. If the again, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, because I don't know that the medical staff did not come back to Kyle Shanahan and say, he's good to go. This is what could happen. This is the worst case scenario. And from that, Kyle Shanahan said, so what it is that you're telling me is that I can play him in this game. So when we want to point our finger, I think that we have to just be a little bit more careful in terms of where that ire is directed at, because when you get into the sort of the medical staff, when you're talking about where their player cannot play, don't teams typically defer to the medical staff, and then it's in their hands in terms of whether or not a player is going to play or not?
Well, I think it's that last part you said. It's in their hands. When you say their hands, are you saying the medical staff or the coaching staff?
Medical staff.
Oh, okay. Well, then I do think obviously the medical staff.
Like the Warriors, Rick Celebrini is the final word.
Yes.
You do not play if Rick Celebrini says he's not playing.
I don't think that is the case for the Niners. I think Kyle Shanahan is where the buck stops down at Levi Stadium. It is Kyle's program. He is the king down there. He is King Kyle. There's the medical staff, which first off, considering how broken and battered the Niners have been over the last 9 years.
Didn't they just fire everybody 2 years ago because of this?
Whoever they brought in, Dan, this is like, you go back to 2017, no team has dealt with more injuries than the Niners. You ask anybody, it's not bad luck anymore. Like, if I'd be kind of curious, like, how many teams who have had injuries like this, like, you have to go and you have to evaluate why this is happening. Yeah. I don't think that has happened. And so, unfortunately, the injuries have been a major part of Kyle Shanahan's tenure as head coach of the 49ers. And when I see Brock going in there less than 100% and getting hurt again, knowing the track record of this coaching staff and how things operate down there, I kind of have a hard time being like, well, if the medical staff said it's okay, then I guess we just have to trust their word. This medical staff, I think, I don't know if they have that kind of trust. And I don't know if I would really trust Kyle Shanahan to make the responsible choice in that situation. And so that's why, I don't know why they didn't want to add Adrian Martinez to the roster last weekend. Part of it, maybe they might have had to make a roster move. They did have
because he's Adrian Martinez.
And that might also, oh yeah, when has a third string quarterback ever done anything good for the 49ers? And this is where I get into my other beef with Kyle Shanahan, which is if there is ever an organization, Dan, that should be taking their backup quarterback and their third string quarterback position seriously, it is this one. Kyle Shanahan would not be coaching the 49ers if it were not for Brock Purdy coming off the bench against Miami Dolphins and turning the entire fan base upside down with his play.
But they did do that by getting Mac Jones, right?
Well, yeah, but you got to have three quarterbacks. And that's why. No, I get, I understand that most teams were like, I don't know. But considering that Kyle Shanahan's job was saved by his third string quarterback, you would think that you would want to have a third string quarterback that.
You're talking about a quality because they have three quarterbacks. You're talking about
yes, one that you actually trust. I'm not talking about like last year they had Josh Dobbs and Brandon Allen. Dobbs was Allen was absolute booty. This year they went in with Curtis Rourke, Zach's favorite quarterback ever, with a bum ACL. He's clearly a guy for down the line. But you had Carter, the coach's son, Bradley, and Tanner Mordecai as your second and third options as your third and fourth options behind Mac Jones. They had no good options at third string quarterback.
But how many teams can go three deep? It's going to get to the Tanner Mordecais when you're getting to the third string, and that's simply because of dollars and cents and salary caps.
I get that, Dan. I do. But this is where I think if you're the Niners, you have to put more evaluation into your third string quarterbacks. You have to have them more ready. It's as simple as that. Whether it's finding more reps for Adrian Martinez, whether it's, and I think Vic Tafur even said it, he's not quite up there with the playbook yet. I understand that. And if that's the main reason why you just didn't think you knew the playbook, then yeah, I'll step back on this. I think that's a very fair point, but we don't know that for sure. But I will allow that to be a possibility. And if that is the possibility, then yeah, I'll take my L on this take here. But the fact sending Brock in, I think, just because you just felt like he was the less unhealthy or the more healthier.
Kyle superseded and made the executive decision.
I believe that's what happened. Yes, he put Brock in there because he said, this we feel gives us the highest % chance to win is by starting Brock Purdy. But when you're taking that risk, there's the risk of can we beat the Jaguars at home versus the risk of losing Brock Purdy, who we invested $200 million and our future into. I don't like that risk. I would rather go with Adrian Martinez and grip it and rip it and see what happens. And maybe you lose that game, which you did behind Adrian Martinez, but you didn't make your quarterback injury worse. I would rather lose to the Jaguars with Adrian, I don't know the playbook Martinez, than lose to the Jaguars and get my franchise quarterback hurt. That former option sounds so much more appealing to me, and that's why I get frustrated with Kyle Shanahan. We'll get into this on the other side. Plus, I made a tease why I think Mac Jones will actually be a success with the Niners, and why I think Kyle likes him so much. Get to it on the other side. That's Dan Devone. I'm Sam Lubman. More Niners talking. Also, Dan, before we get out of here, the Kuminga crisis was resolved this week. We got to talk about that. On the other side, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for good.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
I'm Pier Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Are you prepared for an emergency or disaster? Because it's not a matter of if, but when. Don't find yourself saying,
I'll trust water bottles and a flashlight to save the day, but I'll be proved wrong.
With a tornado approaching, I'll realize that I like a wheelchair-accessible shelter.
When the floodwaters rise, I'll be up in the attic with 20 cans of beans. It's a recipe for disaster.
let's prepare so we all have a better story to tell. Get started at ready.gov/older adults. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula? No. Coffee? No.
So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone? Yes.
See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo? Absolutely not.
Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Get ready for two rock legends on one night and one stage. Judas Priest and Alice Cooper on October 14th at Shoreline Amphitheater in Mountain View. Buy your tickets today at livenation.com. And for your chance to win your way into the show, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Caddy Zach.
Oh, this is the best song to play. This is the song we play when the Canes come out through the smoke.
Is it? This is what they come out to?
Yeah, it's Feeling the Air Tonight, right? There's something else.
No,
it's something else. Oh, it's going into something else. All right, well, that's embarrassing. It is the 95.7 The Game weekend wrap. At least that's what I like to call it. Dan Devone, Sam Lubman here on it's the Miami game day. It's FSU game day. It's FSU hate day, which, of course, comes at the end of FSU hate week. My Canes kicking off in Tallahassee tonight, 4:30 on ESPN. I'll be locked in on that. Looking forward to an absolute beatdown we're going to put on Tommy Castellanos and those losers up there. Then another fun one tonight, Cal Duke. That traditional rivalry.
What the hell happened to Cal and San Diego State? I was on board and they get waxed by the Aztecs. Weren't even very good.
Yeah, and then they bounced back. Great win in Boston College last week. I did not see them going into Chestnut Hill and pulling that off, but Dron Kiave Sagapulatele, man, he is that guy. Songo, that's what we're calling him. JKS is the other one.
JKS.
I don't like that. I like Songo. That's a cool one too. In fact, actually, talk a little college ball here. Ron Rivera talked to the Chronicle this week. He talked about kind of the challenge that Cal's going to have.
What, is he the GM now?
Yes.
Okay.
So Will Cox is the head coach, the GM, and the GMs now in college football are kind of the ones who handle the recruiting. So that's why, like, Bill Belichick and UNC, who they're going to be here in 2 weeks, taking on the Bears on Friday night. Belichick doesn't really have to do a lot of the face-to-face recruiting anymore. That's the job of his general manager, Mike Lombardi. And Ron Rivera with Cal, similar. It's his job to go out, raise money, find these recruits, get them to come here. But his current challenge right now is, what is he going to do to keep Zaza Pachulia in a Bears uniform? Because you see this guy play, every touchdown pass he throws. It used to be, Dan, when you had a freshman quarterback come in and play well right away, you're thinking, oh, man, these next 3 years are going to be off the hook. But now whenever I see him throw a touchdown pass, my thought is like, well, I wonder where he's transferring to. And that is one of my beefs I have with the current college football climate, is that the gap between the haves and the have-nots is going to keep on growing. Me being a Miami guy, I'm fortunate that Miami is one of those programs that talent's going to matriculate up to that level. But Cal, unfortunately, is on the other side of that. And I grew up a Cal fan, Dan. I still consider myself a Cal fan. Both my parents went to Cal. I've always loved Cal football for as long as I can remember. They are not one of the haves. They are very much a have-not. And when I see this current college football climate, it hurts me as a Cal fan because, my dad, his one request in life is he just wanted to see Cal play in the Rose Bowl. They didn't have to win it. They just had to make it there. And it's just probably never going to happen now. And, that really sucks because Cal's just, first off, the Rose Bowl the Pac-12 is gone. The Rose Bowl is going to be a playoff game now. And so it's going to be even harder to make it into that game. But just the way that college football is structured, a program like Cal has no shot.
They should start a campaign right now of keeping Songo. They should let him know.
We need to find some NIL money.
What is it that you need to stay? It's one thing if they go to the NFL, but to lose, because how do you create any sort of fan allegiance, or how do you create that connective tissue with the fans if a guy? Because every now and then, especially this as a Cal fan, the stars are aligned and an Aaron Rodgers somehow lands on your
Jared
doorstep.
Goff shows up.
Or going back in the day, Jason Kidd is playing basketball at Cal. How did this happen? Well, he's out of Alameda, St. Joseph's, and the rest is history. So you land a guy like that, you'd like to see him more than just 1 year. But
I just don't think that's good for the sport. I really don't. They're basically what Cal's going to become, and lots of other programs, Stanford too, is they are what the A's were for years. Whereas you're going to have talent there, but A's fans would not buy jerseys for guys because how this is going to end. They're going to get shipped off to the Yankees or the Red Sox or the Giants or insert any other team here. And that's kind of what Cal's going to end up falling into. They're going to be that anytime someone here is good, like Fernando Mendoza and Jaden Ott last year, well, we'll see what you end up going to. And now Mendoza's tearing it up for Indiana. And it sucks because, why couldn't he be doing that here? But that's just the new reality. So if Zaza Pachulia is going to stay here, Cal's got to get him paid, which means they got to go out and they got to find him endorsements. So if there's any companies out there that want to make JKS the face of your brand, hit up Cal Athletics. Let's keep Zaza here in the Bay Area for a couple years.
Well, it's not Cal Athletics, but think about that alumni base that they could tap into. You mean to tell me that all the Cal graduates who are in Silicon Valley, all the startups, all the billionaires, all those kids that were retiring.
I think a lot of those people down there are Stanford grads. I think there's a lot of Stanford grads down there.
Stanford's also bad when it comes to NIL.
Well, their whole thing, Stanford doesn't take transfers. And you need to be able to take transfers in this modern college football. Stanford's problems are so much deeper.
But I do think that there is enough Cal. You can't tell me that there's not enough, because Cal is one of the more reputable academic institutions in the country, if not the world.
It's the top public school in the country.
There has got to be money that is right underneath our nose here. They just got to get creative and tap into it and let that guy go Kawhi Leonard if you want. Just keep him here.
Can we get him on the show?
Yeah, you know what? That's a good idea. Because I was thinking about this.
I think that's the producer's job.
So
yeah.
They have a bye next week. I would love to get Songo on and
You know
see
what?
what he's all about.
That's actually a good point, Dan. I might actually reach out to the Cal AD and see if I can bring Songo on the morning roast. I think that would be a great idea. Look at us. Look at us producing here on the fly.
I wanted it for my show. I wanted to talk to the guy, but you.
I'm going to be selfish here. So, anyway, transitioning away from one quarterback situation to another, Dan, I have a theory as to why I think this Kyle Shanahan-Mac Jones marriage is a little bit different than past ones. And my thought process began, we had Mia O'Brien on a few weeks ago when Mac Jones was elevated to the starting quarterback position for the injured Brock Purdy. She covers the Jaguars out for ESPN Radio out in Jacksonville. She is our expert for all things Jacksonville Jaguars and just football in the Southeast in general. And she got to a close-up look at Mac Jones last year in Jacksonville. And one of the things she brought up was that Brian Thomas Jr., their number one receiver down there, he played better when Mac Jones was under center versus Trevor Lawrence. So Mac Jones does have a history of, in certain situations, making it work coming off the bench with the guys around him. And we asked Mia O'Brien, why can Mac Jones work for the 49ers? And here's what she had to say. This was a couple weeks ago in the Morning Roast.
Whatever it is, the reason I believe it'll work and the reason that I believe that Kyle Shanahan first did consider taking Mac Jones with that third overall pick is because he is every other quarterback that has had success in this Shanahan system. He will do exactly what you ask him to do. If anything, and again, I don't have this from the horse's mouth, but from comments that were made, I think that Doug Peterson felt more comfortable with Mac Jones later in the season because Mac Jones did exactly what he asked him to do. And Trevor Lawrence wanted to have more of a conversation of like, maybe we should do this, maybe we should do that. And Doug and Press Taylor were like, no, we want to do this.
So I want to focus on the part she said that Mac Jones is every quarterback that Kyle Shanahan has had success with. I think it's fair to say Kyle Shanahan has a type when it comes to quarterbacks. I think he likes a pocket passer, a guy who can just basically do what he's told to do in a certain play. And the reason why I think this Mac Jones union is different, Dan, is I think for the first time since Kyle Shanahan was hired as the head coach of the San Francisco 49ers, for the first time, Kyle Shanahan is working with a quarterback that he actually wanted. And the reason I say this is, go back to 2017. We go in, Brian Hoyer was the starter. Niners drafted Solomon Thomas with that second overall pick instead of any other quarterback in that draft. I think there was one that was drafted after that who came out pretty well. Why was that the move they made that year? Because they want Kirk Cousins was going to be a free agent after that season, and the belief was that Kyle and Kirk would reunite from their days in Washington, reunite in San Francisco, and that will be the Niners quarterback of the future. That didn't happen. Why? Because halfway through the year, Jimmy Garoppolo was dropped into Kyle's lap. And that was the first quarterback that Kyle saw success with. Did Kyle want Jimmy in the way that he said, I want him, that's my guy? No, he kind of had a quarterback dropped into his lap, and he made lemons with lemonade, with the Jimmy G lemonade. And it worked for a time, until it didn't. And so that brings us to the 2021 draft. I think, Dan, we did a lot of shows. I was producing. You were on air with either Madsen or Shamari. We did a lot of back and forth about Trey or Mac Jones. And you remember there was this whole belief that Kyle Shanahan really wanted Mac Jones. And a lot of fans were just like, you did not trade up to number 3 to take Mac Jones. And we know later on that Kyle was more or less talked into taking Trey Lance. I don't know if Kyle Shanahan ever truly 100% wanted Trey Lance. But he went with Lance. He tried to make it work.
Was that Lynch?
It might have been Lynch. It could have been other scouts in the building. I don't know what those conversations exactly looked like. But I'm going to believe that at the end of the day, Kyle wanted a direction. John wanted a direction. They compromised, I guess, and then went with Trey Lance. And
That's hard to believe, though, if you move up to number 3, which is the biggest draft day move in the history of the franchise, and then you're compromising. I think if you move up there, it's because you have circled the guy.
Well, no, what Kyle said in the past that part of the reason why they moved up to number 3 is they wanted to have more options. Now, remember in that draft, Trevor Lawrence was going to go number 1. Yeah. There was no doubt about that. Zach Wilson was the no doubt number 2 to the Jets. The Jaguars and the Jets were not moving off of those picks.
Yeah.
So the highest you could jump to was 3.
Justin Fields was around.
Yeah, and so by moving up to 3, you had your options of Trey Lance, Justin Fields, or Mac Jones. Whereas if you stayed at, what were they? I think at 11, I think was where they're originally at.
I want to say 9, but you might be right.
Somewhere like that.
Yeah.
Either way,
so they traded to Miami.
If they stayed
Miami
where they were,
Tyreek Hill.
yeah. If they stayed where they were, their only option might have been Mac Jones, which maybe that's what Kyle actually wanted. I know there was also a concern that the Patriots were going to jump the Niners and take Mac Jones. The Niners moved up to number 3 because they wanted to have the most quarterback options available to them, and they ended up taking Trey Lance. Kyle may have been talked into it. The next year, they take Brock Purdy as Mr. Irrelevant. And Dan, outside of, I think, Ryan Suckup a few years ago with the Chiefs, very few Mr. Irrelevants even see the field. Brock Purdy was the first Mr. Irrelevant to take a snap in a game. I don't think that Kyle Shanahan drafted Brock Purdy with the intention of this is going to be my guy someday. I think he drafted Brock Purdy as this is a guy who might need to come in for me every now and then to spell my starter because they're injured or something like that. And it's worked with Brock Purdy until it didn't. But Mac Jones, I think, is the first quarterback that Kyle looked at and said, I want him to be my quarterback. And then actually got him to be his quarterback. He wanted Kirk Cousins. That didn't really work out. And now Kyle's finally got the guy that he wanted. And because of that, I think he can operate this offense in the exact same way that Kyle wants it to happen. He's not going to go off script. He's not going to try and do too much. He's not going to fight with his head coach, Mac Jones is, over the plays. Remember the Denver game a couple years ago when Jimmy's walking off the field, saying, man, these plays suck. Jimmy and Kyle, there was a disconnect there. I think Brock Purdy, can run Kyle Shanahan's offense, but the height issue forced him to have to run out of the pocket, make plays with his legs, and why he can rush out and extend plays and make plays that way, and I think he's a great processor on the field. Brock tries to overcompensate and do too much, and that's where he gets into trouble.
Well, I think
Mac Jones is never going to do that, and that's why I think it's just. I'll go back to you in a second here, Dan. That's why I just think this is the ideal marriage for Kyle Shanahan right now.
I think all the more reason why he wanted Mac Jones in 2021, and I see it. It's a little bit more sort of black and white for me. I think that was Lynch who said no, we're going with Trey Lance, because there's no way in hell, as you just laid out, how it makes any sense. And I was one of those that was all on Mac Jones at the time. And I took a lot of heat. But it added up. When you think about he was coming out of Alabama under Saban. He just won a national championship. He was a quarterback that was accurate, that could go through a progression, that was everything that was valued by that of one Kyle Shanahan. And to your point, he needed a quarterback that he could mold from day one. He never had a guy out of the draft. He didn't have his Patrick Mahomes, right?
Could have.
He did not have that one guy where he can say, I wanted you. I picked you out of the boys' choir. I'm going to teach you. And if you listen to me, not only will we win Super Bowls, but you're going to get paid, okay? Because you have the perfect pedigree to do what it is that I want to do as a coach. Mac Jones filled all of those boxes. And then they went with Trey Lance, which made no sense to me whatsoever. And I said it repeatedly on the air. This makes absolutely no sense. What is it that Kyle Shanahan values? He values a guy who can get into a 5 to 7 step drop, stay in the pocket, go 1 through 5, and matriculate your team down the field.
Yep.
Trey Lance was a guy who could get outside of the pocket, throw across his body 70 yards in the air, and everybody at his pro day is like, oh, my God, did you see that?
His first pass to Danny Gray.
No way in hell that was something that was valued by Kyle Shanahan. Now, I know that Lynch was enthralled with the idea of that's the way the NFL is trending, is that you need RPO quarterbacks.
And I agreed with that sentiment at the time.
And you need somebody who can not only have the ability to extend plays, but the ability to have that wow factor and a strong arm. That's not what Kyle Shanahan wanted. You also left out another guy. Now, he didn't get an opportunity to play, but Sam Darnold was a guy that he had the crosshairs on and knew that, listen, you got a bad shake in life because you went to the Jets and then you went to Carolina. That had I had you, because, again, he saw Sam Darnold as the exact same sort of quarterback.
Yep.
More in the conventional, traditional sort of quarterbacks that can get into those drops and may not be fleet of foot and may not be somebody you can confuse with a Lamar Jackson, but somebody that I can win with because he's accurate, has the strong arm. Again, a number 3 pick out of a place, an institution like that of USC. Give me that guy.
Yeah.
And I will win. So I'm with you.
Yeah.
I think that part of the reason why Mac Jones, if this does get a little bit more heated, why Kyle Shanahan may lean that way, because I think Kyle Shanahan's been in on this guy for the last 5 years, going back to 2021.
That bit, I think it's great bringing up the Sam Darnold. I did miss that one. But yeah, again, this goes back to Kyle has a type. This is why he wanted to wait for Kirk Cousins. This is why he did not draft a quarterback in that first draft. I think that he saw, in Patrick Mahomes, let's not act like we all knew Patrick Mahomes was this incredible talent. He went 6-6 his final year at Texas Tech. No one really thought much about him. Everyone was more focused on Deshaun Watson in that draft. But I think the reason why Kyle passed on either one of those quarterbacks is because they don't fit that mold that you and I were just talking about. Kyle has thrown in 3 games with Mac Jones. He's thrown the ball 39, 41, and 49 times. 39, 43, and 49 times. Brock Purdy has never thrown the ball anywhere near that much. He has 4 games of throwing the ball 37 or more times. Kyle wants a pocket passer who can throw the ball, and clearly he does not trust Brock to throw the ball as much as he will trust Mac Jones to throw the ball. That does not mean, obviously, that I think that is not an indictment of Brock being worse than Mac or Mac being better than Brock. I think that's not the case here. But they're 2 different styles of quarterback. Brock is simply just not that sit-in-the-pocket passer who can just, chuck it downfield the way that Mac Jones is.
And he's also physically limited because he can't see over that offensive line.
He has to roll out of bed. He has to make plays there with his legs. And one of Brock's best assets is the ability to make plays with his legs. Simply put, I just don't think that's what Kyle wants. He's tried to make it work with Brock Purdy. He's made it work really, really well with Brock Purdy. I think Brock is able to run Kyle's offense better than any quarterback that he has had to this point before Mac Jones. And now that Mac Jones is here, we're kind of seeing the difference of what Kyle truly looks like if he has a quarterback that he truly wants. I think Brock is a quarterback that Kyle knows he can win with, but there's a difference between, getting something you can work with and getting what you actually want. Like, Dan, you're a married man. I'm sure you've had relationships beforehand that were really good, but they weren't the one. Now you're at the one, and everything is perfect. And there's those relationships you had before that are almost perfect, but you don't. And I'll throw another comparison out here. There's an episode from How I Met Your Mother. I'm one of the 9 people who watched that show. A lot more people than that watched it. Where Ted Mosby runs into this guy who's running away from. Neil Patrick Harris is in it. But Ted Mosby is at the train station, and he's leaving a wedding, and the guy the wedding he was at is trying to leave the wedding too. He's trying to ditch his wife, runaway groom. And he's like, "Why are you doing this? This woman's so awesome." And the guy's like, "Well, she's, I'm looking for perfect. She's almost perfect. You don't want to settle for almost perfect. You want to get perfect." I think Brock is almost perfect for Kyle Shanahan. And Mac Jones offers a better path to perfect for Kyle Shanahan. Now, can Mac actually live up to that billing? Can he keep it going? If he goes out and drops an absolute egg or lays an absolute egg against the Bucs next weekend, we're having a different conversation. Mac still has to live up to his end. But the reason why I think this controversy could actually turn into an absolute wildfire here is Mac checks all of Kyle Shanahan's boxes in a way that Brock Purdy, I don't think, has been able to or will be able to.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. I think you're spot on there.
So, again, let's go to the calls here. 888-957-9570 is the number. My theory, why Mac Jones is the guy, he checks out Kyle Shanahan's boxes. He is the perfect marriage for Kyle in a way that Brock is not. Brock might be apples to apples a better quarterback at the end of the day, but Mac is more of the right quarterback at the end of the day. And that is why I think we could end up having a controversy here. And I say this as a big Brock Purdy fan. I love Brock. I love the story of Brock. I want the Niners to be successful with Brock. But the thing I start off the show with, Dan, is I have to be honest with what I'm seeing. And this is what I'm seeing right now is a quarterback that is just such a perfect marriage.
I thought we were going to the phone lines.
We were going to go to the lines. I'm sorry. Armin in Daly City. Apparently, this Armin knows Steven Risotto. So, Armin, I want to hear your quarterback talks, and then I need an embarrassing Steven Risotto story.
Oh, man. Okay.
Quarterback take first.
I don't think there's a 49ers quarterback controversy. I think we have just, in the past when we've had quarterbacks get injured, let's say Jimmy Garoppolo or even Brock Purdy, we've had games where it's like, okay, we don't have our starting quarterback. It's over. Like, we're counting this game out. But I think it's more of a testimony to John Lynch and him going out in free agency and getting a good enough quarterback in the market to not only be a backup but could start some games. So I think we've fallen in love with Mac Jones because he's the guy that is winning these games where in the past we would have lost these games. I also think, Brock is the guy. I'm a big fan of Brock. I'm just happy these guys went into free agency and said, let's shore up the backup quarterback spot for these guys. And I think, Kyle, with the record we have now, we can't really complain much. I mean, we're only going to get healthier as the season goes along. We have a bye week late in the season. So as of right now, I think we're sitting pretty, but it's going to take a lot this season to win the Super Bowl. And ultimately, you're going to need all hands on deck. So, I mean, we see it with the Bengals now. Browning was good last year, but, I mean, this year it just doesn't seem like it's like that for them this year. So we'll see what happens, but I don't think there's much of a controversy. I think we've just fallen in love with Mac Jones winning these games.
I think that's well put, Armin. I think that's why it's important that we let it out. Now, I understand you wrote for the paper with Steven Risotto in college. What's it like having to work in the newsroom with Steven Risotto? Is it as bearable as we have to put up with here?
You guys are getting the more professional Steven. I mean, that's my guy.
I'm sorry, there's an unprofessional Steven?
Hey, be careful.
Yeah. No, he's great. It's one of my guys. I can't wait to see him again. So he's doing great things with you guys, and I can't wait to see what happens in the future with him.
I paid him to say that.
I figured as much. I hope you got a good deal for that, Armin. Thank you very much for calling in. On the other side, we'll talk a little bit more about Mac Jones. Also, there were other things, Dan, that happened in that game on Thursday night that I want to talk about. Especially some guys on defense I want to give a shout out to. There's one guy on defense I want to give a big boy shout out to. We'll do that on the other side. Then, of course, we will talk a little Kuminga crisis. And also, you know what? Since you're doing a show with me, Dan, I got to throw a Giants thought at you. So we'll do that at some point here, too. Halfway through on a Saturday morning, but we can go so much more beyond that. We won't, though. More coming on the other side, though. All this brought to you by Fairmount Bank, here for you, here for good.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond is worthy of a Shane Company engagement ring. Our team travels the world to see diamonds in person and handpick each one. That type of dedication only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. No matter your budget, your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our fall sale is on now, and it's big. Up to 50% off store-wide, 0% financing for 2 years, and we pay your sales tax. Go to floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HoldTitleLock.com now, promo code RADIO.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-793-9858. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-793-9858 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-793-9858 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-793-9858.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com. Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Hey, you know, our man Pasta is going to, so in San Francisco, being sort of the sophisticated area that it is, whether it comes to whatever, sports, Niners, Cal, Stanford games, Giants, which wrapped up. Guess where our man Pasta is going tonight? Pasta, don't tell anybody.
Is he going to tell us where he's going?
Or is he I'm asking you.
Oh, no, he told me where he's going. I don't know. Am I not supposed to know? Am I supposed to guess?
No, well, now that you know. Caddy Zach, do you know where he's going tonight? Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, he told me he's going to the rodeo. He says it's not his first.
Yeehaw!
All right. Maybe it might be his first.
I don't know, man. I have some issues with the rodeo.
What? Well, all right. Well, here we go. Please explain.
I mean, steer wrestling. Do they still do that in 2025?
Probably.
A guy comes out and just this poor little steer, just like, the hell did I do to get, hog-tied like this?
I'm sure they enjoy it to a degree. The little baby, little calf.
That whole calf enjoys getting all of its limbs tied up and just left writhing on the ground.
I don't know. Some critters are into that thing. I don't judge. Some things like getting tied up and hogtied and humiliated in public, and that's that's the path for them to go down, and who am I to judge? We to each their own. I've never been to a rodeo, actually.
Rodeos were big at the University of Arizona. They used to have rodeo week. And then one of my co-anchors in television, she worked in Calgary, and they have rodeo week in Calgary, or it might be rodeo month, where if you're a news anchor doing the local news, you got to wear the cowboy hat, the studs. You got to do the whole 9 yards. Calgary's a very, very big sort of country sort of rodeo cowboy town.
Really?
I have my cowboy hat in the car.
10-gallon?
Might have to go down and bring it up here and wear it.
I actually
that's like
don't.
5 blocks away.
I don't know. I got it at that one place, Boot Barn or whatever it's called. Yeah, I got it at Boot Barn.
Love the Boot Barn.
Yeah, and I'm wearing it for the second time ever. The first time was at last year's rodeo.
Getting a text right now from Joe Shasky. The Cow Palace Rodeo was a staple in the 80s and 90s, and he is fired up that he is back. I wonder if he's going to go to the rodeo. Joe the Rodeo Boy Shasky. I'll be up for that.
This weekend and next weekend at the Cow Palace. I'll be going tonight.
So,
I should go.
The bull riding.
I want to do a remote show from out there. Can we do a show? Nahigian, you're not listening. Can we do a remote at the rodeo next week? Nothing?
I will give you $20, Sam Lubman, if you got on a mechanical bull and videoed it.
All right.
You still have those?
I'm going to wear the bandana shirt, too.
His hair might get stuck in it.
No, I'll put the hair up if I have to.
Caddy's out. What a shot out of
off
nowhere.
the top rope.
For the kid.
Oh, man, that would actually be fun to do a show from the rodeo. That would.
You know what they used to do to the bulls, in all seriousness? I don't know if this is true or not any longer.
Is this PETA approved?
Well, no, not at all.
Then I want to hear it.
I think PETA has issues.
People eat tasty animals?
With the rodeo. But so you got to make sure that your bull is going to, buck and do what it is because it wants this guy off its back. They used to shock the testicles of the bull before it would go out and do its thing, just to make sure it'd be completely rambunctious.
Well, yeah, I mean,
You're a dog guy. How are you good with the rodeo?
I've never gone to a rodeo. I mean, first of all, I didn't know the rodeo was still at the Cow Palace. But it's like
Did it come back, or is it always?
Apparently, yeah, it was again from Joe Shasky, my San Francisco insider. He said it was a staple for a period, and now it's back. So,
what do you serve at like a rodeo?
Fried food.
Right.
I can't. I imagine there's not going to be a single vegetable or fruit within like a 5-mile radius of the Cow Palace today. It's a lot of yeehaw. Do they smoke inside at those things still? It's California, you can't do it, but that's still a thing. I love to go to rodeo. I think it'd be fun. I've been to some county fairs. Did the Napa County Fair once upon a time years ago, and there was no rodeo, but there was a demolition derby. That was pretty cool.
Which is what? That's
just cars driving around on a dirt path and
just running
crashing into each other. It's really loud. You're drinking. All the rednecks going, yeah, crashing cars.
Do they still do that thing with the monster trucks just rolling over?
Yeah, Monster Jam.
What's Oracle Arena?
Gravedigger. I was always a big Gravedigger fan. You know who's a big Gravedigger fan?
Oh.
It's Mitch in New Jersey, and he's on the line. Mitch, how are we doing today? I don't think Josh Naylor's helping the Niners out, but what do you got on the Niners today?
What about the Bo Bichette? How you doing, Sam, Dan? Thanks for taking my call.
Bo Bichette, by the way, not on the Blue Jays roster for the playoffs. You see that?
I'm glad he's there because I want the Yankees to go down. I mean, what happened to Boston, boys? The bats went to sleep after Game 1. I think someone must put a spell on the Red Sox. Well, first of all, I don't like bulls or horses. Could never go there, but I'm more of a dog expert, except for that one dog that Dan knows about.
Yeah, so let me just hold on, Mitch. Just so that let's include the rest of the audience here. So, what he's referring to is that he called in one night, and I said, let's go out to our man, Mitch in New Jersey. So in the middle of the call, as Mitch is wont to do, giving a take on whatever the subject matter was at the time, he suddenly gets attacked by a dog while we're on the air. And this dog begins to, he's like, he had to leave us because this dog was engulfing him. Remember, Mitch, what the hell happened? Your dog, literally, as we were talking to you, I felt as though I needed to call 911 out there in Jersey.
He was biting on my hand, and it got more than being on a little pinch there. He's not really well trained. My sister-in-law's, she has the dog pretty much, and I would like to walk him over there because they have a big farm. Speaking of a farm, but if they had the horses and cows, even the chickens chickens have a lot of diseases. They're sloppy. They're messy. But I love this dog, but they don't think I can handle him. They, according to my wife, he doesn't respect you. You know, I don't believe in hitting dogs.
Well, no one should ever hit a dog.
No, I don't like that. But the game, there was some game, a backup quarterback, and that's what Mac Jones is. He's a good backup quarterback. I'll give him some credit. I really wasn't happy with him. I'd rather have Sam Darnold over him and over Purge, just by the way. I mean, besides being a USC guy. I think Sam Darnold didn't get a fair shake. But I think we beat a Hall of Famer in Stratford. I don't know what the Rams were doing. They should have gone for the tie. You still would have had, 3 minutes left. You tie the game. You know, I mean, I also wanted the tie, too. But that would have been – I just like seeing ties. There's just too many injuries with these overtime games and having overtime in the regular season and Thursday games. It's ridiculous.
It's
but Shanahan knows how to pick his quarterbacks, and yeah, maybe a Wally Pipp situation, but we can rest Purdy till he's really 100% back. Keep Mac Jones there. Things are looking good. And I hope to talk to you guys next Saturday.
Well, hold on, Mitch. Before you go,
I think it's
when all things are when all guys are everybody's healthy. You're putting Brock in. You're not sticking with Mac, the hot hand.
No, he's you're paying him more money. He wasn't a lottery pick, so that tells you something. I say I stay with Purdy.
All righty.
Steve Jones. He's a 2-year contract. I also missed the guy Dobbs. He had some wheels at least.
All right, now you just lost us.
I don't know. I didn't. Thanks a lot for calling in, Mitch. I actually didn't hate Josh Dobbs. Honestly, if he was the third-string quarterback on this team, I'd be all right with that.
Yeah, I don't even think you could afford Josh Dobbs. He's playing somewhere else as a number 2.
That's true.
That's what I mean. It's hard to get quality out of a 3 guy.
Mitch talked about that last play the Rams ran, and I think it's very easy to ask the question, why would you do that play? Remember, the Rams there was 2 timeouts called before that final play there in overtime, Dan. The Kyron Williams run to the left that gets stuffed by half the 49ers defense. Were you shocked that McVay did that? Did you think that he would try and...
shocked that he went for it on 4th down?
I guess, is there any part... were you shocked that he went for it? Or were you shocked that he didn't go for the field goal? Were you shocked with that play call?
No, in hindsight, obviously, we could change our minds here, but I think that you go for the win. I appreciate that.
I respect it.
I would have put it in Stafford's hands.
I agree.
And Stafford was just you got to go down with your guy.
I would have just gone with literally any other play. We were talking about this on the show yesterday. The one touchdown the Rams scored to Puka, they did that little rub route there where Devontae's standing in front of Puka, and Puka gets that 1-yard touchdown catch. It's an impossible play to stop.
Yeah.
Why not just do that? Here's what Sean McVay had to say about that final play call.
A call by me.
You called 2 timeouts. Were you considering different calls, or kind of can you walk us through that?
Thought about maybe trying to draw them off sides. I took one, they took the other, and it was a poor decision by me right there. But, you give the Niners credit. They made enough plays to be able to win the football game. We had plenty of chances throughout this game. We stayed in it. We fought. We battled. But there's a lot of things that we have to be able to clean up, and a lot of football left. But I'm pretty sick right now. I'm sick of the spot that I put our group in to end the game. But, hey, these are the tough beats that you got to be able to learn from and move forward, and that's what we're going to do.
And so I kind of respect him just owning up, right? Yeah, that was a bad call on my end there that cost us. I mean, honestly, another play they could have done is this is when they scored one of their earlier touchdowns again in the 4th quarter. Kyron Williams was chewing the Niners defense up in the flat there on those short swing passes. Why not go with that to try and get upfield there and get the first? But it works out. I like that McVay did try and go for the win there, because I think if you kick the field goal, tie game, then you got a short field, the next score wins, and your secondary was kind of suspect on Thursday night.
What about the 49ers when you're second guessing? How about San Francisco when everybody felt as though the game was over after Collins' strip and recovery? That I felt that Kyle Shanahan also needed to go for the win instead of 3 running plays from his own 1-yard line. Now, I get it. He wanted to use their timeouts, right?
Yeah.
And it would have been a very bold move, but I think you needed to go beat the Los Angeles Rams because it almost backfired. Giving the ball to Stafford on his own at midfield with
That's risky.
About 45 seconds left. I mean, the outcome is pretty much inevitable.
Yeah, but you also keep in mind the pass rush for the Rams is still pretty good. Verse was getting in there a lot. Landman was getting in there a lot. When you're on the 1 yard line, that's a tough spot. And to drop back there and throw it, I think there's
you gotta know. But how many people?
Matt, keep in mind, Mac Jones is playing on a bad knee with cramps and thrown up on the sidelines. Are you sure you want him rolling out there?
No, not rolling out. Play action.
Oh, sorry, play action. Yeah.
So everybody on the Rams, how many yards did they net on those 3 plays? Maybe a yard, 2 yards?
They got 2 yards. So the first one, Mac snuck it up the middle for a yard. McCaffrey ran to the right, didn't get anywhere. Then he tried running up the middle, didn't get anywhere. Rams used all 3 of their timeouts, and then you punted.
That's the reason why they did it. They wanted them to burn their timeouts.
Yeah.
But the Rams were selling out on the run, right? They just loaded the box and said, we know what it is that you're going to do. Talk about 20/20 hindsight, but if Kyle Shanahan is really that guy and the innovator,
he should be able to cook something up there.
That is going to win the football game. If he play fakes and
get someone to bite,
you just have your man Mac Jones tuck that away and just, you get Tonjes behind a linebacker. You just get somebody that gets out to that open space, ball game over. Something safe, like a very safe route, but you set it up with the play action where everybody is selling out on the run as far as the Rams are concerned. They're loading up the box, and you just, you give that one hesitation at the line of scrimmage for a wide out at tight end and then let him just release 8 to 10 yards down the field. I think that would have been wide open, obviously.
Honestly,
I sound like one of those coconuts calling into, our show or on a podcast after the fact, but I did feel in that moment, like giving the ball, and, Kirk Herbstreit was saying as much as like, this thing is far from over. You're going to pump from your own end zone and give the ball to Stafford with, about 45 seconds left on the clock. I would have gone for the jugular at least once.
You bring up the play action there. I'm looking at the 3rd down play right now. You had Kendrick Bourne lined up on the right side there, Dan, and the nearest defender is lining up 4 or 5 yards off the line of scrimmage. Giving Bourne a pretty wide berth there. You talk about if Mac Jones pulls that ball back from McCaffrey, Kendrick Bourne's got all day to run there and create some space. Does he get the first? I don't know. I can't see the safety here where they're at in this angle that I'm looking here. I just got the YouTube replay up in front of me right now. But to your point, though, you get more room. Maybe he gets a first. You're
gutsy.
Still going.
It's very gutsy.
It would have been a very gutsy. But here's the thing. The Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay matchups, they're always so much fun to watch. It's always such a great chess match between these two coaches because they know each other so well. They know their strengths. They know their weaknesses. Like, they really know how to get in each other's heads. But yeah, it was a risky move there. And
speaking of which, I think Shanahan absolutely cooked him in this one.
Oh, he did. I think Shanahan, for the most part, we look at the fact that McVay has the big win against Shanahan in that NFC title game a couple years ago, which I don't think that result really plays out the same if Jaquiski Tartt catches that ball. I honestly think that's one of those moments. If Tartt catches that ball, Niners win the Super Bowl that year.
I agree with you.
I think they would have beat the Bengals, and Jimmy Garoppolo would have been a Super Bowl winning
right?
quarterback. And could you imagine? We play the what if game. I think we asked during the break, what if the Niners had drafted Mac Jones in 21? What's different? I still think that's one of my biggest what ifs. What if Jaquiski Tartt came up with that pick and the Niners go on and win the Super Bowl with Jimmy Garoppolo as their quarterback? Could you imagine how hard it would have been to move off Jimmy when he was the guy who ended the Super Bowl drought? But again, like I said, Dan,
what if they
live in the
drafted
worst.
Mac Jones? Would they have won a Super Bowl?
Well, I guess that's the other question. Then if they have Mac Jones on that roster instead of Jimmy Garoppolo, or they have Mac Jones and Jimmy on that roster.
Well, just remove Jimmy Garoppolo if Mac Jones was on this team over the last 3 years.
Well, if they drafted Mac Jones in 21, I guess, do you think they move off Jimmy right away?
No.
Because remember, they wanted to use the first year as a redshirt year for Trey Lance. And then Kyle wanted to do like a dual quarterback thing where, you would kind of have Trey come in as a change of pace back. And then he said, no, it throws me out of my play calling rhythm, which I'll be honest, Kyle Shanahan, the play calling genius, getting thrown out of rhythm because for a two quarterback, for trying to do with the dual quarterback system there. I was kind of, scratching my head on that one, but that's neither here nor there anymore.
I think Mac Jones would have won the job. The reason why he had the dual quarterbacks and the reason why Jimmy Garoppolo stuck around is because they gave Trey Lance every opportunity to take the position and be the quarterback, that guy, that generational quarterback for the next 10 years. But because his accuracy from day one was just never there, Kyle Shanahan could never fully buy in. He was just like, I want you to be the guy, but there's something amiss. In practice, he would miss guys, and that's everything to Shanahan. Once again, it's accuracy, and it's being able to go through those progressions. And I think that's the reason why Jimmy Garoppolo always had the door ajar, is the fact that Trey Lance could never convince or give the security that he could be the guy going forward. What's up, Ketty, Zach?
Yeah, Zach, what you got? Yeah, I mean, you traded for Trey Lance. Like, you traded 3 first-round picks, so hypothetically, you saved those 3 first-round picks, and I don't know what position they had in the that draft, but you could have gotten Mac Jones without having to trade up and save those 3 first-round picks. Like, you don't know what would have transpired.
Well, let's it just
could have Micah Parsons.
Well, let's just, for the fun of it, assume that the Niners trade up to number 3 and then still take Mac Jones. Just, let's just make sure. The Niners are at number 12, to start off. So, yeah, that's exactly where Micah got drafted. Justin Fields was taken at 11. But I hear what you're saying, Zach. They stayed at 12. But, again, the reason they moved up was they were afraid the Patriots were going to move up. So let's just assume that Mac Jones still comes here for the cost of 3 draft picks. By the way, some developing news right now. It's not a breaking news, but Mark Sanchez, apparently, TMZ is reporting he was stabbed in Indianapolis and is being hospitalized with severe injuries. So, yikes. Wow. Wishing the best for the Sanchez there. Hopefully it's not too serious.
I like Sanchez.
Yeah, he was great on the call last Sunday for the Niners-Jaguars. I think him and Adam Amin are a very underrated crew. I think.
Sanchez is actually really good. What was it? Oh, yeah, I think I told you this, that I got this from Sanchez, and he's really good in studio, where he was saying that everybody's like, why is Kyle Shanahan so good with all these quarterbacks, and how does he make winners out of these quarterbacks? And he said, Kyle Shanahan, think of Kyle Shanahan as like GPS. That was from Sanchez. Kyle Shanahan is the GPS guy. Just, get off here, take the left lane, take a right here. If you just listen to Kyle Shanahan, you'll get paid.
Well, that's why I think I go back into why I think this Mac Jones marriage is perfect for Shanahan.
Wait, is he in critical condition, or is he?
I did not see that. Maybe I don't.
Yes, he is.
Oh, he's in critical. Ooh.
Christmas.
Oh man. Well,
and I'm assuming he was covering he's doing the Colts game tomorrow. Is that why he's there?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Man. Well, wishing the best for him. That is definitely scary news to hear.
I have another absurd story real quick, and it has to do with Mac Jones.
Zach, okay, yeah, there's a pivot.
Real quick. This is just reported in The Athletic. So apparently on Thursday morning, right before the Niners
saw this one too,
took on the Rams, in the team hotel in Marina Del Rey, Mac Jones told teammates he was on his balcony when he looked out at the water and saw a floating dead body. Someone called the police. As the 49ers loaded buses for the stadium, players watched investigators and even the coroner's van pull into the marina. So on Friday afternoon, the LA County Sheriff's Department said the incident was still under investigation. So that's how Mac Jones started his day on Thursday morning.
I just imagine Mac texting a bunch of people, y'all want to see a dead body? And then the CSI crew shows up and Who Are You starts playing. Did you ever watch that show, CSI?
Which one?
Any one of them. I was big on the Vegas one.
Yeah.
CSI LA.
There you go. I wonder what Who song they would use there. Again, we're talking about the rest of the game, though, from Thursday night here. Niners win 26-23. We talked a lot of quarterback, but there were other guys who stepped up. And the big boy shout-out I want to give is to one Alfred Collins.
Yeah, huge play.
He was a 3rd or 4th round draft pick, and he has been a bit of a project early on. And I tweeted out there in the moment, Alfred Collins saves the world. Because he punched Kyron Williams in the helmet, knocked that ball out. And that was the best part of that punch out, was the fact that it hit the helmet in the process. That was one of the best punch outs I have seen a young defensive lineman make. That was as Collins is trying to develop into a better player. Again, he's a rookie. There's going to be some growing pains there, ups and downs. Those are the kind of plays that I think a young player like him can stash away and be like, yeah, that's why I'm going to be a dude in this league. That is a confidence-building play for Alfred Collins. And so shout him out, because that was a hell of a play. I am very excited to see what him and CJ West can keep doing as they mature in their growth with Robert Saleh running the show. Dan, we had to have an emergency Brian Baldinger session yesterday because we were just so fired up from that win. And we brought up that punch out from Alfred Collins, and it even has Baldy rethinking what he's feeling about Alfred Collins.
That play by Alfred Collins at the goal line.
Unbelievable.
First of all, he's becoming a monster. In 1 week, it's funny. It's interesting. He's a Texas kid, right? His dad, Bernard Collins, is in my friend's. He's getting a flu shot the other day. And my friend meets his dad, and he says, "Hey, do you know who Baldy is?" And he's like, "Yeah, of course." He goes, "Let's get him on the phone." So Alfred Collins' dad gets on the phone with my buddy in Austin, Texas. And we're talking, and I'm like, "Nah, that was a horrible effort by the 49ers defensive line." I'm like, I'm giving it to his dad about his son. Like, the effort wasn't there. And then his son basically wins the game. And so I'm like, all right, me and Bernard Collins, we're going to have a reconvenience. I'm going to take everything back I said the other day. Like, that effort to knock that ball out of Kyron Williams' hand, to split the double team, to make the play and recover the fumble, and to the whole thing at the goal line as the Rams are going in to win the game was that kid grew up in front of us, man. They got themselves a player.
Can you imagine just getting on the phone with Baldy and Baldy's just like, "Nah, your son's not actually that great." That's just, Baldy keeps it real. And I agree with him. I think they got a dude coming up here. I'm very high on CJ West. We'll see more from Mykel Williams. I mean, Dan, we talk about, the future of the 49ers. Those three are the future of the 49ers. Those three pass rushers. And again, they're rookies. They're going to have growing pains. There's going to be good days. There's going to be bad days. Alfred Collins had himself a great day, and it would be awesome to see him build on that.
Hey, Pasta, can you do a Baldinger?
Ooh.
Well, Dan Devone. Nah, I can't.
Yeah, sorry, I got to shut that one down. That wasn't quite there.
We'll work on that, will you, please? We'll get back to you.
Yeah, go listen to some more Baldy cuts here. Here, how about this? Here's Baldy talk about the 49ers quarterback
no more
controversy.
Baldy.
You don't want to hear any more Baldy?
I'm good.
Oh, what's wrong with Baldy
All
sound?
Right, go ahead.
Here's what Baldy had to say about the 49ers quarterback controversy.
Brock's the starter, but I mean, does anybody have a better backup quarterback in this league than what Mac Jones is doing? I mean, he's won 2 out of the 3 games he's won at the very end. That performance yesterday might have been the best of his entire career. And so he's going to, he'll be in a free agent carousel next year, whatever. But, I mean, if I was the 49ers, I'd just lock him up right now. Like, he can start, he can win games, he can win division games, overtime games. Like, that performance yesterday, there might be a quarterback controversy as good as he was.
There is.
Again, when Baldy says it. But anyway, yeah, there you go, Rizzo. You got some more Baldy sound to base it off of.
What I find curious is, why doesn't Kyle Shanahan just invest in himself?
What do you mean by that?
Well, why pay Brock Purdy? Why?
So you're saying
what it is that he's able to do?
Well, what's the alternative?
I felt like, Mac Jones.
Well,
I mean, there are guys, Daniel Jones, Sam Darnold. Like, he can do this.
You have to pick a quarterback at some point. You can't just be quarterback hopping all the time.
No, but
what coach has ever been successful doing that?
Well, if it comes down to, I've got to pay this guy, $53 million a year, or I can get Sam Darnold on the cheap, or I can get Mac Jones on the cheap, or I can get Daniel Jones on the cheap, I would invest in myself, that being Kyle Shanahan. Like, there were more options out there because it is Shanahan at the end of the day. I felt, and I said this at the time, that the wrong guy went to Minnesota and that Sam Darnold was the guy that they should have hung on to. And I know a lot of people didn't believe it at the time. I don't know where people are at right now, but can you imagine Sam Darnold quarterbacking this team?
I've never been a Sam Darnold fan. I've always said, if you want to tell me that you don't think Brock Purdy is good enough to win this team a Super Bowl, I will listen to that.
Yeah.
What I will not listen to is Brock Purdy's not good enough. You know who is? Sam Darnold.
Why?
I just don't believe in Darnold that way. I don't.
Well, you don't believe
he had a great team last year in the Vikings. He still was a league leader in sacks, despite having one of the best offensive lines in the NFL. And then the playoffs came around, and he reminded you who he was.
He had, no playoff experience. You cannot dismiss the 14-2 record at one point. He was remarkable.
I mean, we dismiss all of Brock Purdy's records.
And no, he don't. Brock Purdy got paid. No one's dismissing.
And now
we're
all ready to move off of him. I don't buy into the Sam Darnold hype. I just don't.
Well, I don't know. It's not hype. What he did last year is statistically based. It's all supported on the record. Now, what it is that he's doing with Seattle is, he doesn't have Justin Jefferson in Seattle. He certainly looks pretty good. I'm just saying, like, if people want to judge what Daniel Jones did in New York, what Baker Mayfield did in Cleveland, and what it is that Sam Darnold did in New York and Carolina, I think that at this juncture, we have to recognize that where it is that you go and the quarterback whispers in this league, whether it's McVay, whether it's O'Connell, whether it's that of Kyle Shanahan, is a real thing.
Well, that's fair. That's fair dues there. 888-957-9570 is the number. Dan, yesterday was the 30th anniversary
You've been waiting to get to this all day.
Major I got to ask you about on the other side. So that is all coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
On Saturday, October 4th, Pier 39 is throwing a party right on the waterfront. Now our iconic views and bay breezes come with drinks to go. Grab a cocktail, mocktail, beer, or wine from one of our restaurants and take it with you as you explore the pier. Plus, live music, party games, sea lions. Fun for the whole family. What more could you ask for? Enjoy dancing, street performers, special deals, and that one-of-a-kind Pier 39 flavor. We're bringing the atmosphere, you bring the crew. Pier 39, Pier for the fun. Learn more at pier39.com/entertainment zone.
Jumpstart MD is your Bay Area expert in weight loss and hormone care. And October is Menopause Awareness Month. Let's be real, one size fits all doesn't work. That's why Jumpstart MD created a personalized program that combines weight loss and hormone optimization, all for one low price. Even better, you'll save $200 this month when you choose the plan that fits your life. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to reclaim your energy, your balance, and your confidence.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years, like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models? Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-793-9858. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-793-9858 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-793-9858 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-793-9858.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Join 95.7 The Game at Pier 39 for a special live broadcast from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturday, October 4th. Meet Zaza Pachulia, Festus Ezeli, Kalina Azabuki, Tim Roy, and Bonte Hill. Plus, enter to win Warriors tickets. For more info, visit 957thegame.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Mr. Simpson, would you please stand and face the jury?
Superior Court of California, County of Los Angeles, in the matter of the people of the state of California versus Orenthal James Simpson, case number BA097211. We, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the defendant Orenthal James Simpson not guilty of the crime of murder in violation of Penal Code Section 187A, a felony upon Nicole Brown Simpson, a human being, as charged.
There it is. 30 years ago yesterday, the verdict heard around the world. Dan, I was about just shy of my 3rd birthday when that happened, so I don't have a huge recollection of it, but that is one of those moments where I think everyone who was there for it remembers where they were. So I'm going to throw it at you, Dan. Do you remember where you were October 3rd, 1995, when Orenthal James Simpson was acquitted of murder?
Yeah, I was just starting. It didn't really stand out to me. I was just starting my broadcasting career. I was in Fresno, California, and I was doing sports, but I don't necessarily remember the moment. It wasn't like, some people talk about when JFK died and they can recall exactly what it is they were doing. It didn't necessarily stick with me like that.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah. I was, a couple months shy of my 3rd birthday. I was, still running.
He knew, apparently. And you probably, because you follow all the documentaries.
I've seen them all.
So the night before, apparently he was made aware of the verdict.
Yeah, the guard said, I don't think you need to be worried. I mean, that was, again, I go back, I watch all the documentaries, and the FX series they did in 2016, God, that was 9 years ago, which they did a fantastic job on with that one. You go back on it, it's the moments that you realize how it all came together. And, where there was, the fact that DNA evidence wasn't really a thing that people used back then. No one really understood what it meant. The glove thing. Then, of course, there was Mark Furman's testimony. And you told me a pretty interesting Mark Furman story at the break. I don't know if you want to share that on air, or I kind of just outed you on that. But
yeah, no, I was in Seattle when I was sportscasting out there, and I was at a place called the Brooklyn having a beer and a meal with some friends. And it was this big circular bar. And so the bartender came over and said, hey, someone's buying you a drink. And, I was on television doing my thing. People knew who I was, so that would happen from time to time. And I said, oh, thank you very much. And the guy from across the way, I saluted him. Thank you for the beer. And I continued the conversation with my friends. And one of my buddies said, bro, is that who I think it is? Is that Mark Furman that just bought you a beer? And so we confirmed this with the bartender, who said that, yes, he was somewhere out in the Pacific Northwest many years after the trial, and he was doing, I want to say, some political radio show somewhere in the Pacific Northwest, and would spend time in Seattle. And so there you go. Mark Furman bought me a cocktail.
He planted a drink on you, I guess some might say. But all right, yes, that was 30 years ago.
Can you imagine the DNA? Like if he had, it was Nicole Simpson's. Who's the boyfriend?
Ron Goldman, the waiter.
Ron Goldman, the waiter.
Yeah, I don't think they were. Everyone says they were dating.
No,
that was a popular misconception. He was just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
But you're right. When you talk about DNA, why was Ron Goldman's DNA in your Jeep? End of story. Like, that's it.
Yeah. Like, no, the thought that deep. I
mean, it's like, how do you?
Well, the whole thing. It was a horribly processed case by the criminal investigators on the scene. Hopefully, the ones who responded to the body that Mac Jones saw did a little bit of a better job there. But yeah, I just every now and then these anniversaries pop up, and that's just a story that always just boggles my mind. Of the whole OJ experience from start to finish. It's a fascinating story that I can't get enough of. So
someone's giving a shout out to Kato Kalin.
Oh, there you go, Kato Kalin. Oh man, that's a good one there. That's a name. But again, talk about wild storylines here that we just can't seem to tear our eyes away from. The 4-1 49ers. Dan, they're +8 in point differential. All their wins have been by 5 or less points. 2 of their wins have been on the last play of the game. They beat a New Orleans Saints team that's probably going to be in the top 5 of the draft, and it wasn't a pretty win. They gutted out a win against a Seattle Seahawks team that's looking like they could be players, quarterback play notwithstanding. They're 4-1, and I feel like right now we're 5 games into the season. We're about a little over a quarter of the way through the season now. Let's just take a step back for a minute and just look at where this team is at. And Dan, last week we did this show, 2 weeks ago we did this show, and there was some trepidation. Are we buying in on this team yet or not? I did the show last week with Carter, and that's where we kind of talked about are we being too optimistic about this team? 4-1. I'll be honest, they're doing a little bit better at this point in the year than I thought. I thought they were going to lose all East games in October, and starting with this one on Thursday against the Rams. And I was proven wrong on that one. Glad to have, because this team looks like, warts and all, I don't know if they're a Super Bowl team, but this is a team that I still truly believe will be in the playoffs this year, even with the injuries that they've been dealing with.
Oh, they'll be in the playoffs.
I think they can. Honestly, I think they will win this division right now. I think they're going to win this division.
They're 3-0 in the division. They certainly have the upper hand in the driver's seat. The question, I think, going forward is, are they going to be a number 1 seed? Is this team better? I mean, there's so much ebb and flow in a football season. There's so many peaks and valleys, and while they're playing well right now, is this defense going to continue to mature? What's going to happen at the quarterback position? Are players going to continue to go down with injury? But are they as good as Philadelphia? Are they going to be as good as the Green Bay Packers?
Or Detroit?
The Detroit Lions. So a part of me is not willing to put them in that sort of rarefied air, which is, I know, sort of blasphemous around here, but maybe I need to see a little bit more. The defense has been good, but I still don't know the identity, and maybe that identity will reveal itself when these young players and the game begins to slow down for them. We saw Alfred Collins make a big play, C.J. West, and even the second-year player in Renardo Green and Stout at the nickel corner. When all of these guys get some reps and, get back to me in 2 or 3 months when they're no longer wide-eyed rookies, but actually impactful football players to go along with Fred Warner, maybe they'll have more of an identity then. But right now, it's just there's a lot of projects, a lot of potential, a lot of conjecture. And then the offense, because of all of the injuries, also is sort of lacking, exactly who they are. Like, can we really pass judgment on this team when Kittle's not playing, when you don't have Brandon Ayuk at one and wide out position, Juwan Jennings in the slot, Ricky Pierce? I mean, yes, they're 4-1, but to me, the legitimacy of that 4-1 is still somewhat in doubt, if any of that makes sense.
Well, I see, and you bring up those injuries there, and let's start on the defensive side because, again, the reason why I thought they would struggle a lot in October, Dan, is, again, you look at the slate they have here, obviously starting with the Rams, going to the Bucs next week. That'll be a very interesting test. That game was moved back to 125, and it'll be on CBS. I wonder if that'll be the Nance Romo game. If they win that one, then I think we're ratcheting up this conversation to a whole new level. That will be a big test. But the reason why I looked at the October slate, at the Rams, at the Bucs, versus the Falcons, at the Texans, that seemed like 4 great games to really trip up the youth on this defense. I believe in the talent on this defense. I think Upton Stout's a guy who he'll have a bad play one play, but then he'll come back and make a great play the next. I love that kind of a short-term memory there. Again, we saw Alfred Collins grow up a little bit. C.J. West, he's going to be playing with the club. That might be tough. Robert Saleh has a very young defense here, and at some point you're going to go through growing pains. And my prediction was that October is when we would see those growing pains. You got 2 really good teams in the Rams and Bucs. You got a Falcons team that is 2-1 against Kyle Shanahan in his tenure here. They've had a couple dud games, including in 2019. They had a dud in Atlanta. And then I believe it was, 22, I believe, they had a dud game in Atlanta. Sorry, they hosted Atlanta in 19, went there in 22. And then finishing up against the Texans in Houston against DeMeco Ryans. And, the Texans, they don't look anywhere near as good as we thought they were going to look. But again, they're in the AFC South.
What
They can
happened to
always
C.J. Stroud?
Again, this is why I was one of those people I thought C.J. Stroud was going to be the next big thing. And this is why you don't anoint quarterbacks after one season, as even 49er fans can tell you the dangers of doing that. But I still think that, even after that, even after any of these October struggles, when you look at what they'd be doing in November, at the Giants versus the Rams, at the Cardinals, then versus the Panthers, at the Browns, I feel good about all those games except for that game in Cleveland, only because Jim Schwartz is Kyle Shanahan's kryptonite. But that's a great, stretch of games there.
Are you being facetious? You're really afraid of Cleveland?
No, I'm looking at the history. Jim Schwartz, for whatever reason, I think Kyle Shannon's like 1-10 or something against Jim Schwartz defenses. I kid you not. It's a weird thing. Listen, am I fearing Cleveland? No. But I'm not going to look at a game in Cleveland and just be like, Niners got this.
Dylan Gabriel, the new quarterback.
Again, you would think so. But again, Jim Schwartz, he has that edge. Now, am I chalking that Cleveland game up as a loss? No. But I'm not going to just sit here and automatically assume it's a win because the coaching does matter here. That's why. But even still, it's a great runway for all those growing pains of October to fade away into growth in November. That timeline seems completely different now. You're seeing this defense grow up and get bigger in real time, and the growing pains haven't really been super present there yet, as I don't have any wood in the studio to knock on. But when you talk about why I feel just so great about where this Niners team is at, the play of this defense, you mentioned you don't know the identity of it. I see a defense that just flies around. They gang tackle. They don't miss a ton of tackles. I see two linebackers and D. Winters and Fred Warner who set a tone of physicality out there. There's no pass rush. That's problematic. I expect the Niners to address that when the time comes as we get closer to the trade deadline. But overall, I like where this defense is going right now. I really do, and it has me optimistic as to what could be possible this year.
The one thing about this team now that you're beginning to see is that there's some serious character.
Mm-hmm.
And what that game did the other night and some of the wins that they've stacked up to this point is they've come from behind and they won games. And that begins to bleed confidence. And they're now becoming a team that's believing in themselves. Whereas a year ago, it was the complete opposite. Things would go awry, and then you're expecting this team to fall apart. Remember all the games they lost in the fourth quarter last year?
Well, I think you could point out that Arizona game 2 weeks ago, and I think you can point out this game Thursday night. I think the last year's Niners team, and I'm not pointing at any one player here, this 2024 Niners team as a whole unit would have lost those games against Arizona and the Rams that they won this year.
Especially in the fourth quarter, because that was their trademark a year ago.
Well, remember, Kyle's thing was he's never really won a game when trailing in the fourth quarter.
Well, that's where
what did they do in week 1 against Seattle? Exactly that.
Well, that's where I wanted to go with this. And they did this also with the game-winning drive in the fourth quarter behind one Mac Jones. And I think that Mac Jones is sort of the eye of that storm in terms of the transformation of the personality of this football team now, where you feel as though we're trailing in the fourth quarter, but that's okay because we can come back and win. Why? Because, we've done it before. That, again, I go back to that gutty performance and what it is that Mac Jones was able to do with all the injuries. I mean, at one point, it was his knee. At one point, I thought he was dead.
Oh, he was like straight up on the turf, yeah.
And then he's rubbing his forearm, and then he's puking. I'm like, how many ailments is this guy suffering from? And the fact that he stood in there, took shot after shot, and then threw the ball accurately down the field and led his team to a victory, I think he might be the personality that I'm referring to. Like, I think he might be the guy that is single-handedly transforming where this team was at a year ago in the fourth quarters, where they would relinquish all those leads, that after what it is that we've seen with him playing this year and punctuated by that game against the Los Angeles Rams, that this complete turnaround could be attributed to one guy and one guy's style of play, and that's Mac Jones.
See, I think it's a little bit more than that. I agree. I do think Mac Jones is a part of it, but I think in these situations it's never just one thing. I think the fact the 49ers had the kind of they had a very drama-free, for the most part, off season. Yes, there's the Juwan Jennings holdout thing that was going on. That I don't think was ever as much of a distraction as, the Brandon Ayuk one was last year. Dan, remember how absolutely, just nuts that was. The Nick Bosa holdout didn't get as much frustration, but it affected his play that year. He even said as much that missing training camp impacted his play. The Deebo Samuel holdout, that was a big pain in the ass for this organization. They got Fred Warner and George Kittle wrapped up right away. They got Brock Purdy taken care of very early on in the summer, and it never, exploded into a major crisis. And, we talked to a lot of people in the 49ers press corps during training camp, whether it was Matt Barrows, whether it was Jennifer Lee Chan, whether it was Vic Tafer. They all had some sort of a line where is that Kyle just looks happier, fresher, looser this year. I think Kyle Shanahan, coming off the Super Bowl loss last year, this team was down bad emotionally last year. I mean, think about Dan Leary. They were I can't think of another team in recent memory
they
that came
ready to play football at the beginning of last
season.
season.
They weren't ready. I cannot think of another team that came as close to winning a Super Bowl as the Niners did without actually winning one. They had the lead in overtime. Nick Bosa was, just feet away from grabbing Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
If Dre Greenlaw does not go down in that game, I honestly think that last play where Mahomes rolls to his right and sees Mecole Hardman there, Oren Burks was playing a little shallow. Maybe Dre Greenlaw plays that better and is able to knock the ball out of the air or force Mahomes to not throw it. I don't know. There's so many if, ands, or buts that come out of that Super Bowl that I do think that when George Kittle said, I think he came on one of our shows, he's like, yeah, we get over it pretty quickly. When he said that, I'm like, oh, yeah, they're not over this at all. That Super Bowl hangover was real last year. And it came on the heels of 3 straight trips to the NFC title game. That puts a lot of wear and tear on your body. Last year, it just wasn't there for the Niners. This year, it's like, I think Kyle Shanahan, when he was downplaying the expectations for this team at the beginning of the year, I think it wasn't so much trying to downplay the expectations. It was just I don't think he was so much downplaying the expectations as so much it was the expectations weren't as heavy for the team this year. Last year, it was go back to the Super Bowl and try and, make use of this window. And Shanahan even admitted that might have been a mistake. This year coming in without that got to get to the Super Bowl pressure they've had the last few years, I do think that's a weight lifted off this team.
It's a weight lifted off the team, and there's, there might be a different demeanor and a hop in the step of one Kyle Shanahan, but winning games coming from behind in the fourth quarter, to me, is something entirely different.
Well, no, but I think
that takes the personality that I'm referring to. Yeah, you could be in a good frame of mind, and the team is more focused. They don't have the hangover of a Super Bowl from the year prior.
Exactly.
But winning the way they're winning, fourth quarter comebacks, the gutty play of one Mac Jones, I understand what it is you're saying, but I think that what it is that Mac Jones has been able to do, and the person, again, that keyword, the personality of this team, is something entirely different of just being in the right frame of mind to enter a new season.
But I think that does start, though, in the offseason. I think one precludes the other. I think you have the good offseason, the good vibes in training camp, and I do think that bleeds into the regular season where you are able to win these games that you weren't able to win last year. And then it snowballs in the good way. You come in feeling good. You get those wins that make you feel good. Now you're feeling great. You got your young guys making plays that make them feel more confident. You got an offense that's playing confident right now, despite the fact that they don't have a run. They don't really have much of a running game right now, despite the fact that almost all their big receivers, well, their big name receivers, Ayuk, Pier, Kittle, who I'm lumping in with the receivers here, are injured right now.
He's a receiver.
Well, yeah, tight end, but yeah, pass catcher if you really want to be politically correct about it.
When you were talking about all those guys that held out, if you were Juwan Jennings, for example, now when I think about it in retrospect, why wouldn't you hold out? Because it's the 49ers.
Oh, they've caved every year until then.
And everybody gets hurt. If I'm Juwan Jennings and I have a chance to get paid now as opposed to later, I am not taking that risk with this football team because I know that I'm going to get hurt. Why? Because you're Kyle Shanahan, the head coach, and everybody gets hurt. So, yes, I am going to hold out. And now when I think about it, I'm like, God bless every one of those guys that held out because it's the 49ers at the end of the day.
Well, again, I think that kind of goes into what I call the new world order for the 49ers, which is they're done playing this holdout game. And, they kind of came down hard on Juwan. this last offseason. I think that kind of prevented it from really blowing up into something ugly because they didn't cave in and give him the big deal that he wanted. They gave him a deal that I thought was perfectly representative of his value. And that's why it's going to be very interesting. I don't want to get into this too much right now, but next offseason is going to be very interesting, Dan, because Nick Bosa can opt out and get an extension. And even though he's missing the rest of the year with an ACL injury, I still would not be shocked if he tries to up his value next year. And the Niners' new world order of we're not negotiating big-time contracts like this anymore, we're not caving anymore, that's going to be tested next year. That's a conversation for down the line. But right now, though, again, it just goes into then you look at the offense, even without much of a running game, and this goes into Mac Jones getting a lot of the credit here, they're doing this without a full deck of cards. They're doing this basically with one hand tied behind your back. And when Ayuk does come back, which I don't know when that's going to be, Kittle might be back for not be back until the Falcons game. It seems like the Bucs game's not looking likely. And then hopefully you'll get Ricky back next week. Like, I don't know who's going to be the quarterback on November 2nd when the Niners go to play the Giants. But either way, whoever is the quarterback, you should be feeling good about what could be possible that day. Again, I hope it's not Brock that day. I want to protect his foot. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. By the way, Dan, did you know that the preseason for the Warriors is right around the corner? And 95 the game is tipping things off in style. Join us at Pier 39 this afternoon, starting at 12 o'clock, less than 35 minutes away from this. For the Warriors preseason special, you don't want to miss this. We got live appearances from Warriors favorites like Festus Ezeli, Fezzi Fell, Zaza Pachulia, Kalena Azubuike, Tim Roy, and the king himself, Bonte Hill. Plus, your chance to win tickets to the first preseason game Sunday, October 5th, which is tomorrow, when the Warriors host LeBron James Jr. and the Lakers. But wait, there's more. Evan Giddings and Guru will be broadcasting live from 12 to 4. That's in literally 34 minutes right now. It's hoops, it's hype, and the season is almost here. Your station for everything Warriors on 95.7 The Game. We're getting up against it. I want to talk a little bit of Warriors on the other side before the preseason special starts, Dan. But first things first, before we hit this break, Gene is on the line out in Oakland. He's got some thoughts on Mac Jones. Gene, Roaster of the Year. How you doing, my guy?
I'm doing good, although that was like a couple of years ago. But anyways.
Once a Roaster of the Year, always a Roaster of the Year.
You're right. So I wanted to say something about Mac Jones. I mean, and Dan, it sounds to me like you're willing to give him more props than what I'm generally hearing. I mean, I hear that, yeah, he did his terrific sort of James Brown impersonation in this last game. And if nobody knows what I'm talking about, just go watch a video of James Brown. Basically, he'd go out in the field, then he'd go off the field, and you think, oh, he's done for the game, and then he'd go back out. But, what he's shown me is that he's more than just a backup, okay? I've seen enough now to know that this guy is a damn good starting quarterback on most teams, all right? Just look what he had. Just look at this last game. And you can't say it's because of the people around him. I mean, look at the people around him, for Christ's sake. I mean, Kendrick Bourne was on the street 2 weeks ago. The Robinsons, they're okay. Nothing special. Hongus and Farrell for the tight ends to the second and third stringers. He had 1 star, PMC. That's it. For him to go out there and on a bum knee and do what he did, man, that's frankly one of the best quarterback performances I can remember in years. So, and I'm not saying we should have a quarterback controversy at this point. It looks to me, from what I understand, that Brock's going to be out for at least 2 to 5 weeks now. So he's going to have a chance, that is Jones, to really show what he can do. I know I keep hearing, he's a starter in 2 other places and it didn't work out. Maybe it took him this system and this much time to develop to really show what he can do. Yeah. But if he really shines for the next 5 weeks, okay, regardless of what Brock does, it's going to be an interesting conversation.
Yeah, I say we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, Gene. Let's just, for right now, Dan, Gene, let's just enjoy the good that we have going on right now. And Mac Jones is providing that good. On the other side, Dan, we had a resolution to
Kaminga Crisis.
So we're going to talk a little bit about that and the future of one Steve Kerr on the other side. All this brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Getting engaged? So friends in the Bay, listen up. Shane Company engagement rings are protected with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We stand behind the same quality we've offered since 1929. Our rings are crafted to last. It's why our warranty is the only one that protects your center stone. We also cover repairs, resizings, cleanings, and so much more. That's money you keep for you and your family, because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto-pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
So, how's your research going?
Surprising! After I figured out the top-rated TVs in our price range, I went shopping for deals.
And who's the best?
It wasn't the internet, and it wasn't the warehouse club.
But?
It was video only. They had better deals on the Samsung, LG, and the Sony TVs that got the highest scores.
Better than online and at the club?
I know! Video only beat them all. And now we can afford an even better model for the same price. My research really paid off.
If we buy it video only.
Exactly. Otherwise, we'll be sorry.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Mountain View, San Mateo, Union City, Dublin, and San Rafael. Video Only.
Coach, the energy out there felt different. What changed for the team today?
It was the new game day scratchers from the California Lottery. Players, everything. Those games sent the team's energy through the roof.
Are you saying it was the off-field play that made the difference on the field?
Hey, a little play makes your day, and today, it made the game. That's all for now.
Coach, one more question.
Play the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
I spent 14 years in foster care, mostly in group homes. I slept in a lot of different rooms, but none of them really felt like mine.
There are more than 100,000 children in foster care waiting to be adopted. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is working to help find them a permanent home.
Now I have my own room, a place that's mine, and a family who loves and supports me.
If you have room in your home or your heart, see how you can help at davethomasfoundation.org.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Get ready for two rock legends on one night and one stage. Judas Priest and Alice Cooper on October 14th at Shoreline Amphitheater in Mountain View. Buy your tickets today at livenation.com. And for your chance to win your way into the show, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
All right, final half hour here. Actually got about 21 minutes here, so we actually got to hit our heart out today, Dan, because the preseason special that I teased prior to this break is coming up next. Evan Giddings, Daryl the Guru Johnson. They're going to be talking a lot of Warriors here. I want to talk a little bit Warriors also with you here, but Dan, Steven Risotto brought up a very important point at the break. Playoff baseball's going on right now. We got Cubs-Brewers going on. Brewers up 3-1 on the Cubs right now. You don't need to tune into it. Just stay locked here, though. We'll keep you updated. Dan, you got any is there a team that you're looking at in the postseason that you're hoping will knock the Dodgers out?
I know you hate hearing this because I hear from everybody that it's wide open this year. It's wide open. Anyone can win it. And I think a lot of people are thinking, well, the Los Angeles Dodgers weren't that good this year because of the injuries. But I'm sorry, Sam. If you happen to follow the Dodgers over the last month, they're now that team.
Well,
they're healthy. They're hitting. They're the team everybody thought were going to be as the dominant team this year that didn't show up. That's the team now that's been reassembled and ready to go. I think they're going to run the table.
You know what I call it? I compare the Dodgers to the 2018 Warriors. That second year with Kevin Durant where, you know, they had the 2 seed underneath the Houston Rockets and they would have inexplicable losses to teams like the Suns or the Hornets or whoever. And the phrase that was used was flip the switch. As in, when this team gets to the playoffs, they will flip the switch and go on a run. And that's exactly what they did. And I hate saying this, but I think the Dodgers are a flip the switch team. You know, they're a very arrogant team. They're a very confident team. And
but I think the injuries were real this year to the pitching staff. And I think this team...
they have those injuries every year. Every year we talk about who's going to be the Dodgers starting pitcher in the playoffs.
Well,
and then the playoffs come along and it doesn't matter.
I mean, at one point they had, like, in the beginning of the year, it's like that rotation was depleted. And then the hitting for the Dodgers, I don't know, it's so much of a switch. Mookie Betts was not good this year.
But even Mookie Betts not good is still, like, he would still be the second or third best hitter on the Giants this year.
Yeah, no, that's true, but
he's still damn great baseball, and he's another one. I would not be shocked if didn't Mookie Betts get like 4 hits in the game 1 against the Reds? Yeah,
he's back.
That's
now.
called flipping the switch. You know, it's the fact is when you got a lineup that starts off with Shohei, Mookie, Freddie, and Teoscar Hernandez, you know, that's a gauntlet right off the bat there, and the Reds were not qualified to even be on the field with the Dodgers, so. They're going to be taking on the Phillies. The Phillies who don't have Zach Wheeler. That'll be a tough test. If there's anything that's going to knock the Dodgers out of the playoffs, Dan, this bullpen has a walks problem. You saw it against the...
Sasaki now is in the bullpen. I mean,
they give up too many free passes, and a good team can take advantage of that. The team I'm looking at is the Blue Jays. I think the brand of baseball they play, they put the ball in play. They're not a great power hitting team, though they can't hit home runs. Yeah, that Brewers as well. But the Blue Jays more so than the Brewers, though, remind me a lot of the 2010 and 2012 Giants and how they play the game. And more frankly, the approach that those teams have at the plate, the Blue Jays especially, that is a tough team to beat and a tough team to get out. So I look at them as a team that could get through, and maybe the Yankees will get back, but that's what October's all about, Dan, is who can keep the Dodgers from winning it all. And that's
I think one of the, like Seattle, seeing them in the postseason is always fun. And I think a lot of people, you know, I know you and I and a lot of baseball diehards are familiar. You don't even have to be a diehard because he might be the MVP this year. But I think there's a big sort of part of the country that's not familiar with the big dumper and Cal Raleigh and getting an opportunity.
Do you think he gets the MVP?
On this, that's going to be fun. I don't know.
I kind of come around. I think it's got to go to Judge just because I think
Judge is so good.
Listen, we look at the home runs for Cal Raleigh. What he finished with 62, was it?
Yeah.
And that's we look at it's incredible, but all the other numbers he has, you know, are below Aaron Judge. But I think we do underrate the fact that Cal Raleigh did everything this year
but he was
as a
catcher. Yeah.
Like, we do not, like, catching is one of the hardest positions in all the professional sports. The preparation you need to have. Like, the reason most catchers aren't great hitters is because they're more focused on catching and hitting. Like, Patrick Bailey is never going to be a great offensive catcher, but he'll make his bread and butter with actually the catching of the ball, usually. To do what Cal Raleigh did while sitting in the squat every night, that is damn impressive.
Yeah, no, that's the only reason why.
You have to factor that in because a catcher is just so invaluable to a pitching staff. And
what's the only reason why there's
exactly
the consideration is because of the position he plays. Also have to keep in mind there was a good chunk of the season he spent as a DH. It's not as though he caught every single game.
Well, yeah, I mean, most catchers don't, they play 130 games, but that's a bat you have to keep in the lineup there with Cal Raleigh. So that'll be an interesting MVP
Hey, have we
race.
talked since Melvin got canned? I don't think we have.
Well, okay, yeah, give me your quick thoughts on that.
Yeah, you know what I think his undoing was that July and August. It was just, I don't think there was any. I think that the fact that he just couldn't get, they were so bad for so long. And I think Buster Posey also, one of the things that Buster Posey sort of emphasizes is bringing back that energy to San Francisco, sort of replicating 10, 12, and 14. And when he lost 15 to 16 games at home, I think that did not sit well with Buster Posey. And then the 4 games he lost before the trade deadline, I think, the wheels came off there a bit.
I thought at the end, I thought it could go either way at the end. I thought the way they pushed at the end and still fell short with a reshaped bullpen, I thought might convince them to maybe try it again with Bob one more year, and he would just come in in a very hot seat with no extension to fall back on. In hindsight, though, Dan, I go back. It was a loss to the Rays on a Friday night, and at the end of the press conference, I asked Bob Melvin, Bob, is there a different message you want to send at this team? And Bob gave a very, winding answer. We just got to keep going at it, and just got to get back out the next day. And he said, we got to go back out there with a positive attitude, and we got to take the field tomorrow, unfortunately. And that's what he finished. He said, unfortunately, and that kind of was like, ooh, I think that was, I think, in hindsight, the moment for me where I realized, like, no, this is over. This can't happen. And on the last day of the year, Alex Pavlovich and Andy Baggerly asked the questions, what's going to be your future? And Bob had very little to say. And that was all she wrote. And you can ask, was it fair to fire Bob after having the bullpen traded away and blah, blah, blah? I thought Bob did a great job reshaping the bullpen after those trades. But I don't think those trades alone are what kept the Giants out of the postseason. This was just everything lumped into one. There was no one thing that I think led to Bob Melvin's ousting. The most interesting thing I thought Buster Posey said this week, though, in his presser on Wednesday, was he doesn't expect Bruce Bochy to walk through that door. He kind of shut that down right away.
Good.
And I agree with you. I think that is the right move because, one, it's tough to go back again. And let's say Bochy comes back and it doesn't go well. I mean, Dan, how many coaches have gone away and come back?
Doesn't happen.
Phil Jackson did it, but that's a different circumstance. It very rarely works out the second time. You can't go back again.
He still wants to manage, too.
But here's the thing, though, and this gets into point number 2. Buster says he talked about, he's asked a lot about stability. The Giants have had a lot of turnover in the front office and on the coaching staff the last few years. When Buster was playing, Bruce Bochy was his only manager. Until Gabe Kapler, sorry. So all but 1 year. But Bochy was here for 13 years.
Yeah.
I think Buster wants a guy who's going to be here for 13 years. And Bochy's 70, 71. I mean, let's say they do hire Bochy and you have all the success you could possibly want. Bochy steps down in 2-3 years. Now you got to do the search again. I don't think Buster wants to do that. So that's reason number 2. And then reason number 3, why I think
he could be the next Tony La Russa.
Yeah, I don't think you want to be the next Tony La Russa. Then reason number 3 is by shutting it down now, whoever is hired, the comment won't be, well, why not Bochy? Why wasn't Bochy the hire? By taking Bochy off the table now, whoever comes in, whether it's Nick Hundley, whether it's Yadier Molina, whether it's Craig Albernaz, whether it's Kurt Suzuki, who was interviewed yesterday, they're all going to come in with, okay, you're the guy, not, you could have been Bochy. So that's my takeaway there from.
What about Kai Correa?
The only undefeated manager in Giants history, as Steven Risotto likes to point out to me. That's a no for me, dog, as Mark Willard would say. No, I'll be honest. I brought Craig Albernaz, who was Risotto. Remind me, when was Albernaz on this coaching staff? I want to say he was 21.
20. He was part of Gabe's original staff.
Okay, so but not 21.
He was there during 21. He was the catching coach.
Okay, so yeah, there you go. So Buster doesn't know him. He's been the associate manager for the Cleveland Guardians the last couple of years under Stephen Vogt, the guy who I would love to have, Stephen Vogt.
Well, they had a shot at him.
They did, yeah. They went with Bob instead. So yikes. And
Vogt's a local guy.
Yeah, I would go
for Giants.
Well, I mean, so is Bob Melvin, who also grew up a Giants fan. I would totally go for Craig Albernaz, though. If they can't pry Stephen Vogt out of Cleveland, I'd definitely go for Craig Albernaz to be the next manager of the Giants. As we're talking about managers and coaches, we talked about Kyle Shanahan a little bit. There is one head coach, Dan, that we haven't really talked about yet today, and that is Steve Kerr, who comes into this season with no contract extension beyond this year. Now, he talked at the day after Media Day. He said he's not worried about it. He said all the politically correct things, no negotiations during the season, blah, 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 blah. It's definitely going to be a distraction this year because Kerr is going to have a game where things go wrong. We're all going to blame him. We're all going to get mad at him, and we're all going to say, don't bring him back. Do you like the fact that Steve Kerr's coming in to the last year with basically on a lame duck situation?
It's not whether I like it. I think Steve Kerr has earned this.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Well,
by that?
I think there are a few. Phil Jackson was like this. There's a few guys who can write their own ticket. He can go back into broadcasting if he wants.
He has options.
He can do and listen, is there a chance they bring him back? Yeah, he's Steve Kerr at the end of the day. I think he's earned everything that he's done as a coach to this point has given him the opportunity to just say, I'll wait and see. I don't think that, and if he walks away, would any of us be surprised knowing sort of how he is wired and sort of,
I would be a little surprised.
Well,
it depends. Is Steph still on the roster?
He's a little different. He's politically outspoken. He's just somebody that, he may want to do something else in this world. I think he's different. He's not a career guy, although, he's done just about everything in the NBA. But I think I wouldn't be surprised if he was to do something philanthropic or spend more time with his kids and grandkids. Or I think he's put himself in a position where he's given himself options, and he's not beholden to, am I going to get the contract extension? He's going to do whatever the hell it is that he feels is going to suit him at the time.
He is 60 years old, so he still does have some coaching years left in him. Yeah. Honestly, I look at San Antonio. I would not be shocked if he ends up there at some point, but that's neither here nor there. I would like him to be locked in a little bit more, but I think as long as, I'll say this, he's got the best person in his corner down there at Chase Center, and I mean Steph Curry. As long as Steph wants Steve Kerr to be here, I expect that to be the case. We had Nick Friedel on earlier this week, Dan, our friend, cousin Nick. He's covering the Warriors for The Athletic now. Here is, he's echoing the sentiment that I just kind of said there. He doesn't see Steve Kerr walking away as long as Steph's still here.
I've listened to Kerr talk about how much he loves coaching Steph Curry for years and years, publicly, privately, to all different types of people in the media. He has said repeatedly how much he enjoys coming to work because he knows that the tone he wants to set is set by Steph Curry. At least for me, I don't see a way that Steve just walks away from this team with Steph still at the peak of his powers or close to them, unless something pretty catastrophic happens this season. I would expect Kerr to be here at least for the foreseeable future with Steph.
So, I mean, I get the lame duck stats. The fact that Kerr's not stressing about it gives me confidence that, maybe they'll get it done right at the end of this season, give him another year or two, because Steph has, I believe, 2 years left on his current contract, this year and next year. Same with Jimmy, same with Draymond. I feel like everyone here is tied together. Steph, Dre, Jimmy, Steve, those four are all tied together here. And when Steph decides to hang it up, I think Steve Kerr will step down alongside with him.
It makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. And then, of course, Dan, I saved it till the end. We got 7 minutes left in the show here.
Don't do it.
I got to do it. I got to do it. I got to do it. Do we want to maybe pot down Hotkey 7 in the studio there a little bit so it's not as loud?
Comminga Crisis!
We're still going to play this during the regular season, too, as long as Kuminga's on the team. Dan, I guess I'll just throw it out. What was your initial reaction when you saw this deal get done?
I really am so over it, man. Just let's play basketball.
It's just beginning. Now it's the fun part. Now it's the basketball part.
Yeah, no, that I'll talk about. But I really don't want to revisit the contract.
No, I'll say that everyone, Jonathan Kuminga caved. He lost the deal. I'll say this. I think a lot of people are getting what they want here. The Warriors gave him the contract that they wanted to give. Kuminga's going to get the money that he wanted to make. And more importantly, Kuminga's going to get traded in the middle of this season. And he's going to get what he wants at the end of the day, which is literally any other jersey to be worn on his back. I think Kuminga wants...
Everybody seems to think that's a foregone conclusion. But what happens if the team plays well and he's part of it?
That'll be pretty interesting. That'll be very interesting. But again, I won't play the cut. But Nick Friedel, when he came on, he said he doesn't see this as a long-term marriage.
Nobody does. Nobody does.
I think if Kuminga, I'll say this: if
January 15th, I think is
yes,
that's when he can be traded.
Yes,
right?
and the deadline I believe is a few weeks later.
Well, February 15th is a trade deadline.
Yes, but he can't be moved until January. So
yeah, middle of January,
which is perfect. They could literally only need 1 day to trade him. Right now, I would predict that he is going to be traded midway through the year. But let's entertain that possibility. That what if things are going really well? What if the Warriors are cooking with hot grease in January going into February? What if, Steve Kerr says he's very intrigued by the idea of Al Horford and Jonathan Kuminga on the court together. I think if you do that along with, Steph, Jimmy, and Buddy on the floor, or maybe Draymond instead of Buddy to get a little bit of defense. I mean, think of the spacing there. They got Al Horford able to get out to the perimeter, Steph and Buddy on the perimeter, Jimmy able to create shots. From all around the arc.
Taking his walker with him out to the perimeter?
Well, this is on non back-to-back games. The amount of space that Kuminga could have in the paint to do what he does best, which is slash to the rim, slam it down, the Kuminga slam. Because I don't think the Kuminga is that kind of a shooter per se. I think he's more of like an inside scorer. He can shoot, but his best stuff is in the paint. I do think that sets up for, in theory, for Kuminga to have a potential to do some good this year. And if things are going well, then you play out the season, and then, Dan, the way that things are set up with this contract, they could tear it up after 1 year and renegotiate it, or maybe they move him next offseason. So I think my prediction right now is I think he probably does get traded midway through the year. And if that doesn't happen, then probably next summer. Is there a chance that this all blows over and everyone shakes hands as friends at the end of the day and we all walk off into the sunset together? Sure. Right now, I just don't see that.
One thing that I've learned in all these years of being on this planet is you never know. Yeah, never know. But I do want to get back to when we talk about everybody got what they wanted at the end of the day. I think Dunleavy pretty much said, hey, man, we're not backing down, which he did not. And Aaron Turner, for as loud as he was in stating his case on just including here at 95.7
he does not come out this looking good.
He lost. He didn't get anything he wanted. At the end of the day, it was Dunleavy who said, I'm not, capitulating whatsoever. Well, it's a team option. Take it or leave it. And they took it.
Well, I think what Kuminga wanted, though, was the flexibility to be able to jump ship when he wanted to. And I still think, I don't think he's getting all that power that he wanted, but there is a pathway off this team for Jonathan Kuminga, which is what I believe at the end of the day he really wanted. And is that pathway exactly how I think he envisioned it? No. But if Kuminga clearly does not trust Steve Kerr to develop him properly. He feels like his talents are being wasted here. Now, we can argue until we're blue in the face as to whether that's true or not. I'm just going on, this is what Kuminga wants for himself. And if his ideal what I want plan is to be playing for a different team, I think everything is set up for him to get what he wants there. That's why I'm willing to say that Kuminga did get what he wanted. I don't think he got the exact deal he wanted. He didn't get the player option that him and Aaron Turner wanted. But if his main goal at the end of the day was to play somewhere else, then yeah, I do believe that he will be getting what he wanted there. We got about a minute left here. I'm not sure how we want to fill it, though. But yeah, Jonathan Kuminga going to be back. And it's going to be so scrutinized. There's no way it doesn't become a distraction, right?
Yeah, well, I don't know if it's going to be a distraction. I think that, it's going to be, and I don't think Steve Kerr is going to give in to any of this. Steve Kerr is not going to feel as though, I got to play him or I've got to appease him. If he's going well, he'll get some run. If he's the Jonathan Kuminga that's not fitting into, quote unquote, the system, he's going to go back into the doghouse, and he's not going to see run. That's Steve Kerr isn't going to compromise wins and losses to sort of benefit, an individual or to cater to an individual player. So it's going to be pretty much. The thing about it is, though, Jonathan Kuminga is going to get an opportunity. Maybe the offense isn't going to go through him, but these old guys are not going to be playing in back-to-backs. And undoubtedly, I hate saying this, you can set your watch to it. One of those guys is going to go down with an injury, and so he's going to play.
Yeah. And again, leave open the possibility that it all could work out. Let's go around the room here. I'm going to put you two on the spot. Do the Warriors finish 6th or higher or 7th or lower? Zach, 6th or higher? 6th or higher. Steven, 6th or higher or 7 or lower?
Definitely higher.
Dan?
Lower.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think they're still in the play-in box right now. Anyway, that's it for us today on the 95.7 The Game weekend wrap. The Warriors preseason special with Evan Giddings and Daryl the Guru Johnson's coming up next. Can't wait to see what they got going on, and I can't wait to see Miami beat the absolute snot out of Florida State. I'm going to change the sign-off today. We're not doing a Dodgers suck. Florida State sucks. See you all in the next one.
On Saturday, October 4th, Pier 39 is throwing a party right on the waterfront. Now our iconic views and Bay Breezes come with drinks to go. Grab a cocktail, mocktail, beer, or wine from one of our restaurants and take it with you as you explore the pier. Plus, live music, party games, sea lions. Fun for the whole family. What more could you ask for? Enjoy dancing, street performers, special deals, and that one-of-a-kind Pier 39 flavor. We're bringing the atmosphere, you bring the crew. Pier 39, Pier for the fun. Learn more at pier39.com/entertainment zone.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Leaves are falling, and so are our prices. Welcome to The Floor Store's fall sale. Now through October 14th, get up to 50% off store-wide on carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. Plus 2 years interest-free financing, and we pay your sales tax. The Floor Store's fall sale. Cooler days, hotter deals, and better floors. Go to floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 10 showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. The Golden State Warriors are back, and we're getting you ready for another exciting season as we bring you our Warriors preseason special.
Curry flares out, pump fake, takes the shot off the dribble. It's good! It's a three! Oh my goodness! My goodness! Degree of ridiculousness off the charts.
Tim Roy, Zaza Pachulia, Festus Ezeli, Vontae Hill, and Kelena Azubuike will all join us live to preview the season.
Three is up, and he hit it! Oh my goodness! A miraculous three by Curry! Oh man.
Now, live from Pier 39, here's Warriors pre- and post-game host Evan Giddings and the one and only Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Oh, it is a magnificent day. The sun is shining, not a cloud in the sky. We got people filing in here at Pier 39. Evan Giddings, Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Yes.
The Warriors preseason special. The preseason tips off tomorrow night. The regular season October 21st, but it is basketball season.
It is, Evan, and I feel like we're at the back of Pier 39 right now. To my left, people, is the Bay Bridge, the beautiful Bay Bridge. To my right, the Golden Gate Bridge, and behind me, Alcatraz. I feel like we're doing this show on a boat. And pitch me, Evan, because we got preseason hoops tomorrow evening in the Bay.
Yes, we do. Bronny James and the Lakers are invading Chase Center. And we got the man who'll be on the call for that, Tim Roy, coming up in just a moment.
Tim Roy.
Here's our lineup today. We have a ton of spectacular guests for you. Tim Roy's going to join us in about 15 minutes. Zaza Pachulia will join us between 12:30 and 1:30. Festus Ezeli of NBC Sports Bay Area, former Warriors champion, along with Zaza from 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock in that window. Our own Bonte Hill, 95.7 The Game family, is going to join us from 2 to 3. Kelena Azubuike, color analyst for the Warriors on NBC Sports Bay Area, somewhere in the 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock window. So everybody is going to be coming in. We got 5 different guests today. If you're by Pier 39, if you're rolling through the city on Embarcadero, stop by. They'll be hanging out after they chop it up with us about the Dubs, and then they'll be available for pictures, chatting. So if you want to come by, Tim Roy, Zaza Pachulia, Festus Ezeli, Bonte Hill, and Kalena Azubuike, all here at Pier 39. Of course, Pier39.com is your place for all information about the wonderful era we are today.
Yeah, who do I owe the money to, Evan?
What do you mean?
For the Open.
I want to say
the
me.
one and only Daryl the Guru Johnson. I like that.
I want to say me.
I appreciate it, Dib.
Well, so, and look, this is kind of where we got to kick things off, right? The Warriors, as of last week, did not have a roster fully formed.
Okay.
Now, as of October 1st and on the 4th year as we stand today, their roster is fully set. It just shows how quickly things go from 0 to 100 in the NBA. But for much of the summer, Goo, we were talking about what's going on with Jonathan Kuminga. Why is that holding up this and holding up that with the roster? But all of that is kind of set to the wayside, in my opinion, as things stand here today, because right now it's just all about who.
Yeah, no doubt. And the one thing, Evan, you let me know if I'm starting to show off being negative. I'm still salty, and you're going to say for what? And it's
the Bay's right behind us.
I give you that. That's a 3. But the way last year ended with Steph getting hurt, unfortunately, in the playoffs in Game 1, and Evan, I start there because I really feel like had that injury not took place, we don't know where this team could have went. And now you got some reinforcements. I'm being selfish, and I told you guys, I wanted Kuminga to come back. He's back for how long? We'll find out. But for the immediate, Evan, he's on the team, and I'm ready to go. And we'll see what this team can do. And let's just stay Operation Out the Play-In.
Well, and that's something that in a stacked Western Conference is going to be a tall task. And we're going to get into some preseason predictions, spots where they finish, the over-unders, all the rest. But off of where they ended last year, obviously came to a skidding halt in the Western Conference semifinals. Curry goes down. They don't win a game. Are you feeling better about their chances entering this season with some of the additions as well as some of the people that we saw leave?
Evan, great question, and no doubt. And the no doubt and the mustard behind that coming from me is the fact that you got Jimmy Butler on this team out the gate. So I'm going Bay Meadows. I'm going horse racing. You can start out the gate fast, and that's why I think I mentioned, my insecurity in regard to the play-in. But if you're telling me we got Jimmy from the outset, Evan, I like our chances, especially with what we've seen with the immediate dividends when he came in via that trade. I mean, it was pretty.
Well, it's interesting because yesterday we were chopping it up with Nick Friedel, courtesy of The Athletic, back in the Bay, covering the Warriors. And we were talking about all the different questions, right? And the biggest one for this team is health. That's going to be the ultimate wealth for this squad. Can they stay healthy? They will have the starting 4 of their starting 5 members are going to be over 35 years of age. But in a way, the guy you mentioned is someone who I guess I have the most questions about. And it's not about his play. Okay. It's not about how good he is. And that's Jimmy Butler I'm talking about. It's about how many games you're going to get from him. Because if you can promise me, which I know you can't, but if Rick Celebrini can promise me 60 to 65 games of Jimmy Butler this season, I don't see how the Warriors aren't out of the play-in. I don't see how Operation Out of Play-in is not accomplished.
Man, I love that. And I'm on the same map, the same street, Evan. So that's something we can't control, and obviously it's something every team is monitoring. But if you're telling me you're going to give me 60 to 65 of Jimmy Butler, and let's just put Dre and Steph on that list, and Horford, I'm excited. And, Evan, I can't speak, I'm veering off here, for Kuminga, but what I know he wants a bigger role, maybe even a starting role. And it doesn't look like he has that here. But if you're telling me the ages do mean something, and there may be pitch counts involved, with the OGs, I look at Kuminga as Exhibit A of, man, you're going to get 25, 28 to 30, and maybe even more on given night, and you might finish games. So as a fan, I feel like that should be able to feed his appetite. I know it's not what he wants, but he's here. Make the most of it.
Well, you hope that he can. I mean, I personally think that a lot of the issues that kind of plagued his playing time or his role after they traded for Jimmy Butler when he returned from injury, they're still going to be around this year. But the one thing that he does have is he doesn't have to fit in with what already was, kind of working. I would say that was another obstacle in the way of Kuminga and his path to playing time last season, was the fact that they were playing so well with Jimmy Butler that he came in and very quickly had to figure out where he fit in with what they were doing. I think now with training camp, obviously they have a bunch of practices before the season. They'll get set with preseason. I think there's going to be a little more of a runway for him to acclimate to what the Warriors are trying to accomplish, and hopefully they can meet him a little bit in the middle.
Yeah, no doubt, Ian. That's why I'm excited. And you talk about prime time. You know, we still got Steph Curry and Draymond Green, their box office, along with Jimmy. And look at opening night. It's Warriors-Lakers, so we're still box office. And if everything goes according to plan, E, what we started this show with, I think the Warriors could be a top 3, top 4 seed in the West.
Top 3 is going to be tough.
Okay. Right.
I'm going to need to know
Nothing
which
comes
teams.
Easy, you know?
Well, that's true. But I think that there's some teams in the Western Conference that obviously have a place at the table. To me, it's
OKC.
It's OKC, obviously. It's Denver. And I think even with Fred VanVleet unfortunately tearing his ACL, I think Houston is going to be an issue this year as well.
I'm with you.
You know, I think the Warriors, look, that next spot, can they get a top 4 seed? To me, just seeing them out of the play-in would be a blessing.
No doubt.
Especially considering you're looking at their starting 5, and who knows exactly who's going to be in that 4th spot, but you have to imagine Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, and Al Horford are going to occupy 4 of those positions. You have, by the end of the year, Steph's going to be 38. Al Horford is 39 years of age. Draymond Green will be 35, going on 36, and so will Jimmy Butler. So this is going to be the oldest starting 5 in the league. And I was reading somewhere, too, that there has never been a starting 5 in the history of the NBA that has had 4 players over the age of 35 starting on it. So to me, if this team is going to realize its potential, which could be Western Conference Finals, everyone, of course, is hoping for number 5. Getting out of the play-in is almost a non-negotiable.
You know what? And I can say nothing but you're right, Evan, and you are extremely correct. Let me just say this. 2022 here in the Bay Area for the Golden State Warriors, that season culminated in a championship, Evan. Helen Keller and Ray Charles couldn't see coming, right? And it kind of defied all odds. But this year, if somehow, and I do hate it from the simple fact on paper, it's never been done. You just talked about it, the ages, and you bring in Tito Horford, and, you know, he's not 21. But this would be 2022 on steroids if somehow Steph, Dre, and Jimmy and the rest of the gang could somehow, you know, go on a deep run. How special would that be? And I know on paper, E, it hasn't been done, but that's why we love sports. You got to play the game.
It'll be 2022 on AARP.
Look at it.
I'm just saying. This is
Quit sending me stuff.
I know. This is going to be an old team, but the question is, can they remain upright for the entirety of the season? All right, here's what we got going on today. Again, a whole lot of Pier 39. Live music, bay views, party games, drinks to go. What more could you ask for? For the first time ever, you can grab an alcoholic drink from one of the restaurants here. Take it with you as you explore the pier. That's one thing I didn't need to know. Enjoy dancing, street performers, local-only deals, and that kind of one-of-a-kind Pier 39 flavor. The atmosphere, you bring the crew to Pier 39. Learn more at pier39.com. That is where our broadcast today, the Warriors preseason special. Evan Giddings, Daryl the Guru Johnson are set up. We got Tim Roy's going to join us in just a moment here. Zaza Pachulia is coming by. Festus Ezeli, Bonte Hale, Kalena Azubuike.
Yeah.
You can come by, chop it up with all of them, take pictures, say hello as we get you set for tomorrow night's preseason game, kicking off officially the Warriors preseason schedule against the Los Angeles Lakers. Tickets are still available at Warriors.com. And again, Sunday, 5:30, they host the Lakers in their preseason opener. Even in the event of a sellout, tickets are always available at Warriors.com, where season ticket holders and other fans resell their tickets that are 100% guaranteed by the Warriors. Tim Roy's coming up next on 95.7 The Game for our Warriors preseason special at Pier 39. We're back after this.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's, but that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto-pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
So what are you reading?
I'm checking out the ratings on the new TVs, and it looks like Samsung, LG, and Sony got the best scores.
Just like last year. What about those new high dynamic range TVs?
They got the highest scores of all, but their prices are really high.
Did you check online?
Yeah, their prices were about the same.
Well, there's one place where we can get a hot deal on those top-rated models.
Where?
At Video Only. Check out the ratings on TV stores.
I see. Video Only scored better than the others.
So, if you want the best deal on the best TVs,
then we should take our TV ratings and head over to top-rated Video Only.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Mountain View, San Mateo, Union City, Dublin, and San Rafael. Video Only.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
Join 95.7 The Game at Pier 39 for a special live broadcast from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturday, October 4th. Meet Zaza Pachulia, Festus Ezeli, Kalina Azabuki, Tim Roy, and Bonte Hill. Plus, enter to win Warriors tickets. For more info, visit 957thegame.com.
Curry, three-quarter court, lets it fly. It's good! He hit it! One dribble, one shot. Curry from three-quarter court knocks it down. And if there's anything that might give you some life and some momentum heading into the locker room, it was that.
Now back to our Warriors preseason special, live from Pier 39 with Evan Giddings and Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Well, the man, the myth, the legend, Tim Roy, right here in the flesh. Pier 39, right here on 95.7 The Game. All guests, of course, appear courtesy of River Islands. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Well, off of that call, Tim, I just got to ask you, does it ever get old? Making a call like that for a kind of player like Steph Curry?
Never gets old. Never gets old, and you always have to be on your toes because they've changed the rule this year. So if you take one of those shots and miss, it doesn't count because a lot of guys don't want to take that shot.
The heaves.
He's never cared. He's never cared about if it's going to lower his percentage. So as an announcer, you have to be right on top of that. And I love him that he never cared. That he just, I'm just going to try to get it. Maybe it'll go in. And so, no, it doesn't get old. And what a blessing for me to have that guy to, call his moments.
Wow, what perspective, Tim. And, we're getting ready for a new season, preseason game tomorrow. And we always talk about the athletes and how they get ready for the season. But what year is this for you?
31 for the Warriors, 37 in the league.
Did you hear that, Evan?
He went from Steph Curry to Seth Curry, 30 to 31.
That is royalty. But, Tim Roy, how do you get ready for a season? What's your off-season look like?
I'm always dabbling a little bit, with rosters and transactions and stuff so that my board is correct. And so I'll go back, I'll read some stuff and listen to some during the season. I'll tape other broadcasts, and sometimes I don't get a chance to listen to them back right away. So sometimes if I'm in my office, I'll put a couple of those on while I'm doing some work and to hear how they broadcast a game. Maybe pick up something that okay, we can use that in our broadcast, and I think that helps keep it a little bit fresher than just doing the same thing over and over and over again.
Wow.
How much, year to year you talked about some of the changes as far as the rosters, but as far as the actual radio play-by-play work that, again, you've done for 3+ decades now, does that really change much? I mean, how much are you kind of working on your own craft at this stage?
I always try to listen back and every now and then because – you can never, if you're not improving, you're getting worse. And so I'm always trying to do a little bit something to help the broadcast. I got a great lesson from my daughter, Gabrielle, when she was about 8 years old. She came up to me a day after a game, and she had been in a car listening to the game, and she goes, you kept saying baseline. What's a baseline? And so then I went, the light bulb went on. I have to define those things. Nice. I can't assume that everybody knows who all these players are and what they did. And it was a reminder, you got to define what those are, define what the elbow is, define, what the how big the basket is and that kind of thing, how long the court is, and little things like that I think add to describing, the picture. If they know what a baseline is, then when I say it, they know where the ball is.
Oh, that's beautiful. This guy next to me today, my partner, Tim, he calls some big-time college games, and I always tell him, Steiny and I, you're going to be somebody's Tim Roy. But for the young men and women that are trying to be the next Tim Roy, what advice would you give them?
Be well-read. Read as much as you can. Read stuff that you're not really interested in.
Wow.
And because the more vocabulary you have in your toolbox, the better you'll be at describing. You'll come up with different ways to describe the same thing. Because a lot of sports is repetition, right? And so you have to come up with different ways. And the other thing I would say, just find a place where you can do the job. I was very lucky. I got a job when I was 19 at a small station in upstate New York as a backup minor league hockey announcer and as the announcer of the team that just came into being in the Continental Basketball Association. Wow. So how I graduated college on time, I don't know, but I did that job for 2 years while in school, while running a student radio station, and got through it. But it was great because I had a job when I got out of college, and I immediately was doing games and talk shows and sportscast, and so it was a great place to start.
Wow.
Tim Roy joining us here at Pier 39 live on 95.7 The Game, of course, in his 31st season coming up as radio play-by-play voice of the Golden State Warriors. So you mentioned being from back east. I'm always curious, as you've done this for a long time, you've been out here, everyone knows who you are and they love you like family, but how quickly were you able to, I guess, feel that sort of welcoming Because a lot of broadcasters nowadays, it appears to me from the outside looking in, everyone wants, their guy. They want them to be from their area. They want them to be for their team. How quickly did you feel welcomed by the Bay Area when you joined the Warriors?
Well, when I first started, the letters and emails I got a lot, and it takes a while to get used to a new voice. That's always the case. And secondly, the Warriors weren't very good, and at the time,
Great timeout.
And so I was getting these, and people were angry. I'm like, God, they must really hate me or something. Then it dawned on me that they weren't angered about me. They were angered because they wanted the team to do so well. They were so passionate. And once I tapped in and said, okay, I'm gonna go with that passion, then I think that's when I started to feel like I was home, and it is home. And it's so great. I'm the luckiest announcer in the NBA because even in all those dark years, I never had to bring energy. It was always fans that were passionate about. They don't need the scoreboard to tell them when's a big possession, and to work for this fan base is an honor, and I don't take it lightly.
Wow, that's beautiful. Tim, I got to tell you, I told Devin this. We went to lunch yesterday, and I was getting ready for bed the other night.
Who bought?
Steiny.
Yeah, Steiny. There you go.
Good.
Well, there
Good.
we go.
He needs to get off that wall once in a while.
Use that money. And I was getting ready for bed, Tim, and, I'm on the phone too much. I'm trying to cut my screen time. And here comes a reel of Steph Curry, and it was his 15 minutes at the podium on Media Day.
Oh, okay.
And, Tim, I didn't plan on watching the whole thing, but I watched the whole thing, and I said to myself, this is year 17 for him.
Yeah.
I looked at his physique. I heard his words. And I mean this. I'm a fan. I appreciate greatness, and I think I took for granted Michael Jordan's run when it came to an end. I think of Kobe. But I'm not doing that with Steph, and hopefully he plays 5 to 6 more years. But you've seen his first minute of action. Can you just speak to, and I know you talked about it earlier, about what he means to you and you watching him start from a baby to where he is now?
When he first came to the Warriors, he was skinny. He had the ankle problems, and to me, what impressed me was all the work he put in to get that part right, to get his core right, to get his workouts right, and to continue to get stronger and bigger and more durable as a player. And I think that has turned him into the superstar that he is that he continues to work. He's working all the time on his physique and his training. Like he said in that media session, now he's spending more time off-court training in the offseason than on-court. And to me, that's a really an intelligent thing for an older player to do, to recognize I need more time in the gym with the weights and with the training than maybe taking enough shots. So his work ethic is really what people don't understand. He's got incredible talent, but he's honed that talent. And when he first started warming up those shots toward half court, I'm thinking, God, why is he going to take that in a game, right? And then all of a sudden he's just launching them, right, and making them. So there's been a plan for him all the way along. He's always had some sort of a plan, and he's really doing a nice job with it. And he's going to be, first ballot Hall of Famer, and it's just great to have a chance to work with him.
Voice of the Golden State Warriors, Tim Roye, joining us live here at Pier 39 on 95.7 The Game for our Warriors preseason special. Well, there's another older player who is also a very hard worker that they got midway through last season, and that's Jimmy Butler. How quickly did you feel like his impact, both on and off the floor, was felt? I think by everyone, because it just seemed that this guy injected a second wind into this team, specifically at a point in the season where you didn't really know where it was going.
Well, they've had a winning record, 12 of the last 13 years, and that winning record was in jeopardy last year at times, real jeopardy. And then Jimmy came along. They go 23-7 regular season, 26 and maybe 8 in the postseason when the three guys played together. And the thing I saw right away was he's an intelligent guy, an intelligent player. So he understood the role. He knows that Steph's top dog. Okay, he comes in and he's going to facilitate. He's going to do things to help this team, and he didn't go out of he didn't try. How some guys get to a new team, they try too hard, they're jacking up shots, they're trying to force things, and it doesn't happen. He just kind of went into the flow, and what happened? He did his Jimmy stuff. He gets fouled. He goes to the line. That improves the defense. The defense became number one when Jimmy was there because you're setting up your defense. You're not in transition all the time.
Yes.
Turnover. They forced 17 turnovers a game since Jimmy arrived, and he's part of that because he's an intelligent player. He knows passing lanes. He knows tendencies of other players, and then you put him alongside Draymond. Now you got two incredibly smart guys on defense, been going side to side. And I just think he kind of looked around, looked at the way, and the first couple of games just said, okay, I'm just going to go with the flow here and do my stuff when I get the rock and not try to do anything else. He's a really intelligent guy, and I think the other part about it is, with Steph and Draymond, he's not the man on this team.
Right.
He's like one of the men. And so I think that helps because, there's not that pressure, well, I have to score 20 or we don't have a chance.
Right.
He doesn't have to do that because he can get that from Steph and some of the other guys.
Tim, not to tell you my whole life, but my youngest son, Daryl Jr., goes to Santa Clara. And he's
No,
team manager.
all your kids aren't named Daryl, right?
No,
This is not
Newhart. Yeah, my other brother, Daryl. All right, shout out to Newhart. Everybody not know, get that reference.
Best
TV show, Bob Newhart.
Best ending to a TV show
no doubt.
ever.
Tim, so I got to see Pods play in college, and I got to tell you, Tim,
And your younger son Daryl was there?
Yeah, he was there.
Okay,
Still there,
okay.
So I never once thought, and I'm not a scout, and look, okay, this guy has the capabilities and the words you just used, the intelligence and IQ to run point in a system that I believe is difficult. With the likes of Steve Kerr, Draymond, and Steph Curry, and the pressure that comes with it, and he's just a lightning rod. We take calls, fans appreciate him, he busts his tail, but I'll sit back in my seat at the game or at home, Tim, like, you can't take anything from him. What's that next step for Pods look like, and have you come across players like him that kind of come out of nowhere to be given a big responsibility and kind of master it?
I'm pretty sure I have. I just would have to take time to look at it and research it. But what's impressive about him is that he, again, another guy, he fits in with what they do because, he'll come off the floor and maybe he has 6 points, a couple of rebounds. He does rebound very well.
Yeah.
So you got two guards who rebound well, Steph and Pods. So now he gets off the floor and you look at him, he's plus 10. And they're up 6, and it's like, okay, and so he has that knack of making the right play. Now, I think the next step for him is to be a little bit more consistent with his perimeter game. Get that shot a little bit more consistent. I think he's been working on that shot. It looked good in some of their scrimmages, and that's where I think he can really take off offensively, is becoming that, kind of a guy. He's again, another smart guy. He can take charges. He can rebound. Yeah. He does all these things. And the one thing, if you're scouting in college,
seldom.
The one thing that does translate from college to pro, usually almost 99% of the time, is rebounding. If a guy's a good rebounder in college, he's going to be a rebounder in the pros.
And I believe he led the WCC in rebounding his last season at Santa Clara. So it's quite impressive. Tim Roy with us here live at Pier 39 for the Warriors preseason special, all on 95.7 The Game. Do have to ask you about Jonathan Kuminga because he's, what do you want, elephant in the room on our show. We call it the rat on the table of the summer. And I'm just curious to get your thoughts on what you felt like, the entire summer. It was coverage every single day. There was sometimes an update. Most times there wasn't an update. At the end of the day, he's a part of the team, signs a 2 for $48.5 million deal with a team option on the back end, and he is a part of this team. What are you expecting from him on the heels of what was kind of a, I don't know if confusing is the right word, but certainly a lengthy summer?
Yeah, and it was really interesting. It dawned on me about halfway through the summer that this is a product of the new collective bargaining agreement, okay? And because remember back in the day before they had slots for rookies, right? There's always a rookie holdout. There were 2 or 3, at the beginning of every season, right? The guy would hold out, and then he signs right before right at the end of training camp, and he's ready to go for the season. But so to me, there were 4 guys, and there were about the only 4 that were still out there, maybe Russell Westbrook, that people were even talking about. And this is the one I think people kind of latched onto. Mm-hmm. So to me, I look at this right now for him. He's got a great opportunity now. Okay, he's got a contract. He's got life-changing money coming to him. And he's got an opportunity now to take his game and move it up a notch. We know he can score. We know he's athletic, right? You know that. Now to be more consistent maybe in the other areas of the game. And I think that's something that I think he can do. And I think they'll figure out, how to use him and how to make that fit go, because let's face it, if he can fit and he can play the way that a lot of us think he can play, then that's the kind of player the Warriors need. An athletic young player who can give him minutes and use the young legs, because, just go back a little bit of my history. I'm older than you guys, but back in the 70s, George Allen had the Washington, then called the Redskins, and they were the over-the-hill gang. They had Billy Kilmer, Sonny Jurgensen. They had all these older players. His motto was, the future is now. And so that's the kind of team the Warriors have this year. So any kind of minutes can be used by young legs and use it in a good way. That's going to really help them.
I promised myself, Evan doesn't even know this. Before you left, I had to ask you about this. You've been in the Bay. We've experienced, all of us together, a lot of successes from all 4 teams. But when I heard that the WNBA was coming to town and the Valkyries were going to, go off and have their season, never in a million years, Tim, would I think it would be as successful as it was and what we got to experience this past year. Can you just speak to, were you surprised at all on how the Bay, the greater Bay Area, just gravitated to the Valkyries?
I think the Bay has been waiting for this because they've always supported women's basketball. We had Tara's program down at Stanford that was just lights out. Cal's been good last a decade or so, and maybe before that. So I think they were waiting. I think there was a void there, and I think the fact that the Valkyries came in and they just killed it. They killed it with selling their tickets. They killed it with their marketing. They killed it with their strategies. And then, the roster, they went and found players in Europe that other teams weren't looking at. And Coach Natalie did an unbelievable job with all the interchangeable parts they had. The fact that you lose your players right in the middle of a season for 2 weeks and then they kind of come back.
Your leading scorer gets hurt.
Yeah. I mean, that team played hard.
Yeah.
They got after people, and they were fun to watch. And I think, the coaching staff should take a lot of credit for that, because that's a hard thing to do, especially when you had so many parts coming in and out all season long. Man. Just great, and great atmosphere. And again, when Joe Lacob hired Coach Natalie, he said, I want a title in 5 years. They may be able to do it the way, because this is a big off season for them. They're going to have some money to spend. So who knows? I think it's going to be great.
Well, but before we get you out of here, Tim, I got to ask you, I'm personally curious, as someone who one day wants to sit in your seat, what are you looking forward to the most tomorrow when you hop on the headset? Is it just is it like riding a bike? I mean, just take us through every single time you kind of restart a new season, 31st with the Warriors, 37th in the NBA. What are you looking forward to the most?
I'm looking forward to watching how this team comes together. They brought in guys who, again, they brought in some high IQ guys, Al Horford, Seth Curry. You got Milton back, who I love. I think he was a perfect fit for this team last year. And whenever they get him back, they're going to be good. So I'm curious to see how it all comes together, how Jonathan gets into his role, and I think they got a chance. And every year it's about health. Every year is about staying healthy. And if you can stay reasonably healthy over the course of the year, then you've got to, you give yourself a chance. And I think this team has a chance, even in the West right now. I think they have a chance. And if you can avoid the play-in, that's always a plus.
I told Evan, let's avoid it.
But I tell you, they could be better this year and have a worse record because the West is so good.
Yeah. Think about that.
Think about that. I mean, they could have a worse record because I don't think, other than Oklahoma City, is there a team that you think is going to run away? Maybe Denver,
Denver's the only other one I thought of.
Yeah, Houston, I don't think without Van Vliet they'll run away and hide. But by the way, Amen Thompson scares me.
He scares us.
Scares everyone.
Scares everybody.
Bay Area ties.
Yeah, Leandro.
And I just think that the West is going to be, you're going to win 2 games against good teams, and you're going to lose 2 games against good teams, and it's going to be a struggle. But I think if they're reasonably healthy, I think they've got a shot. I really like the additions they got into the team. You got a three-headed monster at center now, so Horford won't have to play heavy minutes. And that's another guy, that we haven't talked about Moody or Post or any of those guys. I think those two guys could have a good year and take a step forward because Quentin Post now knows what the league is like. Moses got more responsibility defensively in the second half of the year, guarding the other team's best players. So, yeah, I'm intrigued at all those. Yeah. And I always look at a season like I'm reading a book. And I'll put the preseason into one chapter because the games don't count. So that's one chapter. And then, opening night's another chapter. And maybe something that happens in chapter 63 goes back to chapter 5. And so that's the way I look at it. It's an evolving story. And sometimes the story doesn't end the way you want or the way you thought. But that's the way I look at it.
Well, we appreciate you narrating the last 30 books, the last 30 seasons for the Warriors, and best of luck with your 31st.
Yeah, it's funny. A friend of mine pointed this out to me last year that nobody has done more Warrior games than I have, and that just blew me away. When you talk about Bill King and Bill Campbell back in Philadelphia,
royalty,
Hall of Famers. It's truly been an honor. And it's just been the best job I could ever have.
I love it.
Well, we appreciate you joining us here today. You came all the way down to Pier 39. You took the ferry out here to see us.
I did. I took the ferry out. Beautiful. Got some prep in on some of the the Lakers stuff. But by the way, happy anniversary to the Pier. What a great part of the city this is, because people come from all over the world here. These are people from all over the world that are walking in front of us, and it's just a great place. My kids loved it when they were little to come down here. It was a great way to spend a weekend afternoon, and just happy that it's still here and still booming.
No doubt. Tim Roy joining us here live on 95.7 The Game. Thank you for your time. All right. Well, Goo, kind of off of that.
That was great.
Look, these got me fired up for the season, too.
I need a cigarette, a basketball cigarette.
Well, I don't think you'd be able to light one out here. It's pretty windy.
You all right.
We're right by the water again at Pier 39. Come on down. Join us. We got drinks, games. We got some giveaways as well. Zaza Pachulia is going to be joining us here in a little bit. Festus Ezeli after him. Bonte Hill, Kalena Azubuike. We just had the great Tim Roy, all courtesy, of course, of River Islands. And, Goop, thinking about the totality of this season, sort of the big picture, it does feel like, yes, this team is going to have to weather some inevitable injuries that come their way via age. Even someone like Melton, who obviously dealt with injury last year, probably at this point is going to miss some games. But they do, to me, have a higher ceiling, and I think that's that's what I get looking at this roster.
No, and I love it. And what Tim said to me that hit me in the cardiac muscle was how the team comes together. And we've seen different variations of that, and we've seen them go all the way. But I'm excited to see that. And, it's a different offseason, like a different sitcom, cast of characters. But the mainstays are here. And, Evan, I'm excited to see what they can do. And to hell with age. But the over-the-hill gang.
Well, you always say that, but I don't know if the Warriors can say that.
Over-the-hill gang, that was great.
Well, so if we get Al Horford at some point this year, are you going to hit him with "I'm still hooping"? Because that's basically what he's doing.
Yeah, I asked for some secrets too.
2 years, $12 million. He's got a couple left, so he's going to be playing until he's 40.
Now, Evan, do we know for a fact that he's not playing back-to-backs, or was that just something we kind of threw out there, or is that comes with the purchase?
I mean, judging by the fact that he hasn't played back-to-backs in Boston for the last 3 years.
Okay, all right. Well, there we go.
I can only assume that he's not going to play. I can only assume he's not going to play back-to-back.
Right.
We're going to find out, the most unsung hero for this team this year, swear to God, it's going to be Rick Celebrini.
Dude, that is
I hope
great.
they give this guy a raise, man. He's going to be working overtime.
Shout out Ben Gay. Yeah, you guys are great.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, but again, I mean, this is what it's all about, right? We're at the beginning of a season. I thought Tim Roy put it perfectly. You're reading a book throughout the 82-game season. Preseason doesn't really count, but, it'll give us a look at one of their rookies, Will Richard, who is on the 15-man roster.
We got to chop it up with him a while ago.
Yeah, exactly. Florida guy was out here actually I believe it was for the Sweet 16 and the Elite 8 with Florida on their way to a national championship. So we're going to see him in the preseason. A lot of the young guys as well. Probably going to get some burn for someone like Jonathan Kuminga. We'll see how Moses Moody is done. had a bit of a condensed off season because of the wrist surgery. Did you hear him say yesterday that even though the Warriors were telling him to not play pickup, he went out in Little Rock and he was playing pickup left-handed?
Yeah, I was like, be careful, but I got you. But that's what you call the love of the game, right?
I don't know how I felt about that.
Yeah.
Moses Moody putting himself out there.
Yeah.
But, well, and this is great, too. So Tim Roy's out here taking pictures, shaking hands, kissing babies with some fans. You have an opportunity today to do that with everyone. If you're rolling around, stop by Pier 39. We're all the way in the back. If you're kissing the water, you are seeing 95.7 The Game. Zaza Pachulia, Festus Ezeli, Bonte Hill, Kalena Azubuike. Again, all right here on Pier 39. You can come by. We got other things going on. For the first time ever, you can grab an alcoholic beverage and walk around. It's a great atmosphere, and you can, of course, learn more at pier39.com. Zaza Pachulia coming up in just a little bit here for our Warriors preseason special. Daryl the Guru Johnson, Evan Giddings. Also a reminder that the Warriors host their annual open practice at Chase Center on Thursday. That's October 9th at 5:30 p.m. That's where you see all the rookies. They sing songs. There's a little hazing. They'll have a fun time. It's all for the fans. It's all for the crowd. A little behind-the-scenes look at Warriors team practice. Tickets are open right now for the open practice, just $5, with proceeds benefiting the Golden State Warriors Community Foundation. Tickets can be purchased at warriors.com/open practice. Guru, Giddings, back after this live on Pier 39, the Warriors preseason special on 95.7 The Game.
All right, team, it's game time. Blue 42, California A scratch right on one.
Wait, what play is that? Keep up, man. He said play scratchers for the California Lottery. Oh. With the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams scratchers, it's always a great call. For sure.
On one. Ready, set,
Play the new Game Day Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years, like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models? Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
The Oakland Roots return to the Coliseum Tuesday, October 7th to take on Hartford Athletic. Be part of the movement. Get your tickets now at OaklandRootsSC.com. You can also catch all the action live on ESPN Plus and KTVU Plus. That's OaklandRootsSC.com.
let's go.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now back to our Warriors preseason special, live from Pier 39 with Evan Giddings and Daryl the Guru Johnson.
We got people rolling by from all around, from the left and the right, right down the middle. If you head down the middle of Pier 39, you cannot miss us. Giddings the Guru here.
San Jose Jazz fan right in front.
And Mrs. San Jose Jazz fan. Zucci May pulling up as well.
Zucci.
Now, you said he had a little Barry Bonds in him.
He didn't like that, but that's like when, I used to get Denzel. Now Tracy Morgan, I get mad. So he didn't like the Barry Bonds guy. But he reminded me from the side view, he got a little Barry in him.
Now, but before we talk a little more Warriors with Zaza Pachulia, I got to ask, because this is something, how long do you want to be Denzel? Because Denzel's starting to show.
Oh, it's over. Because Chris Paul looks like him. Remember I told you immediate day. I said Chris Paul looks like the equalizer.
We might have to start calling him that. And I don't know whether it's 1, 2, or 3. But
boy.
Yeah,
but both of us are aging.
Hey,
but
look,
I'll take the glory,
way.
Denzel. How about that?
Yeah, that's. No, Chris Paul, God love him. In fact,
he looked just like him.
I thought he got a little bit of a bad rap in his time here, but yeah, he was walking. I'm just like, that looks like the
Equalizer 2.
Equalizer 2.
No
He's moving towards Equalizer 3 by the end of this season. Well, so actually, that's going to be a team that is. Well, they got a lot of problems right now in L.A., but that might be a team to keep an eye on as well. The Los Angeles Clippers, as for one of those teams that the Warriors are going to be competing with for one of those 6 spots. Because last year, obviously, they finished 7th. It was by a game. It actually came down to that Sunday, the final game of the season against the Clippers. I thought it was the best game of the year.
I love that, and
especially for the Warriors.
Yes, no doubt.
But that was the difference between them being a 6 seed and being a 7.
Yeah, no doubt. And it's kind of funny, real quick here, E. I'm in the Hall of Fame of stepping on people when they're talking, but you and Tim Roy were talking about teams in the West, and I got to say this to you. You guys didn't mention Dallas. And I got them as if they can get healthy, do you give them a chance, or could you understand how some people could be in that line of watch out for the Mavs?
I think they'll be good.
Anthony Davis had a 15, but look at the big man.
There he is.
Yeah.
What's
up, baby?
How you doing,
Zaza?
Zaza Pachulia joining us courtesy of River Islands. Discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop. All right here, Pier 39, live Warriors preseason special. Giddings Guru, Zaza Pachulia. How you doing, Zaza?
I'm pretty good. Listen, let's make a deal.
Look at him.
Let's make a deal.
Okay.
Amazing weather. Sun is shining.
No doubt.
View is spectacular. I want to stay here as long as possible. All right?
There it is.
I hope you guys have a lot of questions. I'm not leaving.
Oh,
we
man.
got him.
I want to stay here.
Zaza. Yeah, he said he wants to stay.
You want Ricky Henderson? You want to lead off?
Yeah. No, I'll say this, Zaza. I always tell you this every time I see you, and I mean it. You look like you could still play.
Half court.
Half court. And how are your sons doing? Because they were hooping last time we talked.
Yes.
They still getting after it?
Well, they're better. They're taller.
Okay.
They're faster. That's the beauty of being young, right?
No doubt.
Most importantly, they love the game, and they had an amazing summer. We spent whole summer in Europe working on the game.
Wow.
Those Europeans know how to
Look
play.
at him.
So I think, combination of obviously they're born and raised here, and understanding American culture, and they've been individually training a lot, and going to Europe, it's more a team concept, right? So now hopefully they're going to connect the dots and, understanding, take the individual strength and, putting in the team concept, I think it's pretty special.
Okay,
so.
Speaking of strength, and I told Evan I was going to ask you this coming in, QP3. I mean, he was a find. He's got the J roll. He can shoot it with the best of them. But you used your girth. You threw it around. You were thick down there.
Tim Roy said to call you Mr. Screen Assist.
There it is. Now, I couldn't remember, and Evan for the save. How does his offseason look to go to the lab? keep that shot but add some thickness so, when he's banging down there, or maybe he doesn't come off the court when the team needs that. How does that happen, and how do you go about that at that size?
Yeah, that's a good question. Actually, we had this conversation right after the season. After he had an amazing rookie year, in my opinion. Right?
Yeah.
So a lot of people did not expect what was coming.
Yeah.
Right? So this guy had so much confidence and shooting three, was not hesitating shooting the threes, taking the threes at all, and that was pretty amazing. I mean, you don't see that from the rookie, right? You have that much confidence, right? And then kind of green light every time he touched. He was open, he was letting fly. And, he helped us a lot. And, what's next? I mean, that's a really good question, especially being young and rookie, right? So, you don't expect a rookie coming in and, have the whole package, right? Yeah. So it's a process, right? And you're going to look at a 10-plus year career, hopefully, right? So even now we had this conversation. Obviously, Coach has been helping a lot. But, as a big man's a big man. So what do you think? I said, well, amazing job this year. But one thing, if I were you, I would just add more interior presence, right? So how you do that, as you say, being stronger, being more dominant and understanding when to pop, when to roll, and he's been in the gym actually, lifting a lot of weights, and I'm excited for him. I'm excited, for him to see year two what he has to offer.
Zaza Pachulia joining us on 95.7 The Game, live here at Pier 39 for our Warriors preseason special. So Zaza, we heard were you at practice earlier today?
I was at a practice.
So,
look at him.
Of what you can divulge, just what are you feeling about this specific group? Obviously, it built on last year's team that got to the Western Conference Finals, perhaps a Curry injury away from getting to the Western Conference Finals. What have you gauged from this group? I know it's early still. They got their first preseason game tomorrow. But what have you made so far about this team?
I see the excitement. The guys are excited to be back, and everybody is excited. The additions we had, and we're excited to see our young guys getting better because they spend a lot of time in the gym, and I think they got better, all of them. So when you think about that, with adding a couple of veteran players, right? So again, Al Horford is a perfect example. And actually today he had a couple of plays that he made a play. He didn't score, but he made the right decision, right play, and then. I was watching the practice with a couple of the front office guys who we just looked at each other that, that's exactly what he does, and that's exactly what we needed, right? So, again, adding another veteran who knows to play this game right way and make the right decision, he's going to help everyone. He's going to help the veteran players, he's going to help the young players and plus he can shoot the three. He has inside presence, he can shoot the three, he talks on defensively, so that's the type of player you want, right? So that it makes you excited. And the young guys also, you can tell they have more confidence because they put a lot of work in the gym. So it was a long summer. And when you combine all these things together, and you still have Steph Curry, you still get Draymond, you still got Jimmy, and Raymond Reader will be mad if I don't mention this. After Jimmy, when Jimmy, Draymond, and Steph played together, I think it was 28-7, right?
Wow.
So again, strength in numbers, and they combining all these things together makes you excited.
Zaza, before I had the headphones on, I was a fan. I have the headphones on now. I'm still a fan. So from afar, I look at this Warrior team and mainly the whole Jonathan Kuminga situation, which is now resolved. But as a fan, I look at him and I just see the potential. And selfishly, I wanted him on the Warriors. He's on the Warriors now. But, it's easy for me to say maybe the role that he covets is not, here yet. But maximize maybe being the first guy off the bench. There will be games I expect you to finish. If you were to have a conversation, and maybe you have, what would you tell Kuminga for the immediate on how to maximize your gifts that we saw in the Minnesota series, in the playoffs after getting DMPs? But he can be a plus, man. And when I say Kuminga, what comes to your mind?
Yeah, a lot of things, actually. I think our coaches did a great job, communicating with him and in explaining, listen, this is a team we're playing for the championship, right? So understanding you only have Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy, right? So these are the guys, and then the rest of it, need to be around. It doesn't mean that we're limiting you with anything, but like same time understanding your role and how you can help this team, right? It's a kind of puzzle thing, right?
Yeah.
So you need to fit in, but like same time we love what you do, And when you look at our roster, whatever he brings, I don't think anybody else has it.
That's what we've been
right?
saying to me.
I think it's kind of a little bit complicated where you're young, you try to do everything, and you see the potential. You have confidence, that you can play, you can do so much more. But like same time, you have to pick and choose. You gotta understand like how can I help this team? How can I be productive? How can I be efficient? Right? So it's not about like numbers, but it's about like whatever I do helps this team to win the games and win the championships, right? So because this is a time, right? So again, maybe 5 years later, like, we'll be having different kind of conversation. But again, because I have this experience when I joined this team, myself, D West, right, and we have so many players coming off the bench where they've been the starters before. So again, we didn't face this kind of issue, right? Because we understood like. And there was a communication. Like Steve, when I signed with the Warriors, Steve told me like, "Hey, I expect you to play 18 minutes per game, plus minus, right?"
He let you know.
Yeah, exactly. So I knew what to expect, and I had to make adjustments. And the year before, I was in Dallas, and I was averaging 30 points, 30 minutes a game, averaging double. Understanding maybe this year is not be a double, but I'm gonna do my job the best way as possible. I'm gonna maximize it. So so I think. Being young, it's very hard to like connect those two things together. But this is year 5, so
it is.
I can't wait to see JK because like he's a special player, right? So I think he can help us tremendously, right? So as far as he focuses on things that he knows that he's good at, and if he focuses with the things that he can help this team to win the championship.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station at home on the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. We're chatting with two-time NBA champ for the Warriors, Zaza Pachulia, live here at Pier 39 for our Warriors preseason special. You mentioned Al Horford, and I think everyone expects him to be a big plus for this team. You had a chance to play with him in Atlanta. What do you remember playing alongside obviously a much younger Al Horford, but what he was like as a teammate with the Hawks?
Amazing teammate. One of my best friends. I was just talking Lucas about some years that I spent with him in Atlanta. We both were young.
Remember Lucas's name?
Yeah, of course.
Wow, Luke.
Him being from Dominican Republic, obviously, it's kind of international bond a little bit, and we really got connected. And even though I left Atlanta, he stayed there for a couple of years before he moved on to the Celtics. We stayed in touch. Off season, we tried to get together in Europe when we were traveling. So things I remember him when he joined Atlanta Hawks. We were a young team, and we hadn't made the playoffs, right? So Al came. We drafted Al, top pick. And he won the back-to-back championship in college.
Wow.
With Florida. So he, everybody was so excited. Like, that's exactly what we needed. Like, we were right there, actually, to make the playoff appearance. So he brought this, winning mentality and, doing the little things, right? So, showing us, because, we were the same age. So, it's very hard to tell and say, hey, man, you should do that. But he would lead by example, and then we were just like, oh, okay. Like I see what what it takes, and we start winning, and we made the playoffs in 2008.
Yeah.
Played against the Celtics in the first round, and took them to
Pushed
the game.
them.
Yeah, 7-game series. So my point is he brought something that what we exactly needed, but he's a winner. He's a winner. He was, he had an amazing college career, super coachable, super smart, and good person, good human being in the locker room, on and off the court.
I love it. Now, I refer to Draymond Green, who's so unique and one of a kind, the junkyard dog. That's my nickname for him. But I read the other day, and I was kind of shocked. You kind of hear about it, but he talked about playing the 5 and what it would do to his legs in the second half of games. And to kind of hear it, see it in print, I was like, we kind of knew it and we talk about it, but hearing him say that, what does Horford represent for him to kind of alleviate some of them duties at the 5 to keep him fresher at this age?
Hey, I'm not worried about it. You know why? Because we, the depth we have in the team, right? In every possession. Like, even talking about centers, we had a pretty deep team. So I think we have very experienced coaching staff, and Steve is amazing, understanding the players and what they need, and he's going to have a short-term and long-term vision as well, and understanding our goal is to play in June. So I think he's gonna control that part. So I'm not worried about it.
Well, Zaza, talking about some of the older players, I do want to ask you about some of the younger guys. We spoke about Jonathan, but Pajemski, Moody, mentioned Post. A lot of players in sort of the younger categories, even a Trace Jackson-Davis. What role do you expect them to play on this team? You mentioned the depth. There's going to be nights where Al's not going to play, where Jimmy, Draymond's not going to play. Curry somehow is still playing 75 games a year. I don't know how. But there might be nights where he has to miss. What are you expecting as far as the step forward for some of those younger players on this team?
Yeah, I think those younger players already know how it works, so you don't need to worry about it. I mean, maybe we all need the reminders, right? So maybe you remind them and say, hey, the last couple of years, there were ups and downs, and sometimes you were playing, a couple games in a row, and then a rotation change, and according to who we play. But, those guys have experience, so, you don't have to worry as much. You just kind of worry about maybe reminding them. But listen, like, those guys are ready, in my opinion. Like, so far in the training camp, all those guys look so good. So good, no complaints about it. They're in great shape. They're motivated, they're excited, and, they're ready for it. Because, you guys mentioned, like, if Steph didn't get injured, right? So who knows? Maybe we'll be another ring, But they also understanding, they're young, but they're smart. They're smart enough, and they kind of makes them excited as well for this opportunity, and understanding winning is not easy. It's very hard. So, I think they see the perfect opportunity this year, and they're going to do everything that's possible to help the team to win the championship.
Zaza, I swear you just read my mind, because that's where I was going. As a pro athlete, and kudos to OKC, kudos to Minnesota that knocked us out. I'm saying us 4-1 last year, but we won game one before Steph got hurt. As a pro athlete, do you think that's still fuel? And I know this roster has new additions, it's a new season, but I really feel like I tell him all the time, he calls me crazy. Had Steph not got hurt, woulda, coulda, shoulda, I feel like they were on to something. Do the players never forget? Like, does Curry, is that in the back of his mind to where that's kind of fuel to know, yeah, we lost, but boy, had I not got hurt, we might have had some action.
Absolutely. I mean, we're never going to know probably, but I liked our chances. I'm sure you did. Everyone did. I mean, everyone was so confident that, we were rolling. And so we're not mentioning about 28-7, right? So, again, those numbers didn't, shouldn't have fooled us. There was real numbers.
Yeah.
Those are real numbers. Like, probably we shouldn't be talking in here like, 2017, where we were 16-1, right? Yeah. It's very hard to, to duplicate that, right? I love their chances. So, I know a year later, the guys are a little bit older, but, like, listen, I think we have enough, to be on top, in my opinion. But like I say, it's still 82 games, right? So it's still, playoffs and matchups and health and whatnot. But, right now everybody has 0 wins, 0 losses. Right? I like our chances.
Zaza Pachulia joining us live here on 95.7 The Game from Pier 39 for our Warriors preseason special tomorrow night against the Lakers.
Let's go.
Of course, in advance, 17 days away from the opener in L.A., which kicks off the NBA season. So you mentioned the 2017 team, and one quote that I do remember afterwards, sort of when everything unfolded, you guys won 2 of the 3. You were part of both of those championships. David West, he had a quote along the lines of, and I'm paraphrasing, you guys don't know what happened behind the scenes, the kind of things that we had to go through. Kerr, the other day, in reference to sort of the Kuminga contract negotiations, referenced something like that. Like, we've been a lot through it before. I'm not asking you to unveil specifically what you guys went through, but how difficult, or maybe not sometimes, was it to deal with the behind-the-scenes stuff? And it feels like now that those distractions from the summer are put to the side, we can focus on basketball. But how much do those distractions weigh on you in the middle of a season?
Yeah, I mean, listen, we talked about it. It's not easy, right? It takes so much, and then you include the luck as well. That's why, leadership, that's why having the right type of guys, like, that fits the culture and, understanding this is about the team, and, we always say just us, right? And, really understanding the meaning of that, and really understanding team concept, and, helping and playing a role. And like, for example, when I was playing, I was frustrated. I said I knew that I could have done more. I could have played more. I wanted to play more, and they still would come to me and say, "You go like Zaza, I love you. I love you, man, because like I'd rather coach the player that wants to play more versus other side, like other way, right? So because you want it, you care, right? And that's awesome. And then I say, you know what, coach, you're right. And, hey, I'm ready. Whatever you need, I'm here, right? So it's not easy, right? It's not easy to, and coach has to prepare the team, and then be a mentor, and kind of make sure your mind is the right place, right? So you're ready mentally and physically, right? So you have so many things, to think about, like during the season, right? So those are the kind of details I want to talk about myself. Like, it would, like, even though like initial conversation between Steve and I was like 18 minutes, right? So then you play 18 minutes, says, gosh, I'm a perfect fit, because setting the screens, being tough, and like rebounding, playing defense, making the plays, all that. And I had the most plus minus. Why I don't play more, right? So you just there's a natural feel. There's being competitive. Like, I don't think it's negative. It's more positive. But still, you have to be aware of those kind of things. Another thing I can share with you guys was when I first, when the season started, when I first signed with the Warriors, I was thinking a lot. Suddenly, like, following on my social media grew like tremendously, right? And so much negativity, but we've been winning. Like, I know we're not playing best basketball. Mm-hmm. You can feel it, you can tell, but we're still winning though, right? So it got me thinking, I said, why so much negative? We're winning. What does people want? And then Steve calls me, after practice, and he started with icebreaking questions as to how like the California and Bay Area and whatnot. So, and he goes like, I see you thinking a lot. And I said, yeah, I do. I said, how do you know? And he said, well, it affects your decision making, because I said, we know how, like, what can you do? You never miss the backdoor passes, but when you're thinking that pass, like 1 second later, the weak side defense is already there, so it's a turnover, right? So, and I said, Coach, I don't understand why so much negativity, outside of the court, and it's your social media. I said, we're playing good. I said, we don't win the championship. We have so much talent. Like, this is the best team I have ever seen. And he goes like, who's your head coach? I said, well, you are. I said, what about assistant coaches? And he goes like, well, Mike Brown, Ron Adams, Q. Yeah. And I said, what about the teammates? I said, where are you going from here? Such a staff, and Clay, KD, Draymond. I said, exactly, that's what matters. Like, it's about how we feel about, towards you. And so we freaking love you, right? And that drive back home, that moment was game changing. I'm telling you, it was such an amazing experience for me, and life lesson, right? So it's exactly, it's about the team and the guys that you playing with, the locker room, right? So actually shut down the social media totally. I say, it's about my teammates. It's about, do my teammates love playing with me? And do I help them? Do I make it easier for them, right? So, and I think I was back to normal, and those are the kind of challenges also that comes with it, right? So make sure everyone is motivated, make sure everyone's mind is in the right place, and we're on the same page, and you just pray off the court things doesn't go badly, because at the end of the day you spend a couple hours in the gym together, and then the rest of the time you spend outside. And so many distractions can happen, especially we're living in an era where social media is dominating. So everyone has opinions, right? So unfortunately, players read and listen, right? So that's why it's important communication, like constant communication, and kind of reminding each other, so why we're here, right? So what is the goal for this year, and reminding each other, like, this is what I need you to do, and keeping each other accountable. So again, it's easier to say, but like, when you have 15 different personalities, it's kind of tough.
Dude, Evan, I feel like we're at a seminar for communication. I mean, those are real inside, locker room stories. And I got to tell you this, the other morning, Steve Kerr was on, I'm glad Evan mentioned Kerr. He was on a podcast and said, every team goes to about 2 or 3 fights a year. And I spit out my Red Bull. Like, what? The average fan, how shocked would they be? Because I know it's a brotherhood and it's your guys are family, but how shocked would we be with the dynamics of how guys get along and maybe have, because families fight, and they get back together, but that happens in pro sports, right?
Yeah, it does. I mean, it happened even 17, 18 years, because, we are competitors, man. It's emotional. It's a long season when you're talking about 82 games, the preseason plus 82 games, and then playoffs, playing time up and down, right? And, the media is saying, he's not playing good, or there's so many things that everyone, as I mentioned, everyone has his own opinions, right? So when you listen, you get caught up in am I in a good place? Am I in the right place? So why I'm not getting, more? And is it going to affect my contract? So many things to think about. So that's, but then, it gets emotional, right? But that's why you need players like Al Horford. That's why you need the players like Jimmy Butler, right? So that's why you need players like Sean, Andre, D-West, and Zaza, right? Veterans, the old school mentality, tough guys, enforcers, where, what, we're going to make sure, because D-West and I, we talked about it before the season started, and it's because, we were in the same draft class, 2003, and we were like, how can we help this team? He came from San Antonio, I came from Dallas. We both had, pretty good careers for us. How can we help this team? And one of the conversations, one of the topics we had was hey, we want to make sure Steph, Clay, and KD has clear mind, right? And they are able to do whatever they're best at, right? So they just hope, they just play. Nobody messes with them. Not opponent, not coaches, not front office. We're just gonna bodyguard them, literally, right? So nobody can mess with our guys, right? So that was one of the things we said, and I think we succeeded.
Yeah, I'd say so. 2 championships later. Well, Zaza, I know you said you stay around forever, but unfortunately, we got to hit a break here. And I want to let you also enjoy some of the sunshine and some of the people, too. So, really, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate you coming on,
That's
man.
Real stuff, man.
You guys.
Zaza Pachulia with us
hands
live.
of a boxer, man. Man, you got some palms.
Those hands set some screens, too, now, helping the 2 championships, no doubt about it. We'll have more at Pier 39 coming up after this. The Warriors preseason special live on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, I'm Becca, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As an in-house designer, I can't wait for you to see our incredible selection of stylish and stackable rings. If you're shopping for your wedding bands, we have high-quality designs for every style and budget, from romantic to modern. If you're looking to add to a stack, your options are endless. Discover styles with clusters of gemstones, sleek all-metal designs, updated cigar bands, and signet rings perfect for an engraving. Because a friend knows you like options. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto-pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the Red Truck.
So, how's your research going?
Surprising! After I figured out the top-rated TVs in our price range, I went shopping for deals.
And who's the best?
It wasn't the internet, and it wasn't the warehouse club.
But?
It was video only. They had better deals on the Samsung, LG, and the Sony TVs that got the highest scores.
Better than online and at the club?
I know! Video only beat them all. And now we can afford an even better model for the same price. My research really paid off.
If we buy it video only.
Exactly. Otherwise, we'll be sorry.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Mountain View, San Mateo, Union City, Dublin, and San Rafael. Video Only.
I spent 14 years in foster care, mostly in group homes. I slept in a lot of different rooms, but none of them really felt like mine.
There are more than 100,000 children in foster care waiting to be adopted. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is working to help find them a permanent home.
Now I have my own room, a place that's mine, and a family who loves and supports me.
If you have room in your home or your heart, see how you can help at davethomasfoundation.org.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Get ready for two rock legends on one night and one stage. Judas Priest and Alice Cooper on October 14th at Shoreline Amphitheater in Mountain View. Buy your tickets today at livenation.com. And for your chance to win your way into the show, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Now back to our Warriors preseason special, live from Pier 39 with Evan Giddings and Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Well, we are live here at Pier 39. Again, all to get you set. Tomorrow's preseason game, 5:30 against the Lakers. Bronny James and co. at Chase Center. The basketball's right around the corner, Goose. Yeah. Zaza's here. We had Tim Roy. We got Festus Ezeli coming up a little bit. Azubuike. We got a lot of people coming by.
But why did Pasta say we're hot? We're pretty good, two good-looking dudes. We know that, Pasta. You don't have to remind us.
Well, in the business, that means that our mics are hot. So.
My bad, Pasta.
It means when we're talking to Matthew, we're talking to San Jose Jazz fan.
Matthew.
We're talking
him and his dad.
When we're talking to a lot of our wonderful listeners and some of the new people coming in, he just wants to let us know we got to shut our yap before we come back on the air. You know?
Way to back me up on bad joke. I knew what the hot was.
No, I know. I got you.
Hey, Zaza, man. I mean, we don't know truly. We talk about it, but what teams go through. You know, all these pro teams, man. You never know, and that's what makes it special when you can get to the mountaintop. And David West a few years ago, what you asked Zaza, you wouldn't believe what we had to go through. But I get it, Evan. Well, that's a part of it, man.
The interesting part about Zaza, too, is when he got to Golden State, and he said that, his following blew up a little bit. There was a lot more in the distraction column. That was year, if I want to be precise, 14 for him.
Man.
That was his 14th season in the NBA. So he was already a veteran. And mentioned, obviously, he'd played in Atlanta with Al Horford. But even to a 14-year veteran, the social media aspect and a lot of the kind of bigger, I guess, eyes that are on you naturally when you get to a place like Golden State. It even surprised someone like him. So for a lot of the younger guys on the team, the Moody's, the Paz, the Post, the Kumingas, hey, I can't imagine what they're going through under the age of 25.
Yeah, and I'll say this, Evan. I know they have the rookie, Imposium or some, where they tell you about how to do with your money or whatnot. I wonder if they've added how to deal with social media. The fact that he could tell us, how the comments and the jackals we deal with what we do. I mean, it's powerful, but if you know how to deal with it right, all Coach Kerr told Zaza, and I love the message, was all that matters is what the guys here in this locker room think of you.
Well, and that's why
I was like, that moved me, man.
I do think that someone like
damn.
Steve Kerr is uniquely suited for that because he's been here for such a long time and has seen the rise, and now hopefully on the edge towards the end of the dynasty, maybe one last push. But there's someone who has been through the media circus. At a time, this was and still is to some extent the most covered team in the NBA.
No doubt. How many? 37? I forget the primetime games, but it's up there.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, gosh, don't
They're
even
at
get
the
me started.
tip-top,
I mean,
yeah.
if you include Peacock and Amazon and CBS and all these different we were talking about it yesterday.
I need to exaggerate
How many different channels do I need to watch the Warriors
And
this
where's
year?
Ernie, Chuck, and Shaq?
They're on ESPN now.
For one time, and then we don't see them till Christmas, I think.
Well, yeah, and I'm sure they're not complaining about not having to work. I don't know. But, no, it used to be, I find all my Warriors coverage on NBC, ESPN, and TNT.
Yeah.
And now there's like 4 different mediums, and 2 of them are behind paywalls. So, I don't know. Maybe when I'm doing taxes next year, I could just write it off.
Hey, what about how I asked Tim Roy about you getting into business? He said read, and you read, Evan.
Well,
before that, you read a lot. I'm just saying.
Yeah, you
I
gotta
checked that box in my head like my boy reads.
You got to have a voracious vocabulary in order to be able to
Look
put
at
some
the Warrior
words
fans
together.
out here, Evan. They're ready.
You do. I mean, look, and actually, one thing I've noticed, too, is there are a lot of people who, look, obviously this is a big tourist destination. You hear a lot of different languages outside of English whenever you walk through the city, but particularly Pier 39. And it feels like some of those people even are stopping by just to see what's going on. And look, 95.7 The Game is always looking to extend its outreach. And we've had a couple fans, too, that have called in from overseas this time. So it's cool to see. Obviously, the Warriors are a global brand. Let's see if 95.7 can get out there.
Yeah, we got P1s everywhere.
Yes, we
different
do.
Countries.
Yeah. Evan Giddings, Daryl the Guru Johnson. We are live here at Pier 39. Again, learn more at pier39.com. Celebrating an awesome anniversary here. You got drinks on the go, street dancing, street performers, locals only deals, and of course, one of a kind Pier 39 flavor. All in advance of the Warriors preseason that kicks off tomorrow against the Lakers at Chase Center. Tickets still available at Warriors.com, and even if it sells out, you can get all your future tickets again at Warriors.com. So make sure to look out for all the good stuff happening. You know, Gu, one thing that I've been thinking about, and we'll talk about it with Festus Ezeli, who's going to come up in just a little bit here. Bonta Hill behind him, Kalena Azubuike as well. They'll be around afterwards if you want to stop by, take pictures, shake hands, and chat and all the rest, is, you know, just where the Warriors see themselves. Because I think more than ever, specifically in the West, they're just because you are a certain seed, and we've learned this, I think, the last 2 trips to the playoffs for the Warriors, and just watching the NBA at large. Your seeding doesn't necessarily define your ceiling. The Warriors last year defeated a 2 seed. That team had a better regular season than them. They caught the Houston Rockets when they were a little younger. They're a much different team. But just because you are a 7 or a 6 doesn't necessarily mean, like the Minnesota Timberwolves, you still can't make a run in the playoffs. And I think that's where the Warriors are trying to position themselves this year. Yes, the regular season matters. You would like to be out of the play-in if possible, so you got to win games. But what matters is how good you are at full strength when the postseason starts.
No doubt. And, Evan, that's the million-dollar question, right? And I know we could say for every team, but we're here in the Bay, and our team is the Warriors. And to be quite honest, that's what knocked us off last year was Curry pulling that hammy.
Yeah.
And then, you know, the rest was history. But I will say, Evan, I am fatigued just as a fan of the Warriors in that playing spot. And that's why I'm so excited when you ask me, you know, what's different or how do you feel about this one with the inception of Jimmy Butler at the beginning of the season. I think this team can really vie for a top 4 seed. And when I look at last year, how it played out, and you gave kudos to the young Rockets, but what if the Warriors were in position to close that series out and Steph didn't have to log those minutes the last 2 games after they had lost to the Rockets, you know, before they went and closed them out in 70, you know, does a hammy go, and are we still playing in another series? So that's what this year represents to me. It's what I want for the team is get that 3rd or 4th seed, and with that comes hell. I get it, blood, sweat, and tears, but I see no reason for this team to be in that damn cockamamie playing this year with Jimmy Butler from the outset? What did he say, 28-7, Zaza?
Yeah, 28-7.
So if you prorate that, you know what I mean.
Well, that's when they're all together, though.
Yeah.
But the question is, how many games are they all going to be on the floor together?
Right.
And I would actually, this season, even throw Al Horford into that. I know he's not someone that's going to play 35 minutes a game. He'll probably be in the 25 to 30 range. But this is, I think, one of the better fives. Maybe not true 7-foot big-body centers in the league, but he's one of the better fives. They have not had one, quite honestly, the last couple of years. Kevon Looney has basically been their most impactful
and I love me
center.
some Looney, yeah.
Going back to 2020, really, in this decade, it's been Kevon Looney and then a host of characters, to the extent that Draymond Green had to play the 5 for the majority of last season because they just didn't have much of an option.
No doubt. Great point, E. And as much as we love Loon Dog and good luck in New Orleans, the bottom line is Horford is polished. And he can also, he's got some bling to himself, and he can put the ball in the hole. So you're right. It's been a while since they've had kind of this dynamic. And that's why I fell in love, we all did, early on with QP3, with this ability, to be a stretch. But Al is a more seasoned stretch who can shoot and also give you on a good day, that bruiser mentality. But I do love, I got to go back to what Zaza said. We had to protect Steph, Clay, and Dre, even from the other opponents. I love that stuff. The bodyguard, Whitney Houston, rest in peace.
Yeah, I mean, I think they are missing Zaza. I don't think that they really have a true 7-footer that I feel like is going to, deter an interior presence of some of the best bigs in the West. I think they're still pretty small. But what Al Horford, I think, is going to do defensively is just make Draymond Green's job a little easier. And that's what Jimmy Butler did, I think, when he got here last season, and what I'm hoping Al Horford can do as well. So keeping Draymond a little fresher.
The wear and tear, right?
Allowing him to play the safety that when he's at his best, it's like he is just directing traffic on defense. And so that I'm curious to see how Al Horford helps that, because he's also an intelligent player. He's a very smart defender. May not be obviously at his athletic peak anymore when he was blocking multiple shots a game when he was with the Hawks, and even at some points in the later stages of his career. But I think that Al Horford, to me, just adds a Jimmy Butler-esque flavor to the Warriors.
I like that.
Not as dominant or as talented, but just another guy along those lines.
Yeah, and I'm just curious, Evan, but I'm excited to be curious to see how he fits in, Al Horford being the newbie. But, like you said, I don't know offhand how many back-to-backs the Warriors have. But there we go with TJD, who we haven't talked much about. And he's got more girth. He's thick. So, what's the next level for him when he's out there and gets a shot? Because I don't know if you know Al's nickname is Tito. So if Tito Horford, was not playing, you got TJD, you got QP3 that are going to get minutes, and it just boils down to what are you going to do when you utilize those minutes? Are you going to make the coaching staff play you?
Well, and that does remind me of something that Zaza said, which I do agree with. This team is much deeper than last year's team. So you think about Trace Jackson-Davis, and I think he's going to play at some point this year. He was their opening night starting center last year.
Yeah.
He's their third center on this team. I mean, that, 365 days later, you've already added and sort of replenished the depth as far as bigs go. Again, I don't think you have a dominant 7-footer, but you have more bodies and different styles to use. I also think they have more shooting on this year's team than they did last year. Number one, they added someone like Horford. Post is obviously a marksman.
Seth.
And they did ask Seth Curry as well. But I just think that there's no way that some of these players don't improve. The younger guys I'm talking about shooting the basketball. Podziemski last year had a horrible start to the season, ended up around 37% still, so he shot it all right the back half of the year. I think he can shoot it better from three. I think Moses Moody is someone who was around league average last season.
He was damn near at 40.
He can shoot it better.
No
I think
doubt.
he can shoot it better from three-point range. And Kuminga is someone who I think was around 32 or 33. 2 years ago he was closer north of the 35 mark. I think those are the young guys that I would expect to be able to shoot the ball better. That should help them space the floor more than they had last year.
You got me excited. Let's go. And, Evan, am I doing too much or am I overzealous? Because I'm a lineup nerd when it comes to baseball, and it's kind of different, 162 games with the lineup and what it looks like.
Yeah.
But I'm assuming Pods is going to be the one. Would you say, all right, Yeah, I see what you're putting
behind
down.
Curry?
No, Pods be the point, and Pods be the two. But in the starting lineup, like it was last year, I got Pods, Curry, Jimmy, Dre, and Horford.
Opening night, perhaps. I mean, I think that is going to change a lot this year. And it's going to change because also guys are going to miss games. But you're saying so at full strength it's
on
Curry,
a Game 7, yeah.
Pajemski,
exactly.
Moody, Jimmy Draymond? Or Jimmy Draymond Horford?
Exactly.
Jimmy Draymond Horford?
Like if it were a Game 7, I think that – or do you have any, another scenario in your mind to where somebody could supplant Pods?
I mean, I think Buddy Hield can do it.
All right.
I think
he
might
is.
even be able to, if Moses Moody shoots the ball better this year, to slide him over.
Okay.
Maybe we could talk about it with Festus Ezeli joining us
Look
courtesy
at his outfit,
of
man.
River
This
Islands.
dude's
Discover
putting
the
us
islands,
to shame, man.
River Islands in Lathrop.
Come on.
Well, look, it's a beautiful day. We got everyone in colors out here at Pier 39. And Festus Ezeli kind enough to join us here live for our Warriors
baby? What's up, fellas?
Festus, how you
What's
doing,
going
man?
on? There's no better view than what you guys have right now. I don't know why you're blocking the water view, though. I guess the sponsors are paying for the view.
I guess.
Well, I mean, the winds at our back, I'd personally be able
beautiful.
I'd like to turn around and look at Alcatraz. But
oh, my gosh.
I told him I feel like we're doing a show on a boat, man.
Yes,
yeah.
I can feel that. I can feel that. This is beautiful. How you guys doing?
Awesome. I mean, I think, and look, I know Pier 39 is host to a lot of tourist people from out of town, but as someone who grew up here, is from here, I realize that today I don't get down to areas like this enough. San Francisco has so much to offer, and so I'm glad that we got a lot of people coming by, fans of this station, fans of the Warriors, who get to enjoy this with all of us.
Oh, yeah. But you know what? That always happens, right? Everybody who lives in their city, they never go do stuff like this until friends and family come to visit.
Yeah.
But that's also part of the reason why I started doing the Festus Feast thing. I want to show people all the different neighborhoods of the Bay Area and the amazing food that we have. It's really incredible.
Francis, I told him we had a fantasy football draft that got delayed on Treasure Island, so it's going to be an hour or two. I drove solo to the Golden Gate Bridge, parked the car, and just walked over.
Man.
I could do that every day, but I hadn't did it for a while. I just got the car, Jesus, like, this is beautiful.
Golden Gate's pretty far from Treasure Island, by the way.
I know. He took a,
but I made the trek.
That's quite the detour.
And I was happy I did it. I felt like I was in heaven, man.
You know, one of my favorite videos I've ever made on social media was I was walking down Golden Gate Bridge one day, and this lady sees me. She's in one of the cars of the people who take care of the bridge. And she sees me. She's like, oh, my gosh. So she gets out of the car, comes out to take a picture. And I'm asking her, I'm like, oh, what do you do for the bridge? She's like, yo, I'm one of the people that paints the bridge. And she explained to me that bridge continues to get painted all the time. Wow. It's like 10 years long to paint it all the way through. And then by the end of it, it's already rusting at the beginning. So you have to keep doing it all the time. So when we see that beautiful bridge, we got to appreciate it.
I didn't know that.
Shout out to the people who take care of our Golden Gate Bridge.
Well, speaking of beautiful things getting painted over, it felt like that's what – and shout out to our local soccer squad coming by.
All right.
So much energy out here today.
There really is. And I do want to ask you, Festus, and, of course, joining us live here for our Warriors preseason special at Pier 39, 95.7 The Game, about the Golden State Warriors. It's funny you mentioned the Golden Gate because I kind of think that's what the Warriors got this offseason. A little bit of a paint over. They already got a ton of history. They got a ton of championships and pedigree on their squad, but they needed a little bit of a paint over. And while it took a long time to get here, I'm looking at this 15-man roster, and I don't see how, whether you're a Warriors fan, whether you're someone for the outside, you can't look at this team and say they're better than last season.
You cannot look at them and think that they're better?
No, I think they are. I'm saying, if you're looking at it from the outside in, how can you not say they're better?
Oh, how can you not say it? Yes. No, they're definitely better than last season. And the Warriors they've been successful. I mean, all the way back to, you can go back to We Believe, but that 2012 when I was a rookie, we started off on this journey together. And it's really amazing to see that Steph Curry, Draymond Green being the constants. They have been able to carry this thing along for a long time, all the way to 2022 when they won the last championship. And since then, I think 2 out of the 3 years since then they've been in the semis, in the playoffs. So it is a big deal. Those guys, Draymond is 35, I want to say. Steph is 37.
He'll be 38 by the end of the year.
38, and Jimmy Butler is 36, I think. So it's really I was listening to the broadcast, and Seth Curry, who was a veteran in Charlotte last year, he said he came here and now he feels like he's one of the young guys. It's kind of a crazy thing. So it's really a testament to the system that they've created here and something that continues to be effective year in and year out.
Now, I don't want to just say this because you're sitting to my left or our left, but I want to give you flowers. You played in the league And now you, Bonte, and Mullen have something special going on. I follow you, with the pre and post games.
Yeah.
I watch every night, and I feel like I'm in there. And I just follow you on social media, but you're always positive. Like, where does that come from?
I mean, life is short, man. We're only here for a little bit of time, so I'd rather be here for a good time than be here for a long time. And that's kind of how I think about this whole thing. It comes from my family, but it comes from my journey. I came to the United States looking for a better opportunity. I came here from Nigeria, and discovering that orange ball changed my whole life.
Wow.
And I've been able to do so many amazing things. I think, my career only lasted me 5 years long. And with those 5 years, it changed my family's life. And hopefully, with the platform I have, I can change the life of a lot of kids. I go to Africa every year, and I work with kids. So my positivity just comes from the fact that I've been given an opportunity that is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
No, that's love, man. I mean, man.
And, of course, you bring that positivity every single pre and post to Warriors for NBC Sports Bay Area analysis along with Chris Mullen, along with our guy Bonte Hill. He's going to be here in just a little bit, in fact.
Bonte, my guy.
Florida State, he's getting nervous. Yeah,
he's getting nervous, man. Especially on those college football Saturdays. You might catch him.
Actually, right now, talking about college football, Vanderbilt is playing Alabama right now.
The Commodores.
I hope you guys are tuning in, because last I checked, we're up 6-0. I don't know what the score is, but let's got to give the Vanderbilt Commodores a shout-out real quick.
And they're actually a pretty good team this year.
Yes, very good. What do you mean pretty good? We are 5-0.
Well, I'm saying
4-1. Sorry.
So how many times when you were at Vanderbilt were they top 25?
Under Coach Franklin, we had a pretty good year. I remember we finished that in a bowl game. We beat Auburn, I want to say. But we had a couple years where we had a good team. But Vanderbilt is known as an academic institution. Being in the SEC, we would get our butts kicked in football all the time. So having them be a good team this season and really being there. I mean, Alabama is the top team in the SEC year in and year out. So for Vanderbilt to be in the race right now, that says a lot about what the college has been doing.
Yeah, you said something. You don't take anything for granted. And Evan, I hate to get so mushy on you, but we had Tim Roy, we had Zaza on. And the other night, man, I'm at the house, and I saw Steph at the media day, and I don't want to get all mushy on you, but, man, he may play 5 to 8 more years, but I am appreciating that guy and everything that he's done in year 17 more now than I ever have. If I were to just throw this to you, and you've been a teammate, what does Steph Curry mean to you? Because if you just think about what he's done, where he's at, what he looks like, his physique going into this year, it is truly incredible, man.
We talk a lot of times about once-in-a-generation talent. I think this is once in 10 generations. Beyond just the talent, Steph is the best shooter that's ever touched a basketball. That's already stamped and sealed and delivered, right? He's the first ballot Hall of Famer, all those things. But there is a reason why this dynasty has lasted so long. You don't see leaders like Steph very often. You don't see a guy who is so dedicated to his craft, who is committed to making his teammates better, and also he creates a joyful environment for his team every time. That inspires you to come out there and try to compete. So when you put all these things together, you understand why guys like Kevin Durant have been able to come here. Not just come here. They came here and they were successful. They left even better. Andrew Wiggins came here. He was more of a scorer when he came here, and he became a two-way player. One of the biggest reasons why we won in 2022.
Left as a champ.
He left as a champion. Now, you keep going down the line, and the reason why Jimmy Butler came here and he's fit in so seamlessly without even practicing. Talent to give a lot of credit to Jimmy Butler, but this system that has been created around Steph Curry is something that you don't see very often. And when you hear guys like Al Horford coming here, he's like, man, I never wanted to leave Boston, but if I was going to leave Boston, it's to go play with Steph Curry. You don't see that often, and I hope that as fans, which I'm a fan now, I hope that as fans we get to really appreciate what we're watching and what we get to see every night, because this is not something you get to see very often.
Festus Ezeli joining us here on 95.7 The Game for our Warriors preseason special at Pier 39. Obviously with the 2015 team winning a championship, and now, of course, a part of NBC Sports Bay Area.
Yes, sir.
You're talking about Curry and allowing someone like Jimmy Butler, who just coming into a locker room like this, Jimmy is someone who has all along his career been the top dog in town. He's had to lead teams. What did you see last year from a Jimmy Butler, knowing that, and he talked about it, how Steph is the man. This is his team. He's Batman, and Jimmy is Robin. Mm-hmm. What did you see from Jimmy Butler, maybe for the first time since he was a young guy with the Bulls, not having the pressure of having to lead the team each and every night, and then now with a full off season, what you think he can become for this year's group?
Well, for one, Jimmy Butler, I think the narrative before he came was that he didn't have the joy, right? And he was trying to get his joy back.
That's what Buddy Hield said.
There's no better person to play with, I feel like, in the NBA than Steph Curry when you want to feel joy. That's one of the principles for the Warriors, right? If you ask Steve Kerr, that's one of his principles for the team, for running the team. So there is joy in the team. There's joy in moving the ball, sharing the ball. Yeah. There is joy when nobody cares who gets the glory or the credit. You see all that with the Warriors. But I saw that Jimmy brought a different dimension to the Warriors. The Warriors don't play big. They play a lot of small ball. Before Jimmy got here, there was a lot of ball movement around the perimeter. The beauty of the Warriors basketball is they can go inside. Like, people talk a lot about when Steph and Klay Thompson were here as the Splash Brothers, there's all this pressure from the three-point line. Yes. But you had guys like Leandro Barbosa, Andre Iguodala, Sean Livingston, guys that can get easy buckets on the inside. And that's where the offense really works. Those guys get a lot of attention on the outside, and there's guys on the inside that can really punish you. Andrew Bogut, myself, Maurice Spates. All these guys can also go on the inside. So when you think about the dynamic like that, the Warriors lost a little bit of that to start the season last year. Jimmy Butler is a guy that, for his size, I don't know how he does it. He's always on balance. He's a strong guard. He's bigger than you would think, plays much bigger than you think, and he's just always going to his right spots. He's always going to get the right shot that he wants, and that kind of pressure also on the inside demands a lot of attention. So you take some pressure away from Steph and give it to Jimmy Butler, and now guys on the perimeter and other guys, the role players, the Gary Paytons, I heard you talking earlier about Buddy Hield. All these guys can get better quality shot. Brandon Pajemski, Trace Jackson-Davis, they get better quality shots when both these guys can be effective on the floor.
Speaking of Jimmy, he can back me up. I was overly critical in the playoffs after he took that hard fall in Houston, in the Minnesota series, in the 2 games where the field goal attempts weren't, Allen Iverson man, you got to shoot 30 times. How hurt was he, do you think? Because he never once uses his excuse.
No, Jimmy is a warrior, man, and it's fitting that he's here with the Golden State Warriors because he's never going to complain. He's going to be out there limping, and you're not going to know. I think Steph Curry's the same way. I think Draymond is the same way. They're always going to be out there and giving you 100. The fact that they were able to win that first round so handily against the number 2 seeded Houston Rockets, they made them look like what they were. They made them look young, which is crazy because that was the excuse before the playoffs started. They said the Houston Rockets they were much younger than the Warriors, and they were going to run the old Warriors out of the gym. But you can't buy wisdom, right? Wow. Like that's something that the Warriors have, and that's the way that's why they're so dangerous. Now, when you watch the Minnesota series, hurt Steph Curry, hurt Jimmy Butler, even with that series was still – they won the first game. You could kind of see what was coming. I saw it, yeah. You know what I mean? So this is why we're so excited about this season. I don't know how hurt Jimmy was at the time. Like I said, he's never going to give an excuse. But I'm excited to see the Warriors have a full offseason, a full training camp together. Everybody understanding the scheme. You got to see a little bit of that last year. But Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy in the lineup healthy, they were 26-8, I think. That I feel like they're not going to surprise anybody this season.
Festus Ezeli joining us here on 95.7 The Game, live at Pier 39 for our Warriors preseason special. Getting his Guru with you. So I do have to ask you about Jonathan Kuminga, and obviously he was kind of the talk of the town this summer. Ends up signing a 2-year deal, team option on the backside.
Get your money, JK!
It felt to me like the entire summer the limelight was on him. He gets the deal. He's on the team. The 15-man roster is set. How easy or difficult is it, do you think, to just put all that behind him, and now we can finally talk about basketball? What do you expect from him this season?
The ugly part of basketball is the business of basketball, and you can't ignore it because at the end of the day, everybody gets paid. You're playing for a contract. Even Steve Kerr has a contract coming up, and that conversation we haven't talked about that. So there are contracts, and there's always this battle of trying to figure out how much money you deserve and how much money you can negotiate for. But I've never seen, I think maybe because I'm on this side as part of the media, I get to watch and actually listen for what the players are saying, as opposed to what people are saying about them, what their agents are saying, because all those things get misconstrued as what the player feels and what he's saying. And I think it's been unfair on JK because a lot of the narrative around him or about him has been people talking for him. That's not fair. You have to listen to the young man. He has been somebody who's come out there, whether he has minutes, doesn't have minutes, he's been out there, he's been competing. And you've had games where, everybody, I mean, you guys play basketball, right? When you don't play, you still play?
Yeah, 25.
You get some wins?
Yeah.
All right, man.
Yeah.
So, you need rhythm to be out there on the court to play. And for a young guy, when you come out of the floor, you always feel, which is part of the ego, you always feel like you can be on the floor competing and making an impact on the floor. JK has come into games where he hasn't played, he hasn't had a rhythm, and they've depended on him to be a leading scorer, and he's been that. There have been so many games. Think about the Houston Rockets, every Houston Rocket game with JK. They even put him in the game 7 against the Rockets too, right?
Yeah.
So these are things that you have to look at those instances. I know he's one of the most talented kids in the NBA. He's one of the most talented young men in the NBA in terms of athleticism, his ability to get to the rim. I think the biggest piece for this team is figuring out how to really implement him into the system. How can you use that speed? How can you use his ability to jump? How can you use that to the advantage of this older team?
Yeah.
Because you need youth as you go through an 82-game season.
Let me ask you about this, and we've been asking about the stars, Curry, Dre, and Jimmy, and I get it, but I want to ask you about TJD because we have
big fella, yes.
GP3. You got to go to the lab, put on some muscle. We know you can shoot. Horford's going to spell Dre at the 5. I love that. But I don't know if you have, but what's that conversation like, big man to big man, for TJD to get run and be a part of this lineup?
So TJD and I'd spent some time with him a little bit this summer, and just look for him to have a big year this year.
Because he's got some size,
There's something to be said for a sophomore slump, and he actually recognized that. I had him on Festus Feast. We had a conversation about what the season looks like coming up. And after the year last year, he had a really good rookie year. Remember the poster on Wemby?
Yeah.
And, you got to think, like, sophomore slump is a real thing. Like, everybody goes through that, and he recognized the fact that, he needed to work more on his finishing. He put more weight on last year. Part of being an NBA player is trying to figure out where your most effective playing weight is, right? So his speed and his athleticism is his strength. And he tried to be stronger last year and kind of negated some of that. So I think this year you're going to look for
explosive.
It
sounds like that's what you're more explosive.
Oh, yeah. You're going to see a lot of that. And having Al Horford on the roster is also going to help because having another guy who's a big, who you can rely on, who you can talk to. I was the same way as a young player. I had Andrew Bogut on my side. So being able to come to Bogut and be like, hey, I'm playing against this guy. What do you see?
That stuff
matters,
what can I do?
Yeah, because you need the little tricks. You need a wisdom from guys. I mean, Draymond is that guy, but having a guy who is big like you, 6'10", 6'11", and can play the way you can play, I think it gives you an advantage too. So I'm looking forward to seeing that center position. Him, Quentin Post, all those guys playing together is going to be big for the Warriors.
Well, and the teams you are on, your moniker was strength in numbers. It feels like there's
Bonte,
a little back to that. NBC Sports Bay Area in the house. Like strength in numbers, it feels like this team has a little more of that feel to it than the last couple of seasons because of what you talked about. TJD, QP3 behind Al Horford, a lot of the young guys helping to supplement some of the older players on this team. There's going to be 4 guys in the starting lineup that are 35 years or older. So as someone who played a part of a team where it was really 1 through 15, all of you guys contributed in your own ways, how important is it for a team to have that kind of depth, and especially reliable depth, where each and every night it could be someone's job to step up?
There's no success in the NBA without relying on your bench. Bench depth is one of the biggest things, the biggest keys to victory. I mean, look at the teams that went far in the playoffs. Think about Indiana Pacers and the people they dragged from their bench to come out there and perform, and they all did.
Yeah.
And the New York Knicks and how much pressure they put on the coach to go play its bench guys, which they made it to the playoffs. They made it as far as they've made in a long time, and they still fired the coach because he wasn't playing the bench. So I really got to commend the Warriors for going out and making – I mean, DeAnthony Melton is back.
Yep. Yeah.
A guy who, in his short stint with the Warriors last year, I think it was 7 or 8 games, he showed you what he can do and how well he can fit into the system. I love him as a player because one thing he does that is underrated is he gets other guys involved. Like, that's not I think that's a thing that people don't see in the close of the game. Like, if he can get guys like talk about TJD. If you can get a big guy a bucket early in the game, then you get him motivated to come out there and block a shot. If I'm seeing the ball in like 10 possessions, I'm just running up and down doing track. I mean, you know what I mean? So these are some of the things that I think about when I look at the roster compilation. You look at the composition of the roster, and you think about all the little pieces. They took care of things that we don't necessarily even see on the stat sheet. Great teammates, guys that can motivate each other to stay ready when their number is not called, because you got to be ready for when these old guys, some of the older guys, they're going to need rest over the course of the season, so you got to rely on your bench.
I saw Moody take a step in the regular season. Didn't have the best playoff, wasn't bad, but I put him like I know what to expect, and he's young and he's growing. What's that next level look like for Moses Moody to you?
Moses is a guy that you can rely on defensively. He's a guy that he athletically, he kind of surprises people. He can get to the rim. He always makes the right decision. Another guy who his minutes are up and down, but what you know about him, he's gonna be ready when you put him in the game. So I'm looking to him to take another step forward. A lot of young guys, like Moses Moody is another young guy on this team. A lot of young guys are going to be depended on for this season to be a success. And I can bet my money on all these young guys because I see how hard they've been working all summer long. It's going to be a good year.
Well,
look at him.
And looking at this year's team compared to last, it felt like you really only got the clear picture of this group the last 2 months of the season because of the introduction of Butler. It is pretty crazy, though, thinking about where they were at the start of last season. It was a roller coaster ride. They were on the verge of having things spill over. Steph was talking about the future, keeping picks. You got to think about the future of the organization. It feels like we're back into everyone's all in on this season. And that's what's exciting to me looking at this year's group is there's less look at what's going to happen post-Curry, post-Draymond, perhaps even post-Kerr, and it feels like we're back to it's all about this one season. At least that's how it feels to me. Is that the way you're looking at it?
I started doing this job in 2022 on NBC Sports Bay Area. I started doing this job, and back then, as the season was going along, people were talking already about what post-Steph was going to be. I got to give Steph a lot of credit because every year they still find a way to get back into the game. Yeah, still 3 years later, and we're excited about the season. Last year was really hard. I think, that first half of the season, they started off 13-2.
Yeah, I was worried. It was good then.
It was good back then, and then things just hit the fan, and whether it's injuries or whatever it is, they never could really get the reins back, which they did when Jimmy Butler came. I got to give a lot of credit to Steph. During that time, it felt like the media tried to break him. It felt like people were asking, why aren't you complaining more? Why aren't you asking your front office for more solutions? And Steph was like, I'm trusting the process. And I can see the frustration. I know how much. I've been in the locker room with this guy. This is one of the most competitive people in the NBA. Forget about the baby face that y'all see all the time. He's smiling. He wants to win. And the fact that this team was losing, it felt like a runaway train. Listen to DeAnthony Melton. He was only here for 8 games. He got injured, got traded. He was talking about how he was on the bed recovering from his injury, and he was wishing he was out there helping the guys. This is what this team does to you. They make you want to buy in, want to be a part of it, and I'm excited for everybody that feels like they have something to prove this season. You've mentioned TJD, DeAnthony Melton. I think Steph and Jimmy and Draymond have something to prove. Jimmy wants to win his first championship. Draymond and Steph still want to prove that they're the best in the game and what they do. And you go down the line of the young guys and what they want to do and what they want to prove as well. So I think this is the right culmination of success for a season. Now the biggest factor is health.
Yep.
They got to stay healthy, and let's just see how this thing plays out. But it's really exciting to be a part of a team right now, to see this team be excited about what they have.
Festus, I'm a bad analogy guy, and Evan's going to flip when I say this because he knows it, but I'm a big Drake guy. He lost the battle to Kendrick, but everybody turned on him. Draymond Green at one juncture last year had DPOY in his hand, and then he didn't get the award. And I felt like, how did that happen? And I'm not saying they didn't get it right, but where one is Draymond defensively? And am I wrong? Because he was the leader in the clubhouse almost. I was halfway at the end of halfway, right before the end, to where I go, this dude's about to get the DPOY. Where's Draymond defensively?
I mean, you just said it. He was in the conversation for the best defender in the NBA this year. I think that says a lot to his preparation.
Right.
When you get older, you might get a step slower. What I've seen from Draymond is he's gotten so much smarter. He talked about how mentally he can win any game. And
mentally.
You understand that because he's always in the right position. playing the center position as a guy who's 6'6" is very difficult. In the NBA, it's insane the amount of pressure that it brings on you. And he's been able to do that so effectively. I'm excited to see him paired with Al Horford. I'm excited to see him paired with Jimmy Butler again. I think that's going to let him be the 4 where he's natural, and he can be that guy that disrupts other offenses. He can be the guy to switch out on guards. And I think that one of the beauty of what Draymond does is the fact that if you're watching the game, and you have to really study the game to understand what he's doing. Because the things that he does, they say it doesn't show up on the stat sheet. The reason why it doesn't show up on the stat sheet is because he breaks up plays before they even happen. So you're not really seeing what that play is that the other team is running, but sometimes they put a guy out of position. The whole point of offense is you're trying to create an advantage. And Draymond on the team, he plays like he's 2 or 3 guys on the floor. Yeah. He's always everywhere. Takes a lot of conditioning, takes a lot of energy, and it says a lot about him and his preparation every year for him to be this guy that's still in the running for Defensive Player of the Year.
Well, before we get you out of here, Festus, we talked about Festus Feast a little bit. I also know you do a lot of charity work here in the city, specifically with Vision C. Could you tell us some more about that?
Yeah, Festus Feast is something that I started. It's really about paying homage to the Bay and all the amazing qualities. Everybody, we're here in the middle of Pier 39 and looking at all these tourists. Everybody's coming here really enjoying the Bay. We just had the All-Star game here. We had the Super Bowl coming up. We just had the Labor Cup. Yep. We got World Cup next year. Like, the Bay is really on the rise, and I want to be a part of telling people this is where you go. This is where you go to support local businesses. We have to support our own. That's one. And then I love working with kids. I love working with people who don't have the same opportunities, and my job is to find ways to use my platform with basketball, the rooms that I get to sit in. I want to bring those resources to the younger kids and the younger generation. So it's called Vision C. We go to Africa. We're here in the Bay. We're all over the place. We work with kids and work with youth and trying to build the next generation of leaders.
That's beautiful, man.
Awesome, man. Well, we really appreciate your time. We obviously appreciate your work.
Yeah, no doubt.
Every post-game for Embassy Sports Bay Area, and, of course, your contributions as a member of the Warriors. Thank you so much for joining us.
Of course, man. Guys, you have to look back behind you.
I'm doing it already.
You guys are facing the wrong way.
Well, I got some bad news for you, too. Vanderbilt, Alabama, they are tied at 7.
They're tied at 7?
That's
not bad news. We're about to win.
All right. Well, let's go Commodores.
Let's go Doors.
Festus Ezeli. We got Bonta Hill coming up next on 95.7. Live from Pier 39, our Warriors preseason special. Evan Giddings, Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're back after this on 95.7 The Game.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
Looking for something spooky to do with the whole family this harvest season? Come to Children's Halloween Haunt at History Park on Saturday, October 25th. Enjoy hay rides, carnival games, a mini pumpkin patch, cultural fall crafts, and of course, trick-or-treating at History San Jose's House Museums. History Park is located at the corner of Phelan Avenue and Center Road. Tickets available at the door or online at historysanjose.org. See you at the park.
When you own your own business, you own every decision.
Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win, like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Join 95.7 The Game at Pier 39 for a special live broadcast from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturday, October 4th. Meet Zaza Pachulia, Festus Ezeli, Kalina Azabuki, Tim Roy, and Bonte Hill. Plus, enter to win Warriors tickets. For more info, visit 957thegame.com.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credit is on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1/8/2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now back to our Warriors preseason special, live from Pier 39 with Evan Giddings and Daryl the Guru Johnson.
We got that one-of-a-kind Pier 39 flavor. Learn more at pier39.com. Special guests all day, 12 to 4. Tim Roy, Zaza, Festus has just joined us, and now courtesy of River Islands, isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop, none other than Bonte Hill, NBC Sports Bay Area, 95.7 The Game family. What's happening, B?
Man, what's going on, man? River Islands, my spot in Lathrop.
Yes, sir.
Warrior fans are out, and you know Warrior season is on the horizon because Daryl Lorada works with Raymond Ritter and the PR staff. He sent out the email today. Here's your updates, preseason notes for the Lakers game. And I'm like, oh, man, here we go again, man. It's tomorrow, man, at Chase Center.
Well, it's funny. So it starts for you there. Obviously, you're working the game. We look forward to your coverage all season long. This is year six. Year six.
It's flying by, man.
Proud of you, man.
It's flying by.
I'm proud of you.
And I got a good squad, man. I had a great squad here in 95.7 The Game, still do. Yep. And then, obviously, Fezzy Fell coming in here. He's found his groove. Mully, we talking all the time. Yep. He's checking in on practice or whatnot. He'll be back in Cali in a couple of weeks. So it's ready to start, man. Year six,
Guru. You just go to bed, B, and think and just pitch yourself at where you're at and what you get to cover and how you just – B, you didn't go to school of TV and how you just taken off and you do a great job? Like, has that just set in, man?
Sometimes you got to pinch yourself and pat yourself on the back because there's down moments for everybody. We all go through some depression spells, or we think we're not doing something right, or we made a mistake here or made a mistake there. And even at SoFi the other night, I'm thinking, I'm in the presser with Shanahan after they had a big-time victory. I'm covering Steph and Draymond and Jimmy and had Klay Thompson here. So I always tell people, man, young people in the business, you guys, we talked about this a couple of weeks ago.
You and Shafsky spoke to the
NorCal Media Day, Ritter High School. This is a privilege.
Wow.
We're in the toy department of life.
It's real.
We get to cover high-level sports. The Bay Area is popping with the Giants, the Valkyries, the Warriors. So, yeah, it does. I'm thankful, man. I'm blessed. I'm lucky. I don't take it for granted at all, man. So to cover this team that's won 4 championships under Steve Kerr, to cover the Niners and the Giants, man, we're all lucky to be in the Bay and work in this business.
I do got to say, it's hard to not take someone like Steph Curry for granted, though. You say it all the time, don't do it. But it's really hard not to when year after year after year,
it's real.
This guy continues to defy time. And I think that he's just moved into a place where every single – I don't know if it's big game or big performance. You know, you're seeing on the shows we're talking about it from 6 to 6, just how great he is. But it's really hard to put into words because he's moved into a place where it's just him and goats. I mean, that's really the place that he operates in. He's trying to gun for number 5. He's obviously moving on age 38 by the end of this season. But it's someone that I don't even know if I can kind of comprehend just what company he puts himself in and year out.
I think about Jerry Rice, right? I had the lucky opportunity to talk to Jerry Rice a couple weeks ago at Cass Creek. And I remember in Jerry Rice's heyday as a kid, if Jerry Rice had 5 catches for 100 yards and a touchdown, I'm like, damn, that's a bad day for Jerry. Think about that.
A little slow.
A little slow, yeah. He wasn't dominant. Only 1 touchdown for the touchdown king. And the same thing with Steph. We'll have shows where Steph would drop 45. You'll get 3 calls and nobody gives a damn. It's like, it's just Steph, whatever. He's done that before. I try to do that every single game where I'm thinking every defense, every locker room, every game plan, the top 5 bullet points, stop Steph, trap Steph, double Steph. Don't let him run off screens. Hold him, grab him, scratch him. Do whatever you got to do because he has that look in his eye where teams come on a course saying, that is a bad boy, and we could just lose by simply letting this guy get hot. Or, so when I watch him every single game, I try to tell myself that. Like, all right, this guy hits 8 threes in a game. Don't take that stuff for granted. It doesn't happen every day. My fiance sent me something the other day. This kid at Liberty, he's at Liberty, right?
Okay.
And she goes, and the headline said, he's the next Stephen Curry. And I told her, that's not fair.
Yeah.
That's not fair to him.
You can't do
that. You can't do that. Same thing with the greats. So, I felt like maybe I took advantage or took for granted Michael Jordan in his heyday with the Bulls.
I just said that to Evan and
I'm not
Kobe.
Doing that with Steph.
He's
one of one, man. He's a GOAT. So it's hard, though, Evan. To your point, it is hard not to take him for granted. But we only have a few years left with him. He's 37 years old. Cherish every single dribble, shot,
Goose said
moment,
6 more years.
Game. Yeah, he might. Who knows?
But I was overzealous.
Oh, sorry, 8 more years.
But
my bad.
I'm on that.
George Blonded,
That's a gooism. That's a gooism, right? 8 years, 8. It's like E40 said the Warriors could win 10 straight championships.
You got 2 more terms left.
I just got out the bed mushy this morning. I'm just giving everybody flowers. I've given you yours. You're my brother.
I know, I'm
you
shocked.
have the passion. And I do have to say this. When we talk, even off the air, even if you disagree with the point I'm trying to make, you always go back, and you probably don't even know you do it. You're like, okay, I can see where you're coming from. I might not agree.
Yep.
So with all that, new season, new goals, but as a fan in me, I still look at how that season ended for the Warriors.
Yeah.
Had Steph not got hurt, allow me to do it, B, to wonder what could have been. Am I wrong for that, or can you understand as a diehard Warrior fan where that seed in me, I ain't got over it.
You're not wrong for that because the players are thinking like that. Buddy's thinking like that. Jimmy's thinking like that. Draymond and Pods are thinking like that, where they're saying if we had the chef, because remember those moments, it was 13 minutes of action. Steph had 13, and we all have watched Steph for the entirety of his career. Steph had that look in his eye where they was going to steal game 1 and put the fear of God in the Minnesota T-Wolves saying, oh, boy, this is going to be a long series. And so they all think like that. Steph, Lacob, Dunleavy, if Steph was healthy. Or they were thinking like this, if we could just got into a Game 6 and got the Game 6 at Chase Center, win that one, go back to Minnesota where all the pressure would have been on the T-Wolves. So they feel like they have unfinished business here because they do feel like they were on a run with Jimmy Butler and the season changed here. And guys will get better, like Moody and Pods. And then obviously the wild card with Jonathan Kuminga where he showed some great flashes in that series. But Evan and Goo, Yes, they do feel like that. They feel like you do. What could have been if the chef was healthy.
Monte Hill joining us here live from Pier 39 for a Warriors preseason special. You can catch him pre and post every single Warriors game on NBC Sports Bay Area. You know, the difference to me between this year and I would say the last couple of seasons has just been the amount of options that now lie on this team. Like, I seriously do believe, I was just looking at it this morning, rolling over, this is the most depth they've had since 2022.
Wow.
You know, I don't know if the top end is as dominant because you had a age 34 Curry who was still just unbelievable, obviously, in that NBA Finals. But you're going to be starting 4 35-pluses. But after that, you know, if Al needs a night off, you have QP3, you have Trace Jackson-Davis, you have multiple forwards to go to. DeAnthony Melton is eventually going to be back and healthy. You have those young players you're talking about that can take a step forward. It does feel like this is a team that, while, yes, health is going to be important, they are going to be led by their 3 top dogs. During the regular season, they have more ways to run the marathon than last couple seasons.
And they're going to need that depth, right? 5 back-to-backs in the first 17 games with the older players. We know Horford's not going to play 82.
Yeah.
We know Draymond and Jimmy's not going to play 82. We'll see if Steph gets to 70, right? To your point, Evan, about the depth, and you have to bank on young guys getting better. I'm looking at Podge, right? He was going through the sophomore slump his first 30 games, shooting 29.5% from the three-point line. He gets hurt with the abdominal injury. Yeah. Misses 12 games. He comes back now. He's shooting 35% over the next 34. Actually, he was shooting 41% from 3 over the next 34 games. So he got better within that same season. I expect him to make a leap. Moses Moody as well. Yeah. So just like 2022, when the big dogs were sitting out, you were able to win games with Jordan Poole, Moses Moody, Damian Lee, Jonathan Kuminga. And I anticipate that happening this year where if Horford's out, Draymond's out, you slide in Kuminga, you slide in Moody, you slide in QP or TJD. So I do think they have the depth. And with the wisdom of the OGs, the uncles, they're calling it the unction, right? With Horford, Butler, Draymond, and Steph. They're going to win so many games with their minds. Now, there's going to be games they just don't have it. They may get blown off the floor because of age, right? Father Time's undefeated. But their mind and their wisdom, they're going to be able to win so many games because of their IQ. So I do think they're in a better position to last longer in the regular season and avoid that play-in tournament.
Man, B, you are on fire. And Evan said, he mentioned it earlier, because I have Steph-itis. Like, I'm appreciating what this dude is doing, looking at the physique, the wisdom coming out of his lips when he talks. But Evan said he'll be 38 when this season's up, before this season's over. And my question to you, B, and we're parents, but I always say we live life so much on what's supposed to happen as opposed to go out there and making it happen. How intimidated are you on paper when you look at Jimmy's age, Steph and Dre and Horford, and you're like, well, nobody's ever got it done at that age. Yeah. Why am I blowing past that like, well, if anybody can do it, it's these guys here. Where are you at on that? With the late 30s in their age.
It's a real thing. It's a point I harped on all last season, right? There's never been a team to win a championship when their top 3 players are over 35. You look at NBA history.
That's a big sample size.
It's a big sample size, man. The league history. Who's gotten close to it? Well, you think about the Spurs last championship with Duncan, Ginobili, and Parker. Kawhi was leading the charge, right? So can they get a youngster who can help lead that charge? Will it be a Kuminga? For who knows how long he will be here. Hopefully he's here the next 2 years because I see a lot of flashes in him. We'll see about that. But it is a real thing, Goo. To look at the birth certificate and say, well, there's a shelf life here. Can they win a championship with 4 guys over the age of 35? It's never been done before. And that's a big sample size. So I don't know how they're going to navigate that. But it's hard to bet against Steph, right? I'm not going to be a sucker to do it.
I mean, that's the guy who just at every stage of his career has made people look wrong. Okay. He's made people look like
2022.
2022. You go back to, people thought he wasn't going to get past ankle injuries. People thought he wasn't going to be an MVP. People thought he wasn't going to be a guy that could lead the league and lead a team to a championship with a jump shot. So he's defied everyone at every stage in his career, and that's the one thing that I think is hard to quantify, but last year, I was looking up, of age 37 players, there's no guard that ever averaged more than 19 points per game at that age. And I think it was Sam Cassell. But the other guys that are at that age, they're the KDs, the LeBrons. Those are the guys that he's in a category with. So in a way, he's already defied history in many ways. So that's the one reason why, as much as you're right, there hasn't been a team this old that's gotten it done at winning a championship. there's also never been a player that's done what he's done at his age, and why I got to give him the benefit of the doubt.
No, it's a great point. You have to give him – he's Steph and Dr. Rick Celebrini, who's one of the better doctors in the league.
The man, yeah.
He knows how to manage this group. They've done a great job of managing these veterans, and you're going to have to do that this season here. And Steph keeps himself in great shape.
It's incredible.
I brought up Jerry Rice earlier, and think about all the mountains that he ran, the hills and everything. Well, look at Steph Curry's off-season workouts, and he's put added muscle. I see him at media day. I'm like, damn, he's getting even more yoked up. You know what I'm saying? So he's running around on a great pace. How many more screens can he run off? You know, can he have some easier games to where he doesn't have to carry the load? But you're right, Evan. He's defying the odds. There's no doubt.
Let me ask you this, B, and it's kind of funny. I ran this by Steiny yesterday, Evan. You didn't hear. This was during a commercial break, and he just laughed like, "Goo, where's it come from?" But because they play the Lakers tomorrow, we think of Steph Curry and the longevity along with LeBron James. Yes. When that day does come and both of them are out the league, who are the next guys? Because I got a little nervous trying to put my finger on that to listen to you. But, B, have you, like, who are the – I thought it was Edwards. He answered the question the other day at Media Day. I'm like, come on.
Yeah, what did he say? I heard the career high.
Who's your best friend on the team? Yeah. Using explicit before he said it. I'm like, come on, Aaron. They tried to give you the thing.
At the podium.
At the podium.
And didn't even probably know he said it. Like, come on.
He doesn't care. Ja Morant, they tried to give him the league, and Ja can't stay after strip club. You know, De'Aaron Fox is now in San Antonio. I thought maybe he would have next. But you look at the youngsters, it's the international flavor.
That's it. I got you.
Will this country wrap their arms around Wemby or SGA?
Like
they didn't last year. Could it be Tyrese Halliburton? But he's coming off a devastating injury. I think we know the answer for Jason Tatum.
Yeah.
Jason Tatum could do no right.
Is SGA doing something wrong, or is this just his personality? Because why isn't he the answer?
I don't know. Maybe it's the way he plays, right? The foul baiting that people perceive, right? We saw it with James Harden at times. SGA has it in his game to where he goes to the free throw line, and they call him a foul merchant.
I got you.
But I do worry about stuff. But we worried about it with Michael Jordan. And eventually we got the Kobe Bryant and we got the LeBron James and Kevin Durant and company. So there will be somebody, but it's hard to pinpoint who's who's got next.
Vontae, a wise man once told me, goats are not announced. They just arrived.
Wow.
So you
was that Norm?
No, I forgot who it was.
You stole it from somebody.
I've heard so much I can't forget. Evan was like, where'd that come from?
No, that was a good line. I like that one.
That was a bar.
Yeah. Bonte Hill is here with us at Pier 39. If you're rolling through, stop on by all the way at the back. We got people, you got pictures, shaking hands, kissing babies. All right here, of course, on 95.7, the Game for Our Warriors preseason special. We do have to ask you about really the subject of the summer, which has been Jonathan Kuminga.
Man.
He signed the 2 for $48. The last year, interesting language, I'll leave it at that, but team option on the second year of the deal. You know, what did you make? And look, we have you on every single week, so we've heard your takes, but now that everything is set, signed, sealed, delivered, he's on the team, at least for now, you know, what are you expecting from him this season, and what kind of challenges do you think he's got to face?
Well, expecting unexpected. I have no idea.
Yeah.
I mean, look the way the summer played out, and I actually, before I got here, I made sure to watch the video over of his press conference the other day and listening to him speak, and look, he sounds like a guy who doesn't want to get traded midseason. He sounds like a guy who wants to be somewhere where he's loved and gets an opportunity to play well. And the unfortunate part, he brought up the fans online.
He did.
He did. And he's right to that. Yeah. He's right because we just throw away what he did against Minnesota.
I don't.
I was lucky enough to be at the NBA broadcast meetings a couple weeks ago in Jersey City. Eddie Johnson's there, our boy Eddie Johnson. And he goes, young man. And Thurl Bailey, North Carolina State. Think about him. He's there. He's calling jazz games. So we're at the table eating breakfast. He goes, young man, you know how hard it is to not know what your role is and get thrown into a Western Conference semifinal.
But Bonte, they didn't win the game.
I get they didn't win the game. But he did what he did without the gravity of Stephen Curry. So it's unfortunate that segment of fans don't appreciate what he did. Now, has he gotten better over the 4 years? Yes, he has. We're going to find out early what his role is going to be, how he takes his role, and whether or not he wants out. But it was a win-win type of deal, I think, for both parties. For the Warriors, they didn't give in. They got the team option, and they could trade him on January 15th, and things are not working out. For JK, he could become an unrestricted free agent either next summer or the summer after, and he's still going to be 23, 24 years old. So I look, and he got some bread, $24 million a year, $24.5 million. So I think it's a win-win on both fronts there, But in terms of what his role is going to be, how he's going to respond to that, we're all going to be hyper-focused. Yeah. We're human. If he misses a screen, if he doesn't grab a rebound, if he turns it over, how will he play? Will he look over his shoulder? Because that's one thing, too, that people don't grasp. You're on the court. You play basketball, Goo. Evan, you played high-level baseball. You're looking over your shoulder thinking somebody's going to take my job. How am I going to play? You're playing tight. You're nervous. You're thinking Steve Kerr's going to yank you left and right. That's hard to do. You're thinking too much. Just go out there and play, and hopefully he does that, and he doesn't let game by game, hey, he may get 20 minutes here, he may get 30 there, he may get 15 there. He's got to maintain his professionalism and do what he can to help this team win, and I think he'll do that. But, boy, we're going to be hyper-focused on that. And
no doubt.
The microscope is on them. Like, everybody's going to have their binoculars out looking at JK. If they lose and they don't have chemistry, guess who's going to get the blame, unfortunately? JK amongst the fan base.
It's like amateur night at the Apollo. Like, you don't want to be looking in the wing with the person with the hook waiting to just come out and pull you off the stage.
That's a good line.
I think that's tough, but unfortunately, that's sort of the state right now. And I think the biggest question that I have is whether he can contribute off the bat and sort of cement his role, which I believe when they're all starting is going to be as a sixth man, someone who's going to give you a scoring punch. Heck, by the end of this season, he might be your third leading scorer. He might be your second leading scorer if he's really feeling it and if he's getting himself an opportunity.
Will he be happy if he's finishing games?
That's all I've been preaching.
Because the thing with Steve Kerr is I get it. You want to have your name in the starting lineups. Hey, number one, Jonathan Kuminga. Go out, get the handshakes, right? We all want that. But with Steve Kerr, and we've seen this in his first ever finals as head coach with the Warriors, hey, Andrew Bogut, you're going to the bench in game 4. We're starting Andre Iguodala. It gives us a better chance to win. Steve Kerr will flip a lineup by game to game, depending on the matchups. That's how he rolls. Yeah. But if you're rolling within that game, guess who's going to be in that Final Five?
No doubt.
You know what I'm saying? So you have an opportunity to finish games here, and that to me is going to be important.
Be very important, and I'll die on this hill. It's easy for me to tell any athlete who obviously wants more of a role, but I stand on the hill. Had he not got hurt, Jonathan Kuminga, I cannot ignore 3 certain individuals on the Warriors, big timers, Curry, Dre, and the coach Kerr, giving basically him the keys, saying and then he got hurt. So that's nobody's fault. It was horrible. I can make the case Jimmy Butler wouldn't be here.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. If he doesn't get hurt, we don't know if Jimmy's here.
Doubt.
Maybe they're making another move this summer. Who the heck knows? But maybe they're not in the playoffs.
But the six-man role is right here.
It is.
And you might finish games if you go get it.
There's going to be games where he's going to have to start.
Right.
I mean,
there
they just are.
Back-to-backs, absolutely. There's no doubt.
The game he won for them against Houston at Chase Center when Curry and Draymond were both unavailable.
But is that enough, guys? Is that
he
enough
scored 34, right? Isn't that crazy? He scored 34 a couple times against Houston.
And then got some DMPs and all. That had to hurt, man.
But he will finish. So I think listening to his presser, seeing what's going on, seeing the smile on his face, I do believe once he gets in that locker room, which he has at training camp, he's going to put on his best professional coat and go out there and play hard and try to sacrifice to help this team win. Now, game to game, he may be frustrated. Yeah. There's going to be that, and then that's where everybody's going to be hyper-focused here at the station. We're taking calls. Look at JK. Look at his body language. The body language doctors are going to be out. Oh, wait, look, he didn't grab that rebound.
Too, right?
Now, see, and they exist, so he's going to be a topic of conversation for as long as he's here. But if the Warriors do get off to a great start, all that stuff dissipates.
Yeah, he may be here for the whole duration of the season.
Absolutely.
That's what I'm hoping,
I think so. And look, again, we're talking with Bonte Hill live here at Pier 39 for a Warriors preseason special right before the Warriors. Look, they start tomorrow, Lakers, and then leading obviously up until October 21st, that first game on the road in L.A. By the way, for a lot of people who are maybe wondering, for NBC Sports Bay Area, what does a day for you look like? Game day for Bonte Hill.
Wow.
What does that look like?
Well, what it used to look like was waking up at 4:30 in the morning, getting in right before the intro, walking in, driving Shasky crazy, saying, "Where's he at?" "Oh, don't worry, I'm here, buddy. I'll get there 30 seconds before showtime." Go home after the show, take a nap. Or actually, no, not take a nap. We'd have our pre-show call. We do pre-show calls at 10 o'clock on Zoom, try to figure out what we're going to talk about, some of the elements we're going to play out. That goes on from anywhere from 15 to 25 minutes. Get home by 10:45, 10:40.
All right.
Try to take a nap. Sometimes you can't take a nap because your brain's moving. Yeah. Trying to take a nap, so you do what you got to do to take a nap. You get up, okay, I got the show rundown. I got my computer. Write my notes down. Okay, this is going to supplement this. This is going to supplement that. Then I'll leave the house at about 3:30. Takes me about 20, 25 minutes to get to Chase Center. Get there by 4 o'clock. Do my pregame routine, kind of look over everything one more time. Watch pregame warm-ups. Then 6 o'clock is showtime. Then we either watch the game in the tunnel or at the gay house. So those are long days. Now, it's going to be a little different. Drop my daughter off at school, come back, take some notes, do my pre-show call, can even watch more film now.
The stress is off. A lot of mental stress, right.
I'm going to be well rested.
Okay.
So it'll be a little different. Now I'll get to the gym early because I like to talk to player development coaches, assistant coaches. Hey, what's going on? What is this guy doing wrong? What should I watch for? Why is he struggling? Why is he rolling? So you get that intel before the game, which is always beneficial. Some things you can't bring to air, obviously. A lot of off-the-record stuff, but you kind of figure out what's going on there. And then by showtime, 6 o'clock. I heard that drop.
Look at it.
You got to wait till Tuesday when I tell the boys what happened at SoFi and some of the intel's getting
You
there.
might have to give us a nugget before you leave, because I was going to ask you about that.
So to answer the question, Evan, it's going to look a little different because of the role that I have now here at 95.7 The Game and the role at NBC. But I'll be able to be well rested. But there's a lot of prep. Once I drop my daughter off, I'm watching the previous game. I'm watching the opponent on NBA TV.
Yeah.
I'm taking my notes down. Okay, what are they doing well? How much pick and rolls do they run? How much isolation do they run? What type of defense are they running? So I'll be a little more prepped for my show, probably having too much information that we can bring to the television screen.
Well, you've already dropped a lot of information in just this one segment. Do you have time for another?
I think so. I can keep going. You know me, man. I got 4. I'm a radio guy. I got to pass the ball here, man. I'm hogging too much.
The bossman said we got to take a break, so that's exactly what we're going to do. If you're rolling through Pier 39, come by. We're all the way at the back. We're touching the water. You can come hang out. Bonta Hill is here. We got Kalena Azubuike coming up in the next hour. Pier 39, 95.7 The Game, our Warriors preseason special. Bonta Hill with us on the other side. Giddings Guru. We'll take a break. Be back on the other side after this.
Beautiful.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our fall sale is on now, and it's big. Up to 50% off store-wide, 0% financing for 2 years, and we pay your sales tax. Go to floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th. New Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Hi, I'm Lacey, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. And yes, I'm actually a jeweler. I bring dream engagement rings to life every day in our jeweler's workshop. When I hand set your diamond into your ring, I think about creating a piece you'll wear for a lifetime. I pay attention to the smallest details and treat every ring with the same care and craftsmanship, no matter the size or price. Come check us out at your nearby store. Our engagement rings are made with love from our hands to yours, because a friend knows your love deserves the highest quality. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler. Hi, I'm Lacey, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. And yes, I'm actually a jeweler. I bring dream engagement rings to life every day in our jeweler's workshop. When I hand set your diamond into your ring, I think about creating a piece you'll wear for a lifetime. I pay attention to the smallest details and treat every ring with the same care and craftsmanship, no matter the size or price. Come check us out at your nearby store. Our engagement rings are made with love from our hands to yours, because a friend knows your love deserves the highest quality. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Coach, the energy out there felt different. What changed for the team today?
It was the new game day scratchers from the California Lottery. Players everything. Those games sent the team's energy through the roof.
Are you saying it was the off-field play that made the difference on the field?
Hey, a little play makes your day, and today, it made the game. That's all for now.
Coach, one more question.
Play the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-351-4596. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-351-4596. 800-351-4596. 800-351-4596. Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com. Now back to our Warriors preseason special, live from Pier 39 with Evan Giddings and Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Yeah, we got a lot of people rolling through here to Pier 39 to say what's up for our Warriors preseason special.
Happy hour podcast.
Shout out to them. Shout out to everybody who's been tuning in with us on the radio, on YouTube, and, of course, watching Bonte Hill now.
He's nervous. Florida State plays Miami tonight.
I'm not nervous. I saw Jimbo Fisher in Tallahassee. He started tearing up, saying it's good to be back. It's Miami. He goes, it's Miami week. Damn. And he was doing the cha. I said, man, I feel good about this. I will lay the 4. Give me the 4.5 for Florida State. They're outright winning. I got a bet with Lubman. I got a bet with Teller and NBC. We got a dinner on that. Lubman, he wants to do a jersey bet. I'm like, come on, Lubman. Stop being cheap, dude.
Yeah.
What is the origin of your Florida State affinity?
What? I don't know this.
It's the weirdest thing. So,
I understand everyone who likes the U, they're on national television, the brand, the bad boys, and all that stuff.
It is the weirdest thing. So I was 8 years old. Okay. I'm searching for cartoons, Looney Tunes on ABC early in the morning.
Tom and Jerry.
And it was this team on with Guarded to Gold. And I'm like, there's football on Saturdays? I thought the NFL, it was only the NFL. Right. That's it. I thought the Niners, NFL, that's it. I had no idea there was a world of college football. I never watched a cartoon again, basically, after watching Florida State. I was like, there's football on Saturdays? I didn't know what college was, right? And so they were playing Michigan with a quarterback named Casey Weldon. And they went to the big house and they whooped them. And then later on, it was Miami, Florida State.
Oh, my God.
1 versus 2. Keith Jackson on the call at Doak Campbell Stadium. It was wide right 1. I watched that game from beginning to end, 17-16. Gino Torretta playing quarterback for Miami. I'll never forget it. And I was like, damn, Florida State was supposed to win the championship. And I remember, what's the mascot for Miami, Sebastian? He's doing the no good in the end zone. I'll never forget it. And so then I was rocking with Florida State. Peter Workin and beat Mike Dick.
Boy,
and it was just, and that's where it kind of, I started liking Notre Dame a little bit with Ty Willingham. I was rooting for him, and then they fired him and did him wrong. And they gave Charlie Weiss all the praise for winning with his players. So they screw Notre Dame. And I was like, I'm a Seminole. So I've been driving down to Florida State games. The first BCS playoff game when they played Oregon and they fumbled that game away. Rose Bowl, been to a couple Rose Bowls. Saw Florida State when they played UCLA out here at the Emerald Bowl. Remember at Oracle Park. So just a random story. I saw him on. I was like, who is this team? And it was who was my boy? He was on the horse. He doing the spear, and I was like, damn. And they had the little tomahawk chops on the helmet. Bobby Bowden had that accent, that twang, saying, God damn it, no. So, that's where it started, man. I was looking for cartoons, and my mom said, damn, you ain't a normal baby.
We asked, we got it, Evan.
Well, everyone's got their origin stories. Obviously you're named after Daryl LaMonica, so it's kind of built in. You didn't really have a choice, Gil.
Yeah, but What happened to Malcolm X? Why the quarterback? I tell my pops all the time. You know, Marcus Garvey. Come on. Hey, I'm not bad, pops, but when I got it, I ain't mad. But I do got an arm. You know,
you do got an arm. We all wanted to be quarterbacks, right? I still claim that I'm the best elementary school quarterback ever. Yeah, I'm a lefty. My arm's terrible.
Well, this is great. Everybody either envisioned themselves playing that or actually got to do it a little bit. I don't know. The thing about hoops now, and of course, obviously, we got to get back to Warriors, but
back to win.
Well, but the thing about hoops now is, like, you guys grew up obviously a little older than I am, but we grew up where the Warriors were not the talk of the town.
Yeah.
Now we're doing preseason shows. Curry's on his 17th season. Like, the Warriors are the brand, and even though they had a bit of a down year the last couple of years, it's like. They're still the talk of the NBA. They're still in the front. They're in the A block of every coverage when something happens in Golden State, and that's not the way it used to be, which is crazy to think about.
Think about this, fellas. I mean, right now they're the talk of the Bay Area, right? They've been the most consistent organization in the Bay Area since basically 2012.
Man,
now, I know the Giants had a 3-5, 2010, 2012, 2014. But since 2014, the Warriors have 4 of them things.
That's 11 years.
11 years. The Giants have 1 playoff appearance since 2016. The Niners, they've had some great runs.
They got there twice.
They've got there twice. Couple NFC Championship games, obviously lost NFC Championship game losses. But the Warriors, I never would have imagined being the most consistent organization in the Bay Area, and they've done that, Goo and Evan.
Yeah, and I'll say this, Evan, this is true. We would catch me and my boy Ron T, Union City BART to the Coliseum, and we'd go see the other team.
Yes.
It was a great time out. That was the thing. Who's in town?
Yep.
And I mean this. Today I just got out of bed, and I'm giving flowers. I'm giving it to you, Festus, everybody, Tim Roy, and I honestly got to give Zaza. I got to give Joe Lacob his.
Yep.
That night, the Chris Mullin retirement ceremony where they booed that man, that right there is the start of the 30 for 30, but what he built. Then you get the privately funded building here, and then you got the same nucleus or same cast of characters outside of Clay with Steph, Dre, and Kerr trying to win it again. That's crazy. Steph's still the Arthur Fonzarelli of the show. Like, he's still the man.
No, they haven't jumped the shark yet.
No, they haven't. You brought up Joe Lacob, and
I'm serious,
even with Jed York now. You know, I see a lot of complaints about the ownership group, and they may not make every great decision. They may want to trade, and it may be the bad decision. It may be a terrible mistake. But in sports, we see a lot of frugal owners. You're a Pittsburgh Pirate fan, Goo.
Bob Nutting. It's criminal.
How long did the Padres? They were cheap for so long.
Yep.
They couldn't keep a player. They didn't have no stadium.
Look at the A's.
Stadium. Look at the A's.
Well,
we got ownership groups in this region that spend the money. Yeah. That's all I want from a guy who runs a team. Is he going to spend the money? Lacob has spent money and been in a luxury tax trying to win championships. Jed York, how much guaranteed money has he given out to players to try to win? How much guaranteed money is sitting on IR right now for the 49ers? They haven't been cheap. So it's hard for me to really come at ownership in this region when they spend the money, especially Joe Lacob. You got Chase Center. Think about Drive City right now. That place is booming.
It's incredible.
Everybody goes to Splash Bar to watch games now and fight. So I can't criticize Joe Lacob for the money he spent on this organization. He's invested over and over and over in trying to win championships.
And in the events that they also bring to the community. We just had the Labor Cup that you and I were at. Which was awesome.
Mad. I had a good time.
It was incredible.
It was incredible. Yeah. Think about the events we're getting. We just had the All-Star game, the Labor Cup. We're big tennis fans. I didn't know you know.
And the Super Bowl's here, too.
The Super Bowl's here.
Niners might be in it.
World Cup. Yeah, it's early,
we got
Goo.
lots of debate.
Hey, but I almost sent you something, Evan and Goo, yesterday. I think I sent it to Lubman. I don't know if I want to repeat it, but whenever the Niners under Shanahan, the last 15 seasons, 4+ wins in the first 5 games, they've gone to the NFC title game. They've had a Super Bowl loss, Super Bowl loss, Super Bowl loss. So what will be in store this season?
We'll see, and obviously, the Warriors haven't even got started yet, and I think people are optimistic. When you look at the West, which is obviously pretty stacked, I mean, where do you think realistically the Warriors fall?
Well, it's a matchup-based league now, right? So does seeding matter? To me, it's getting through that play-in, not having to play that week, and then you look at the matchups. No. The Warriors feel like they match up very well with Oklahoma City. I know some of those players and people in the front office wanted OKC in the playoffs. They felt really good about that matchup. Minnesota, with a healthy Steph, they felt good about that matchup.
Won the first game,
right? They beat the Rockets. Now the Rockets don't have Fred VanVleet and the leadership void that the Rockets have now without having Fred VanVleet. Where's Denver going to be at? I think Denver's going to be very dangerous, and they match up very well with the Golden State Warriors. That's a dangerous matchup because they have the personnel. Yeah. But it's all matchup-based, right? So who do they match up well with? They match up well with a lot of teams in the Western Conference. The Clippers are a lot older. Who the hell knows what's going to happen with them?
Equalizer, too, now, Chris Paul. He
Chris
says
Paul,
that's what he like
and the Kawhi situation. Yeah. How many games is Kawhi going to play? Yeah. We have no idea on Kawhi Leonard and what's going to go on there. The Lakers. What do they look like with LeBron and Luka? Does
Something's
LeBron
going on. I can't put my finger on
something smells fishy in La La Land with both teams, the Lakers and the Clippers. So I think if they get in, Evan, it's going to be matchup dependent. Mm-hmm. And they match up well with their personnel with a lot of teams.
Hey, you two both know, and I know you got to go, B, but I got to give you two this. I got a vivid imagination. But I was thinking this driving in. It's on record that the Warriors wanted Kevin Durant back here.
Yep.
And I'm happy they got Jimmy. But do you think, and you lived it on the air, now you're doing it too, could we have handled Durant back as a Golden State Warrior? That's just.
I think we could have. The question is, could Kevin handle us?
Well, you might be right there.
We were talking about the online. There's a difference between the online Warrior fan and the Warrior fans we see out here.
That's a fact.
They love Kevin Durant. No doubt. But we didn't work in Sports Talk Radio.
I got you.
And I was telling my buddy Ed, the sports fan down in Houston, this on the pod. For some reason, I remember we got a call when Kevin Durant came back to play in front of fans for the first time. Raymond Ritt actually called me. He was like, you tell that fan we love Kevin. And I was like, Raymond, chill. It's just a caller, right? The great Raymond Ritter. But this caller called the roast. He was like, I'm not giving Kevin Durant no standing ovation. I said, why? Yeah. He helped the Warriors go back-to-back. I have a hard time believing that if HB was back, I don't know if they're going back-to-back against that Cleveland Cavaliers. Yeah, come on, man. Kevin Durant was one of the greatest free agent signings in sports history.
And he almost came back.
And he almost came back, so I would have loved it.
He didn't want to.
Steph would have loved it. I think Draymond would have loved it. But not everybody would have been able to handle that. It would have been.
I had to ask.
Yeah, no, it would have been fascinating, though.
It would have been interesting. Unfortunately, it's like me and the Embarcadero. There's a lot of red lights.
Right.
That's good. That's a pour.
I can't roll.
When you get some swag, you're rubbing all of them, dude. Pause.
Enough of that.
Wow,
dude. Well, B, thank you for stopping by.
That's it. I'm going. I'm out of here. Kicking me out.
Wait, tomorrow night, NBC Sports area?
No, we are off for the preseason.
Okay,
got for the preseason. So I'll be watching.
October 21st.
October 21st, the first game. Man, that's coming, man.
My man, B.
Hill, 95.7 The Game family, NBC Sports Bay Area. We got Kalina Azubuike coming up in our next hour. We're rolling till 4 here at Pier 39. Daryl the Guru Johnson, Evan Giddings, back after this on 95.7 The Game.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years, like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models? Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's. But that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
Join 95.7 The Game at Pier 39 for a special live broadcast from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturday, October 4th. Meet Zaza Pachulia, Festus Ezeli, Kalina Azabuki, Tim Roy, and Bonte Hill. Plus, enter to win Warriors tickets. For more info, visit 957thegame.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply. When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now back to our Warriors preseason special, live from Pier 39 with Evan Giddings and Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Oh, it's been a lot of fun already, Goo.
It just got better, though.
Wait, what?
Your parents just walked in.
Oh.
I saw my mom and my dad. Yeah, the Giddings in town. Yeah.
Yeah, if you see the
Mom's pulled up.
If you see the Kangol going around, that is Papa Giddings. Yeah, that's him.
Your brother didn't make it. He's got something to do.
He's in Japan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's
wow.
gonna be tough for him to make the trip.
Okay.
Not gonna lie. Yeah, he's somewhere overseas. So it's kind enough to give me the folks in the meantime.
Yeah, I'm having a ball, E.
I couldn't bring the dog either. I know some people were disappointed about that. Yeah, they're going to go take care of the dog,
okay.
so it'll be fine.
Good parents.
Yeah, Giddings Guru. We've already talked to a lot of great people.
Yeah.
Tim Roy joined us early. Zaza Pachulia, Festus Ezeli, Bonte Hill. You can check out all those on our Odyssey app using the Rewind feature. We still got Kalina Azabuki of NBC Sports Bay Area of course, does color for all the Warriors home games
also,
and road games.
I wonder what year he's in. I'll ask him, but he's
got to be in year 7.
He's so comfortable now.
I think he got there right before Bonte.
Okay, all right, you might be right.
Obviously, we'll talk to him about it.
Him and Fitz are great.
I remember when he was a Warrior.
Yeah, no, wow, he had hops.
Yeah, he was a nice little. I mean, especially like in Kentucky, that guy could hoop, man.
Now, do you think a guy like that, a former NBA player, not you and I, still hoops? You think he gets his Bob Myers on? Now, I know he's on the road with the team as much, but
what did Zaza say? Half court?
No, dude, that was great.
That's something that I always wonder about, and I didn't get a chance to ask Zaza, and he gave us a lot of great information, obviously, but. Just if they miss it, like do they miss playing?
No doubt.
I
gotta imagine. I want to say yes. I wouldn't know. But
I think there are some players that definitely, you can tell they're going to miss it when they're done playing.
Okay.
Like I think Klay Thompson is going to miss basketball when he's done playing.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Whenever
about
he
it.
has to hang.
And he's in a good place. I'm glad you brought up Klay. But Evan, I've got guys that have went to college. Played semi-pro, didn't actually get to the league, and they're bitter. If I throw a basketball, they'll light it on fire. Like they're bitter at the game.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, so you're done. You're over it. But ones that have played at the highest level, I kind of feel like you still always want to kind of shoot.
Yeah, I mean, I think oddly enough, someone like Steph Curry I actually don't think is going to miss basketball when he's done.
Man.
We're going to miss him
Yes.
more than he misses the game.
It's incredible, E.
And I don't know, maybe it's just because he's accomplished literally everything there is to accomplish, and all he's gunning for now is a 5th championship. But he just doesn't seem like the kind of guy who, like when he's done playing, maybe because he'll have gotten everything there is to get out of his career.
And maybe the fulfillment will be like whoever he's playing with is not on the same level. Like he'll take up golfing to know, okay, I'm an underdog, to try to get on the pro circuit.
He's still pretty good at golf.
No, that's what I mean. But if you go play pickup, it's like nobody's on his level if he ain't playing against pros is what I'm saying.
No, yeah, but I think generally across all walks of life, if you feel like you haven't left a stone unturned, you can be cool with it.
I like that.
Like, I don't know. I was lucky enough to play through college. Like, I don't think I was going anywhere further. Like, college was the highest that I was going to get to.
Right.
So
when did you realize that?
I don't really miss playing. Early on my freshman year.
Okay.
I realized I was not going past my senior season. I had 4 years left.
How would you answer the question I posed to Bonte about the health of this roster with the OGs and life not being about what people tell you is not supposed to happen, but you have the opportunity? Are you paralyzed by, Steph's going to be 38? Like, it's a real thing, but Evan, you got to play the games. What if? Could you imagine?
Well, you do, but to be honest, this is the most what-if team that we've had a chance to cover.
Right.
Football is a sport where injuries happen any play at any time, so it's difficult to play the injury game, even with a team like the Niners who are just beaten, bruised, and battered. But the Warriors, because of their age,
it's what's off limits?
Well, nothing is really, but would I be shocked if the big three, and by the big three I mean Curry, Jimmy, and Draymond, play, let's say, a combined 190 games? So that would be an average of 65 between them.
I'm with you.
195 games, pardon me. I think that would be like best case scenario. You get 65 games of all three of them on the court, because we saw, and Festus brought it up, Zaza brought it up, Tim brought it up, the fact that they won last year 80% of their games and all three of those guys were on the floor. So
27-8.
If you can get them for 65 games, you're probably looking at a 50-win season.
Now, let me ask you this, the flip side, because Zaza said it to us. Is it a mandate that you get, like, what if you got 55 or you from one and the other two gave you 60? Mm-hmm. What about the other guys on this roster, the younger guys? Because it takes a village, right? What if you didn't get that number that you set out? They didn't hit that metric, Evan. Could they still get it done by the likes of QP3, TJD, Moody, Pods, everybody that's playing a part? What if are we robbing those guys of taking the next step to pick up Kuminga some of the slack?
I mean, I think it's going to be tough, but sure, they could do that. And look, it always happens this way, right? You lose some games you're supposed to win. You win some games you're supposed to lose. Gosh, it feels like the last few years, even during the championship season, there were some games where the Warriors just inexplicably would have a 10-point lead with 3 minutes left and blow it. Like, there's going to be games like that, even with this year's group, where intelligence and experience is supposed to be their weapon. But those games where the guys aren't there, that's where I think and this season isn't about development, but it's going to be about how much development those players have gotten. Like we're going to see that manifest itself in real time, I believe, to the point where the only thing that matters is getting to the playoffs with a full strength, with a full lineup. And that's where the young guys, to me, are going to play the biggest role. Is okay, you want to get better, you want to improve, but how can you help those older guys be at their best possible state physically by the time that April turns into May?
Right. And with that, let me just throw this to you. And I know life is not fair, but we're talking about sports having fun. I thought Moody had a hell of a season. Is it fair for me to be disappointed with what I saw from him in the playoffs or what I didn't see? And I thought Pods had a slow start, got hurt, came back, balled out. But both simultaneously, they didn't give me what I thought I was going to get. And is that shame on me for putting it at their doorstep? Because it's basketball at the end of the day. It's playoff basketball, but I thought they weren't. I thought they got a little deer in headlights in that Rocket series.
I think it's fair to be disappointed, but that's the first real playoff series for either of those two guys. Like, I know that people want to make a big deal about, well, Moody played in the Western Conference Finals, they won the championship. He wasn't in a starting role, or he wasn't in a prominent role. So, to me, those minutes are less impactful.
All right.
So that was really his first, I would say, playoff run. And Pods obviously hadn't played in the playoffs before.
Yeah.
So you never really know how those guys are going to respond. The fact that they were not great, that's unfortunate.
But they got experience.
Exactly. Now if they sputter again in this postseason, that to me is where you can absolutely that's where criticism is fair to me.
Okay.
But to come down the roads and to wonder why they didn't play well or up to their regular season standards in their very first postseason performance, I wouldn't go there.
Yeah, it's a bit strong. And I remember at one juncture, Moody was like it almost flirting with 40% from three.
Yeah.
And it kind of fell off or tailed off before the playoffs start. And then I just felt like, man, maybe this just comes with the territory. But the Jonathan Kuminga, how he's going to fit, it is fascinating, but if everything is all good in the hood, I don't understand why. If Jonathan were right here with us, dude, and I know you and Steiny laugh at me, 6th man of the year is right there waiting on you in regard to 25 to 30 minutes, but finishing games is also right there because of the ages of certain guys. I know it's not what you dream of, but, boy, you could have a major impact on this team. And I hope we see that early to where maybe he's not moved at the deadline.
Well, I think he's going to have an impact on this team one way or another, because either he himself is going to help this team or the player that they acquire when they eventually trade him come February 15th or around that time is going to help this team. I think he is the swing piece to this season, either by his own play or the player that they bring in for him, because we saw what Mike Dunleavy Jr. did at the deadline last year, completely changing this team with one fell swoop by acquiring Jimmy Butler. I have to believe now that they got a little more money under their books.
Okay.
You have 23 to play with. Come February, you can trade a player dollar for dollar. I have to believe that if they make the decision to move off of Kuminga and he obviously goes somewhere else, that the player they bring in is going to be someone that helps this team more than whatever Jonathan unfortunately wasn't doing, if that's the case.
I got you. And if that's the case, Evan, you got me. When we wrap up here and I go to the car and I'm driving home, I'm thinking that's exciting in itself. But then, the byproduct of that in regard to disappointment is I don't want Kuminga gone. But if that did happen and that day does come, to think of what you could get equal or maybe a little bit more in regard to that person or player being a better fit to this system, that is exciting.
Well, it is. And it would also signal
it
would also signal that the front office couldn't get what they originally wanted out of a 7th overall pick that they envisioned being a part of their future for a long time.
Let's speak on that, real quick. I'm cutting you off.
No, go for it.
If that day does come, and if we had a scoreboard right now, I think there would be a deficit in regard to, where we're at, and not about what you think Kuminga is going to be, but how has the fit been or the impact. I can get some people saying, hey, it hasn't been what we wanted, but just think about the miss with Wiseman. The miss that would be Kuminga, Evan, that's what the Spurs hit with when they got Kawhi. And I know I'm not making Kawhi Wiseman comparison, But as far as the number 2 pick in the draft and the impact that player could be groomed right now for the next after Curry when that day does come, that would have been perfect. And then Kuminga being flirting with not all-star Evan, but just if I close my eyes and think about, like, they've had some chances and it still may manifest with Kuminga, but man, I can't ignore that.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. We are live here at Pier 39 for our Warriors preseason special. Preseason tips off tomorrow night against the Lakers. Go to pier39.com for all information about the wonderful stuff going on here today. We got folks rolling through. People have come by earlier. Bonte's still around. We got Kalena coming up in just a little bit, who's going to join us.
Zaza
And, of course, we'll be around to take some pictures, shake some hands. I also want to remind people that the Warriors' second preseason game against the Portland Trailblazers, that's next Wednesday on October 8th. The first 10,000 fans will receive a Steph Curry All-Star MVP bobblehead in the team's third and final preseason contest against the Clippers. Then on Friday, the first 10,000 fans will receive a Jimmy Butler and Buddy Hield Best Buddies bobblehead. So a lot of great stuff coming up for Golden State, even in the preseason, all, of course, leading up to October 21st when they tip off the regular season. The thing about that, Goo, is, and I understand in one breath, like Bonte we were just talking to, and he's saying you got to give ownership credit. Joe Lacob has done so much for this organization, for this area, to restore the Warriors to prominence, a place they hadn't been since 1975. However, I also hear the fans that look at the ownership, the front office, and say, okay, you got 4, but the decisions that you made between 2020 and 2021 with Wiseman along with Kuminga might be the reason why the 5th championship is left on the table. So it goes both ways.
Okay.
You absolutely deserve credit for having built up this incredible organization and franchise and bringing them to a place of dominance and dynasty, but I think there are some people who I understand feel like there's something being left on the table with how great of a player specifically Steph Curry is.
Oh, no, man, well said. I agree, but would it be fair if I said that person or fan or fans, wouldn't they be greedy? Or
yes.
Could we tell them to step back and understand, Evan, just 3 years ago at these ages, although a little bit younger, they win a title out of nowhere in 2022. So you have 4. Just think about that 4, Evan. So shame on me, too, for what I just said about, the after whenever that day does come. But couldn't I tell a fan, hey, if any fan base could wait it out or wait, it's the Golden State Warriors under Joe Lacob this last decade.
No, I think you got to trust him. I mean, he invests so much into, literally financially, like the dollar into this team. But I think one of the reasons why, and I ran it by Festus, is it does feel like a all-in 1 year.
Right.
There's urgency, is because, to be fair, there's not a lot in the cupboard of the future.
Yeah.
There's a lot of perishables right now. There's not a lot of non-perishables in the cupboard.
Yeah.
You're not looking at, well, what do we got as far as this canned tuna, these canned tomatoes, all of that we can't really leave out on the shelf because we got to maximize the now, unfortunately, because you kind of missed on a couple of those future picks.
No doubt.
You got some decent young pieces.
Yeah, Evan, you're on
but
it.
the next, I don't know if it's star, superstar, face of the franchise, we can't even really have that conversation.
No doubt, and I'm desperate here just hearing you talk, and I agree with what you're saying. Maybe if that day does come with JK, that person or player coming back might be, a piece of what's next to
Perhaps.
But, where's your confidence in Mike Dunleavy, and what he's done since he's taken over for Myers?
It's a lot higher than where it originally started.
Okay.
Like, I won't say down, but I was skeptical, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the guy is getting elevated from AGM to GM, and you're always wondering, all right, how is someone going to follow in the footsteps of an executive of the year like Mike Dunleavy?
Yeah.
Or sorry, Bob Myers.
Gotcha.
Those are big shoes to fill. And I think up until the Jimmy Butler trade, there was a lot of fair questioning of what Dunleavy was going to be able to do and what had done. It felt like he had been able to acquire the pieces around the margins, right? He'd hit on a couple of late second-round picks. Trace Jackson Davis, Quentin Post, Brendan Pajemski, his first-round pick, had given you some contributions.
Okay.
It looked like he was able to find some gems, some hidden gems. But could you get the big fish? And that's where swinging a trade for Jimmy Butler, was he the best player on the market? No, that was Kevin Durant who said no to him. But he was the right player on the market for the Golden State Warriors. So I think my faith in Mike Dunleavy is not necessarily been restored, but it's been elevated. So whatever comes in the future, especially this season, I got to believe that Mike D is going to make the right choice.
I love
What about
that.
you?
And no, I agree. And on top of that, I got to ask you this about a guy that Mike D agreed to bring back. You talk about Fitz. You talk about, not Bob, shout out Fitz, but you talk about FITS with this Warrior team. I mean, if I'm DeAnthony Melton, the biggest compliment, that's my girl, the biggest compliment to me would be, yeah, I played for the Warriors, got hurt, didn't make it halfway through the year, but they think so highly of my fit with this team. I could get injured for the season, and they bring me back. And the reason I bring that up to you, Evan, is you said what Mike D basically is saying in Joe Lacob. We're trying to get that fifth right now. We're focused on the immediate. And to bring Melton back whenever he's ready to come back to me, that signals, yeah, we have a certain type of player, and Melton's one of those. Because I wonder in different cities, would that move to bring Melton back after getting injured be questioned? But the fit must have been so great, and I liked what we saw of him. It was short. To bring him back, E.
I also think it's a reflection of DeAnthony Melton.
That's why I said if I'm him, I'm feeling good about myself.
Well, you are feeling good about yourself, but you also could have been feeling spiteful. You could have felt so I tear my ACL and you're going to just use me as cash. You know, I'm just an asset to you guys. But as someone who's been in the business, who's played for multiple organizations, he understands the business. And I think that's why I think it might have been Festus that was talking about it.
He did.
Like the character of people on the Warriors also matters. So you are getting skill sets. You know, you're getting shooters, you're getting defenders, you're getting but you're also getting good character people. And I feel like listening to DeAnthony Melton yesterday say, I would have traded me too.
That was real,
man. This is a business. The Warriors don't acquire Jimmy Butler without having moved DeAnthony Melton. And he became a piece that became Dennis Schroeder, which obviously became a part of the Jimmy Butler deal. Someone like Dennis Schroeder, meanwhile, is a player that obviously felt some sort of way about being used and then sent on. So you have one side of the coin, which is the competitor, the Schroeder, saying, "Gosh, I didn't even get an Instagram shout out. What did I even do here? Goodbye." And then you get the other side of the coin, which is DeAnthony Melton saying, "You know what? I understand why you did it. I would have done it if it was me too. I'd be happy to come back and try and help this team win a fifth."
Man, and it all
I understand both.
Totally, and it all stems just from a fan perspective. I'm a Dennis Schroeder fan, but we can look at each other right now, and for whatever reason, Evan, it just stylistically didn't fit with Dennis, and they made the move. But the bottom line is, the flip side of that is guys like Melton that can do so much that the fit was seamless, and now they're playing the waiting game because they're so highly of what he can bring to the table. Get healthy, and you got a spot. Like, wow.
Who do you think is the biggest acquisition of the summer? Like, as far as the player that's coming in that's going to help the most? Is it Horford?
It's not Horford. I'm excited about Horford. Lightweight excited about Horford. But the back-to-back thing bothers me. I don't know why, Evan. It just bothers me because I'm a greedy. We can look and tell. But I want to see as much of new player as possible, and I get it where he's at. But would you let Jonathan Kuminga qualify as my answer?
That's fair. I really
may
thought
not
he
was out of here. And I didn't want him gone, especially for a guy like Malik Monk. I thought maybe they were 1 second away from saying, let's do it. But, man, I'm glad they held on to Kuminga and we could see year 5 or the start of year 5.
No, I'm with you. I mean, I think that what Jonathan can bring to the team this season, and you've heard it, I think, multiple times throughout his time here, is something that no one else has. There's just an absence of athleticism on this team. There just is. There's an absence of rim pressure. of scoring, playing above the rim.
In a league that has that everywhere,
Well, you look at someone like OKC, they got 3 or 4 of those guys on the floor at one time that can do that.
Just I hear what you're that's a necessity.
It is. Well, it is a necessity, but my biggest question is that what this team is going to give him a chance to prove? I mean, this is – I wonder seriously what changed between the end of last season and this season, outside of the fact that it's the beginning of the year and we're going to have 6 months we got to get through. I think that what Kuminga showed to me last year is he is a true pro. He is a pro enough to be able to put things behind him. He didn't pout when his name was called in the Western Conference Finals. Although they did not win a game, he gave them what he had, which is an ability to score and an ability to average 24 on 50% shooting. Like, that's what he can do. Right. So where do the Warriors fit that into this season? And is he someone that can give them that when he's not getting 35 minutes a game, which is probably not going to happen.
Let me take it here. If he were sitting right next to his JK and he asked you, Evan Giddings, why do you think I can't be my Minnesota self like I was in that playoff series when Steph is on the court? How would you answer that? Why don't we feel like they mesh? Why do you think that fit hasn't taken off?
Well, I don't think they've.
It's more. It ain't Steph. It's what would you tell JK? The reason why you think, no doubt, all day, every day.
It's Jimmy Butler. It's less to me about Curry than it is about Butler. That's why Kuminga and Butler to me have not shown enough together that they can impact winning consistently yet. Now, that's to me the biggest thing they have to figure out at the beginning of the season. It's less about Curry than it is about Kuminga and Butler because Butler plays the same position as him. We know Kerr loves him. We know that Butler plays a style of basketball conducive to winning. And so how can J.K. fit either alongside that or behind it? That, to me, is what they got to figure out. That's what I would tell him if he was asking me.
Yeah, no doubt.
All right, so in a couple minutes here, we'll have Kalina Azubuike of NBC Sports Bay Area. Of course, does every game for the Golden State Warriors alongside Bob Fitzgerald on the telecast. Great color analysis. We got to figure out if this is year 7 or year 8. I'm
gonna go with 8.
I'm pretty sure he was here before Bonte, but I gotta check.
All right, he'll
and
tell
obviously,
us.
Kalina, who played for the Warriors from 2006 to 2010, a part of the We Believe team, a Warriors favorite, is going to join us in just a little bit here at Pier 39. If you're popping by, we still got 50 minutes left in the show up until 4 o'clock. Stop by, got some great weather. Still not a cloud in the sky.
There's people out here, too.
Daryl the Guru Johnson and Evan Giddings going to be back with you after this on 95.7 The Game. Our Warriors preseason
you need
special.
To keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's. But that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th. New Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, Ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Are high-interest credit cards or personal loans weighing you down? Unlock gives homeowners a smarter option. With a home equity agreement, you can tap into your home's equity for cash today. There are no monthly payments. Here's how it works. Unlock provides funds upfront and in exchange, shares in a portion of your home's future value. That means you keep control with the flexibility to use your equity your way. Pay off bills, invest in home improvements, or set aside savings for peace of mind. For thousands of homeowners, Unlock has been the key to moving forward without the pressure of another payment. Put your equity to work for you. Visit unlock.com to learn more about a home equity agreement. That's unlock.com to learn more.
Terms and conditions apply. Not all homeowners will qualify. Not available in all states. Actor Portrayal. Home equity agreements are offered by Unlock Home Equity Solutions, Inc. In certain states, NMLS number 2657081. Visit www.consumeraccess.org for more info.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th, you can get a great deal on a new foot spa, transforming you into the queen of kicking it.
Wait, this has bubble jets. Okay.
Get up to 40% off with Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th.
Now back to our Warriors preseason special, live from Pier 39 with Evan Giddings and Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Yes, we are live here at Pier 39. A lot of excitement, a lot of energy, a fantastic crowd getting you set for the Warriors preseason, which starts tomorrow. And, of course, the beginning of the year on October 21st. Giddings, Guru now joined by Kalena Azubuike.
Yeah.
Every single Warriors broadcast, you can catch him on NBC Sports Bay Area. All guests appear courtesy of River Islands. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. You're number 7, Kalena.
Yes,
wow.
sir. Yes,
Time
sir.
flies, man.
You're number 7, jersey number 7.
Look at it.
Hey, good to be with you guys, man. Dub Nation is here.
Yep.
I love the energy. Y'all got a good spot here.
Evan and I were just talking about we're not pro athletes, but former pro athletes, and do you still ball? Do you still actually play the game of basketball? I said, Kalena might.
I was just having this conversation. I wish, man. I wish. I used to play pickup ball. And I only have one speed. I go as hard as I can, and my knee can't keep up with that speed. Like, my body parts aren't working together, so I'd be playing 20, 30 minutes. I'd be game ready, and afterwards my knee is swelling up. I'm just like, what am I doing? Am I still trying to play? If not, let me go sit down somewhere. Right. Let me golf. Let me do some low-impact stuff. You know, I try to bike, elliptical, all that stuff. But, yeah, I would be playing if I could. But, I got to stay away from that right now. No hardcore action for me.
Well, before you put it from first into sixth gear, like, do you miss it? Seriously.
I do, absolutely. I miss the competition, and I miss the camaraderie, being with my teammates in the locker rooms, the buses, the hotels, eating together. It's all-encompassing, and I miss that for sure. But this is the next best thing. What I'm doing, man. Being able to stay around the game. Come on now, this isn't a job. I appreciate the Warriors and Dub Nation for allowing me to do what I do and call these games and be around the team, and it's so exciting, man. And this is the best organization in the world to work for, as far as the people from top to bottom, the ownership, the coaching staff, the players, like everybody in the organization is just class, and we're super thankful. Yeah. Fitz and I, it's for sure a blessing, and getting to watch Steph Curry, like this is a once in a billion type of talent, like once in a generation. There's never going to be another player like Steph Curry, so we have to be thankful for being able to just be a part of this era, watching him play, do his thing for as long as it lasts, count your blessings. Draymond Green, Hall of Famers, right? And this is unbelievable. Jimmy Butler, right? Mm-hmm. Al Horford, we got another guy who's just, done amazing things in this league, and super smart player. I feel like he makes us a lot smarter. He can stretch the floor. Now you can, mix and match with different combinations. Maybe you go Trace Jackson Davis at the 4 or Kuminga at the 4. Just you got a shooter. You got Quentin Post who can shoot at the 5. So there's a lot of different things you can do with this roster, but it's been a blessing.
I've been getting calls and texts like, dude, what's wrong with you today? Are you sick? Are you ill? Why are you giving flowers to everybody? And I'm giving them to the people that deserve them. And you talked about you and Bob. You are the voice of the Golden State Warriors, all our living rooms, right? But I do have to ask you, when did you know you wanted to get in this business? You're going into year 7, and how have you evolved? Because, man, you are you on the broadcast, and it comes through, man.
I appreciate you. Yeah, when I was playing, honestly, I felt like I could do something around sports broadcast. I didn't exactly know what. Honestly, when I got done playing, I was upset. I was not happy about ending my career before I wanted to because of the injury.
Wow.
I wanted nothing to do with basketball, right? So 2013 was my last season in the league. That's basically when my leg went numb. I'm in Cleveland. We're doing wind sprints.
Oh no!
Byron Scott's the coach. We're doing the conditioning drill, or the conditioning test that most teams do. It's basically 10 touches. Like, so full length of the court, you got to touch 10 times, back and forth, back and forth. You got to do it 5 times. Guards have to be under a minute. Bigs have to be a little over a minute. And so I'd never struggled with that in my career. I'd always breezed through that when I was with the Warriors and Don Nelson. It was super easy for me. This was the first year with the Cleveland Cavaliers I was struggling with it. And I wasn't struggling because of my conditioning, right? I was struggling because my legs weren't working. I was limping so much, and I asked my teammate, because my leg went numb, I asked my teammate, like, how's my gait? Was I running okay? Was my leg picking up like it should? And he was like, bro, you're not even picking your leg up off the ground. You're just dragging.
Oh, man.
And I was like, okay, I might be done. I don't know. I can't do this, man. And so that was my last year. So I didn't want anything to do with basketball for a while. And then Debbie Merman from the NBA Players Association hit me up and was like, hey, you'd mentioned that you were maybe interested in broadcasting. We're doing this broadcaster U thing where the former players can come out and we can put them through the gauntlet of broadcasting. You can do simulated color during the game, studio, stand up before the game, whatever. So radio as well. So she they put us through the gauntlet with that program. It was at Syracuse. It's called Broadcaster U. It was like a 3-day thing. And that's kind of when I fell in love with the whole process, not just because the love of the game was already coming back. I started watching games and everything, time heals or whatever. But then I got into that and I was like, okay, this is what I want to do. This is going to be fun. Wow. And they didn't just lecture you the whole time. It was like 3-minute talks, give you some pointers, put you on camera, see what you look like. You get competitive with yourself. Okay, a 3-minute talk here. You can be more natural here. Your hand motions are all over the place. You're talking too fast, whatever it is. Put you back on camera. So that's kind of how it went, and I enjoyed that process. By the end of it, you had basically a reel you could send out to people, whatever. So first person I called when I got done with that, and I was all gung-ho about getting into broadcasting, was Jim Barnett.
Mm-hmm. The great Jim Barnett.
Great Jim Barnett. Over 30 years here, legend. And we had developed a pretty good relationship. He'd always come to practice when I was playing, and we'd talk about different things. He'd always talk about how this is the best way to finish. You're throwing your body into people and negate the shot blocking ability. Like, these are Jim Barnett.
Yeah.
The book of Barnett, you know what I mean? So we would always talk like that. And So I called him up, and I'm like, yo, I'm just thinking about getting into broadcasting. This is your domain. Give me some advice. And the first thing he said to me was, this dude is incredible. The first thing he said was, you know what? I think you should take my job. That's the first thing he said to me. And I'm like, I don't even know what I want to do yet. What are you talking about? No, that's not why I called you. I just want your advice. You know, talk to me about the broadcasting business. I don't even know if I want to do color or pregame, postgame, whatever it is, studio. And he's like, no, I think you should take my job. You speak well. I think you'd be good at it, whatever. So I'm like, hey, I appreciate you, but yeah, give me some advice. So he talked to me for a while. We had a good conversation. He hit up Devin Fox at NBC Sports Bay Area, and that's how the ball got rolling, me being on pregame and postgame and halftime and all that stuff. So that's kind of how it worked out. It's amazing. The man's a prophet.
Yeah, the Book of Barnett.
He's known what he's talked about for a long time.
Absolutely.
Kalen Azubuike with us here live from Pier 39 for our Warriors preseason special on 95.7 The Game. Well, you mentioned broadcaster. I saw this summer on multiple mediums, Moses Moody getting on television, Brandon Pajemski trying his hand at TV.
Pods was everywhere.
A lot of young Warriors doing their thing around the sports media medium. Have you had a chance to talk to some of those guys, or have they reached out to you for advice? And if you were to give them, some broadcaster, Kalen Azubuike advice, kind of what would you tell them?
They haven't really asked too much about it, but honestly, a lot of them are naturals. Like I remember when I used to play, a lot of times guys, you get on TV and it's a little awkward, and if someone's asking you about your game and your skills and basketball, it's pretty natural for guys. But when you're on TV talking about someone else, it can feel a little different. Talking about whatever you see, why things are happening, breaking down the game of someone else, that can be a little different, especially when you're doing studio, whatever it is, and you got a certain amount of time that you need to talk. You're trying to keep it succinct and not go on forever and ever.
Yeah.
So there's time constraints there that can be a little different and unnatural for these guys. So I'll just say the more you do it, the better you get, the more natural you get. Just be yourself on there. Be excitable, like bring some energy, you know what I mean? Like show your personality. Sometimes you feel like if you're on TV, you may feel like you need to overdo it, like almost exaggerate sometimes, and that's when you feel you look a little more natural and the natural energy comes out. If you're just kind of in chill mode, sometimes it can look like you're disinterested. You know what I mean? So just kind of, and then once you are on camera, watch yourself back. Make sure you're as natural as you want to be. Your hand motions. One of the things I struggled with early on with pregame was I was always talking so fast, and I had a million things going on in my head, and I was just, and a lot of times it's like, wait, you got to slow down. We can't understand what you're saying. Take your time. You have a little time here. Yeah, there's someone in your ear counting down, but you still take your time. Don't be quick, but don't hurry. So all those different things you kind of learn as you go. You get a little more natural. Sometimes you could just take a beat. Silence a lot of times isn't as bad as people think. If it's for a split second, if you need to gather your thoughts for whatever it is, it's okay to pause and just take a beat and think about it, and then say what you need to say. So, but a lot of those guys, man, they don't need my advice. Like, you've talked to Pods. He's got personality for days. He's always coming back to the back of the plane, talking to us, whatever. So he's the most outgoing guy. Yeah. Great personality, charisma. A lot of the Warriors are like that, So I think they'll do okay. Whatever they want to do in life.
Draymond.
If it's broadcasting, they can do it. Whatever afterwards. Draymond can do whatever he wants. All these guys are great.
We've been reflecting, and it's year 17 of Steph. He looks great. The Kuminga situation is resolved, and the only thing that Evan and I were talking about is what everybody's talking about when it comes to the Warriors and their four guys, the ages. But is there anything on the table that the 2025 Warriors can accomplish to you if a fan was like, hey, Kalina, can they get to the Western Conference Finals? Do you think this iteration of the Dubs can do that?
Absolutely. If they stay healthy, absolutely. They have a shot, as good a shot as anybody. You think about the West, okay, the Rockets come to mind with Kevin Durant, I think.
Had a bad injury.
Yeah. I think Dallas will be interesting with Cooper Flag whenever Kyrie Irving gets back, Anthony Davis. But the Warriors, they have more depth now. We got some win now guys. You add Seth Curry. The guy's a shooter, man.
No doubt.
Through and through. He's been doing it his whole career. You put him out there, he's going to make threes. Jimmy Butler likes to drive it into the paint and kick it out. And sometimes you need a guy that can knock down the three or get his own shot with short notice, with short time on the clock, grenades, all that stuff. So You love to have him. Al Horford, a guy that's a stretch 4 or 5. He's super versatile. He can still move. He's not a stiff. He's not going to get exposed defensively. He's solid there. Super high IQ. And D'Anthony Melton, whenever he gets back out there, man, 6 games last year.
We just talked about him.
Right? And if he could just get a healthy year, man. I think a couple years ago he got over 60 games with the Philadelphia 76ers.
Yeah.
Big time at Memphis. Mr. Do something. Like, the guy's a three-point shooter, great defensively. When Avery was starting with Steph, remember how good that was. So, man, if we can get him back on the floor, take pressure off of Steph, that'll be huge. And I feel like, listen, last year we had a great shot, and Steph Curry got injured. We were one Steph Curry injury away from going to the Western Conference Finals. I feel like the Minnesota Timberwolves, they were a good team, but we would have beaten them.
They were.
We had a winning record against Oklahoma City. We would have gave them a run for their money. I believe we would have won that. Pacers are a great team, but Warriors, of course, had a chance against them. They went 7 games with OKC, so anything could have happened last year. And I feel like we have a great shot this year with Jimmy Butler starting with the team, getting a whole training camp with the team. He's already had his own mini camp in San Diego, and everybody went to that, I believe, except Kuminga. Mm-hmm. But the camaraderie is there. The guys are feeling good. I was at practice yesterday. The vibes are immaculate and excellent, and everybody's super excited about what this year is going to bring. It's all about staying healthy, man. We're seasoned. I don't like to say we're old. We're seasoned.
Look at
We've been around. We have the experience. Everybody has the know-how on the squad. And one of the main things that's going to be about this year is the young guys taking the next step. The Jamskis, the Moody's, obviously Kuminga, just the consistency, right? That's the next, because they've already shown us brilliance in spurts, and I believe, which those guys I'm going to talk about, I believe they were banged up a lot last year. Pods, the core stuff, getting hit in the nose almost every single game. Moody, the ligament thing on his shooting hand. Of course that's going to affect your shooting if you have something on your hand, but they're not going to make those excuses. So, again, health, injuries. Can we stay away from injuries? If we do that, man, we have a great shot to honestly go all the way.
Glenna Azubuike with us here live at Pier 39 on 95.7 The Game for our Warriors preseason special. Going into year 7 as color analyst of the Golden State Warriors. You mentioned the vibes, and I think right now they are certainly trending in the northern direction, but I want to backtrack with you, if I could, for a second. The vibes before the trade deadline for the Warriors were not very good. And as someone who got to see them on a daily basis, what did the Jimmy Butler acquisition do to this team in real time? And I feel like that's one of the primary reasons why, in addition to the acquisitions, Horford, Melton coming back, even a Seth Curry, Gary Payton II being re-signed, that sort of end to the season, what they did to the playoffs, even though Curry got hurt, it was so just a polar opposite to how things were in December and January of that year. As someone who saw it in real time, how would you describe the change?
He changed everything. His presence is palpable. He has a huge presence when he's on the floor. The team confidence was through the roof when he got here, and for good reason, man. The way he plays, it's yin and yang, exactly what the Warriors need. The Warriors were kind of a three-point reliant team, shooting team. If they weren't shooting it well, they kind of struggled before that. When he got here, all of a sudden we're getting into the paint, we're getting to the free throw line. Our free throw percentage went through the roof when it was kind of struggling before that, but the amount of times we got to the free throw line was huge, and it just felt like we became more versatile as soon as he got here. More ways to beat teams. We weren't so one-dimensional. More points off turnovers. Obviously, everybody seeing what he's able to do. I feel like more guys were driving, more guys were making super threatening drives, getting into the paint, breaking the paint, kicking it out. So now we can beat you inside, we can beat you outside. And when you have a team like that has so many weapons and so many ways to beat you, it's really tough to play them. And I felt like that's what teams were experiencing against the Warriors. So, again, I'm super excited about the fact that he gets to start off with the Warriors this year and have a training camp and just continue to build on what they did last year. And I think he's super excited, too, just watching him. There's a lot of smiling happening. And then he's got his boy, Buddy Hield, is still here. They're going back and forth, and the vibes are great there. They're joking around. So,
is there a more entertaining duo in basketball than Buddy Hield?
There is
they
not.
got something going.
They do. They need to have like a podcast. They need to have a reality show, whatever it is. they're a good time, and they love to go back and forth with each other. But Jimmy Butler, listen, there's a reason he makes the amount of money he makes. Like, it's not just the scoring ability he brings. He's so unselfish, and he loves hitting his teammates and trying to put them in positions to succeed. And I believe he's going to get even better with when he does that, the timing of that, when it's his time to drive it in there. But I don't think I've ever seen a player that gets to the free throw line easier than this guy. Like, and it's not just phantom whistles either. Like, he's throwing his body in there, and defenders are kind of on their heels, and they kind of have to foul him. There's no other way to guard him in there. He's so strong. He powers up so well. So it seems like he can almost do that at will. But, again, he's so unselfish. He loves getting his teammates involved and letting them have some shine. So it's going to be a fun year with all those guys starting off here. And, again, just can you stay healthy? Can you stay healthy is the main thing. And, of course, can you get the young guys chipping in as much as possible?
If I took health off the board, what is your biggest concern or question mark about this team? There's a lot to be excited about, but how would you answer that?
I would say, again, those difference-maker young guys, can you get the consistency you need out of them? Because, again, because of the age, you need other guys to step in. You don't want Steph to have to play 35, 37 minutes a game or whatever it is consistently. And there's going to be times when guys have to sit out for whatever reason, maybe back-to-backs here and there. So can you get a Quentin Post, a Moses Moody, a Pajemski, a Kuminga to give you consistent minutes? And it's not just like, not ever having a bad game. Can you have one bad game and bounce back as opposed to like a whole week or 2 weeks of bad games and then just get right back on it? Because we all struggle at times, right? But can you just keep those types of games to a minimum? And then what do your bad games look like? Are you just, if you're not shooting it well, are you just out of the game? Or did you give us 7, 8 rebounds or 10 rebounds? Or were you able to defend at a high level and shut someone down? Were you able to get some steals? So it's all these different parts of the game that I feel like they can all contribute to. Like Kuminga, can you get close to 10 rebounds? He can get 10 rebounds a game if he wants to. If he wants to.
The tools.
He's got the body. He's got the body
that
to do
body, he would probably average 20.
Exactly. Right. So
I had to say it.
Can you do that consistently, right? No matter how you're shooting, no matter how you're scoring, are you rebounding? Are you defending at a high level? Kuminga's I like the way Kuminga's talking about defending the other team's best player. He enjoys that part of the game. Can you contribute there no matter what's happening on offense? The same thing with Pajemski. This is an all-around player. Coach loves him because of that. How many charges are you drawing? Forget about your shooting and your shooting percentages. What else are you bringing to the table? So what do your bad games look like? And are you still impacting winning in your bad games? So these are all things that young people think about when it comes to consistency. That's like a key word. I think that should be the theme of the season for those guys. What's their consistency look like? How are they playing from game to game? How long are their bad stretches or their slumps lasting? Is it one game and they're bouncing back, whatever it is? So that's what I'm thinking about with those guys. And that, I don't know if I would call it a concern, but that's going to be a really important part of the season.
Okay.
Well, you mentioned him, so I got to ask Helena. The subject of the summer was Jonathan Kuminga. Now he's in tow. He's got his contract. We'll see what happens. But come opening night on October 21st, I mean, what do you think his role on this team is? And it feels like that's been the question that's kind of, I don't know if it's been failed to answer or it's just fluctuated for quite some time.
I just think he's a weapon. I think you could see him coming off the bench pretty quickly. And whatever it is, I just feel like if he just embraces that, he can star in that role. We saw him, especially earlier on in the season before he got hurt, he was rolling, man. Like, he was in a really good place. Looked like he was at peace with the role he was given. A lot of times he's coming off the bench. Yeah, he's scoring, but defending at a high level, rebounding, just a guy that runs the floor, that's always going to fill the wing. You can catch some lobs, dunk those down, get the crowd going. I feel like they might need to have some, like, at least 2 lob plays for him a game, right? Just let him come off a back screen. They got Steph and him involved. Steph setting screens for him, trying to get him downhill. And even if, he's not able to score there, he can kick it out, just stay down there, see if you can get an offensive rebound. Just having a guy like that can jump out of the gym and punch on anyone. He's posterizing people, putting people in the basket, doing a lot of what Jimmy Butler does, right? He can, get to the free throw line. He can post people up. his ISO game, all of that stuff is something that he can contribute, and he has weapons that a lot of guys don't have and the physical tools that a lot of guys don't have. So just finding ways to use someone like that. I think Coach Guru is super focused on that. They had a good conversation after practice yesterday. And so I think he's in a good place. He's got some money, right? And so that makes everybody happier, I think.
Thank God no QO, right?
Exactly. Yeah. We're going to qualify enough for it. Yeah, I think he's in a good place. And, you for a guy like him, you focus on the here and now. Like, what can I do to help this team? How can I get us to winning a championship? How can I star in my role? How can I be a good teammate in the locker room, cheer on other guys? Like, the vibes are amazing and everybody's feeling good. Let me jump in there and celebrate my teammates and be a big part of this thing.
Now, Coach Kerr's a made man, obviously, right? And as a fan, you look at the Warrior checklist and you say, he's back with last year of his contract. But we've been here a couple years ago, and what we do on the shows, like, hey, what's that mean? How come nothing is done? As a former player, Kalina, is that anything that Steph, Dre, or any of the players think about, or is it this dude's a made man? They'll figure it out? Because from afar, like when you see that, okay, he's in his last year, nothing's happened. Is that a nothing burger, or okay?
It's nothing.
Okay.
He is a made man. These guys have been together for so long. Everybody understands Coach Kerr has a great heart. He has everybody's best interest in mind. And I love the way he talked about it. It's like the way it's supposed to happen is going to be the way it happens. I feel like he said it differently, but it's going to happen in the right way. With the contract negotiations, if it needs to happen during the season, he doubts that it will. He feels like they'll probably just go the whole season without doing anything and talk about it at the end of the season and figure out how they feel then, cross that bridge then. And everybody's so at peace, I think, with that situation. Like Coach Kerr, like Mike Dunleavy, the ownership, everybody. I think everybody's kind of at peace and understanding, like, that he's done this for a long time. Let's let it breathe. Okay. Let's let him coach. Let's let him have a fun season. And then let's reconvene later on. Let's see how we all feel about it, right? Yeah. Like everything, we live in a microwave society. We don't need everything right off the bat, right here, right now. Let's get everything done. Let's contract. We need money. No, he's been here. He's done it for a long time. Let him chill. Let him coach. Let him focus. And wherever those chips fall, they'll fall. And I think that's probably later on in the season, but. However it's supposed to happen is going to be the way it happens.
Well, we are going to need you for 82 this year.
Yeah, no doubt.
82. if that's all right by
Absolutely. You. I'm here, man. I can't wait. I can't wait for the season. Like I really feel like, listen, this organization, 12 out of the last 13 years, they've had winning seasons.
Wow.
And I feel like as a Warrior fan, that's something you have to be thankful for. I've played on a Warrior team that struggled to win games. I've called games for a Warrior team that struggled to win games. Remember Steph Curry and Klay Thompson sitting out the whole season?
Oh, man.
And we had a blast calling the games, but I would think that all Dub Nation would agree this is more fun when you feel like you have a shot, when you expect to win, and this is where we're at right now. So it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful time to be a Warrior fan, and expectations are sky high, which is where you want them to be. You don't want to go into a season going, nothing's on the table. We're not going to be able to do much. Look, our roster is not great. No, we have a great roster. Can we stay healthy? If we do, we can play with anybody, and I feel like that's their confidence level, and that's the way it should be. So it's a great time to be a Warrior fan, I feel like. And listen, the game tomorrow is where it starts. Wow. We always have to start at square one, right? You got to make sure you're erasing bad habits as soon as possible. Brush the dust off, come out and get the young guys involved to see what everybody's got. Everybody tries to come in shape, right? The running time, the timed running test that I'm talking about. Everybody's got to pass that. We're all in shape. Okay, we're good to go. And let's start this thing. I love it.
Well, thank you so much for spending time with us. Hey, good luck in your Kalina Azubuike year.
Yes, sir. There you go.
In year number 7.
There you go.
Year number 7. SEC Sports Bay Area. You can catch Kalina all 82. Color analyst for the Golden State Warriors alongside Bob Fitzgerald. Joining us live here at Pier 39 for our Warriors preseason special. So thank you so much, Kalina. Thank you for your time. I mean, you gotta love the optimism. You gotta love kind of you could just tell that this guy is comfortable. Not only on the mic, obviously, but just with his place with the Warriors. And it feels like with the Warriors where they're heading into the season.
Yeah, I hope Steiny's not listening because
he's probably not.
We are the greediest show on the station in regard to I got one right. But do I get a victory lap for him saying how bitter he was at the game? Because he was bitter at the game. I was like, that was real, though.
It was.
Imagine that when something gets cut that early, but he was bitter at the art that he was a part of, but now he's back.
Well, that's what's got to be tough. Like, a lot of guys, I feel like they get to play out their careers, and it's because of their talent diminishing or, it's just that time.
Yeah.
But for him, he said it was literally stripped from him because of an injury. So that's got to be tough. But it also set him on a course to get to where he's at now.
You'll be there one day.
To help the Warriors fans and narrate this season, the 7th season.
Yeah.
I knew he got here before Bonte.
Dude, that was great
I knew he got here before Bonte. So, and I think, look, everything is going to unfold. The one thing I think we have to be this year when it comes to Golden State is open-minded. Open-minded to the idea that health is going to be what swings this year in a positive or negative fashion.
Because it did it last year, right?
It did.
With the Curry hammy, that's it.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like you got 4 guys that are over the age of 35. You have one player who didn't finish a postseason series last year because of injury. You have another player that got hurt during the postseason, and you added a 39-year-old to that mix. So injuries are going to happen at some point this year. The question is, can you minimize the damage or the effect felt from those injuries? And we got to talk about this team much of the way, actually, I think we've been talking about the Niners. It's been very game-to-game specific, and because injuries have written early portion of their season and steered us in that direction, you can only take it for what it is.
No, man, Evan, you're preaching. And how about this? Because we talk about the Warriors, all the what word am I looking for? The electronics or the art that they use to monitor their players to tell them where they're at, and kind of the check engine light. All the things that are monitored on them, and we hear about it, and they'll tell you, exactly. I just wish they could have something that would have told us a hamstring check light, on Steph, had they known, hey, Steph, you know what? This is going to be a byproduct of this. You can't, because I know only the Lord knows when something like that is going to happen. But, Evan, how do you know, until it happens? And what can the Warriors do or sacrifice, and it could be games, to try to give you that good night's sleep of knowing we did all we could to prevent the injuries, just like the Niners, but they happened. Because I got PTSD, and this is going into the season about how last year happened and who it happened to. So I guess, Evan, I'm asking you a question nobody could answer, but how can you best go about trying to prevent it? Just games? Sitting them out?
Well, yes, but the issue is you can't sit out games in the playoffs. I think that's where they ran into trouble, right? If they could have rested Curry, I'm sure they would have done it. But you can't say, hey, doubt. Steph, we're going to load and manage game 1 of the Western Conference semifinals.
No doubt. Yeah, I got you there.
You can't sell that on them. And I think that's where, again, it didn't just happen to older teams last year. That's another part of this, too. It happened to the Boston Celtics. Well. Jason Tatum's 26, 27 years old.
Halliburton's a young boy.
Tore his Achilles. Tyrese Halliburton's 25, and he tore his Achilles off of a calf strain. So would they have liked to rest Tyrese Halliburton and give him time to heal? Yes, but they were playing in June, and at that point in the season, there's no time for it. So that's why, again, if they're kind of running this marathon, they're going to need guys to take the baton to where when you get to the middle portion and late portion of April, when the postseason starts, how close are we to being in the green? Like if we're talking about green, yellow, red, for those zones that you mentioned for Celebrini and company, like how close can we get those guys to the green? Because I'm with you. If it takes you punting a game or two, maybe every month.
Oh, come on. Yeah.
That's worth
they totally would have did it.
It's just worth it.
You know what? Now you got me thinking, and we kind of touched on it yesterday as we had lunch. The fact that there is no quote-unquote real training camp for all do you think there is something to the mystery that is, regardless of your age, it just seems like guys are tearing their Achilles or things are happening? Do you think they're rushing into it and just, like there's a preseason game? Was there really a camp, like the other sports, spring training with baseball? That's too long, but they have it. I'm just wondering. I'm not a doctor, but I thought, Evan, could there be something to that?
I mean, I think baseball is really the only sport where you have a full month or two to prepare. Like, what was it Blake Snell said last year that he really missed spring training?
Right.
But the NFL, it's like they're shrinking preseason so that you can just play the 17 games. And, gosh, the Niners appear to be the only team that practice hard in the preseason because they're the team that gets hurt the most. The Warriors, meanwhile, I don't know if training camp would help them out or not. I just feel
legs
like
pounding on the hardwood maybe a bit earlier or more. Again, because nobody knows why these injuries are happening. Yeah, no, I'm just going back to Halliburton and the injuries you mentioned, and all of a sudden now we're talking about, is it the shoes? Why are these guys going down? It seems like, more than ever.
I'm not sure, but I also know that there's been anomalies. I mean, someone like, for example, Buddy Hield, who I believe is going to be 33 this year. He's played all 82 games, and last year when he got traded from Indy to Philly, he played 84 games in the regular season, plus the playoffs, and he hasn't skipped a beat. Like, Buddy Hield has been he's been the poster child for the Iron Man, and it's like, I don't really know how to explain that. Is it naturally him? Is it genetics? Is it the work that he puts in? Is it his back and forth banter with Butler that keeps him young? I don't know what it is, but if I could give whatever some he's got to Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, and Draymond Green, I would do it.
And the Niners have had enough injuries for all Bay Area teams, right? So let's hope nothing pops off here.
Yeah, I mean,
I got you.
I wish that's how it worked.
Man, we would have met the quota already,
Yeah, gosh, they're looking for a quarterback, and hopefully it's so funny. It's like if that happened to the Warriors right now, you would have seen Draymond Butler and Kuminga go down right before the beginning of the 25th game. I mean, that's basically where they're at. All right, okay.
This was a ball.
Well, this is the best. They start tomorrow. They play the Lakers leading up 17 days from now. Opening night in L.A. is when the Warriors kick off their 2025-26 season. I don't want to steal content for your show.
No, come on.
Because Steiny's going to talk about it. 47.5. We talked about it yesterday when we were having lunch.
I love it.
Where do you think the Warriors fall? That's their team total, their team win total, 47.5 wins.
Now, Tim Jordan might look at me like, what the hell are you talking about?
Are you over or under? I know your neighbor's a betting man. Yeah. What would you say?
I'm going Curtis Jackson +1. So that's 50 cents.
51.
So 51 wins. Yeah, you like? I know you'd appreciate.
You know Curtis Jackson, Tim?
50 cents.
You heard of him before? Yeah, I got you.
50 +1. So I'm going 51.
Well, hopefully it's not 25 pence. That's what they're not hoping that. I'm with you.
I feel good about that.
I don't know about 50, but I feel like last year they got to 48
after a dreadful start
with really just the back end of the season. I feel like 48 or 49 is where they're going to be again.
Okay, I got you. 50 with him starting the season. You don't think?
No, because I also don't know if Jimmy Butler is going to be available for as many games as he was for the percentage of games last year. Like, I think that his game total to me is the biggest question of the season.
Okay.
Oddly enough, the two guys that are the oldest on the team, Curry and Horford, I'm not really worried about because they've shown an ability to consistently play Horford 60 games and then Curry 70. But Butler averaged 55 games a year during his 6 years in Miami. And that's including when he was a relative pup. He was more of a Thundercat, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
So what does he give the Warriors this year? That is what I think determines their win total in a sense, because when he, Curry, and Draymond are together, when they're well, they're hell. And I just think that this team has ample opportunity to win those games when they're together. I just don't know how much that's going to be this season.
Yeah, and that's the key. We did 4 hours of radio, and I had a ball, Evan, but when you talk about the 2025 Golden State Warriors, and all of our guests have said the word health, it's kind of not even basketball related. It's can they stay upright, man?
No doubt. Now, I've been told by the boss.
Okay.
And let's be honest, his boss, Lucas.
Our man, director of sports.
That there's someone who has a Warriors song that they would like to sing for us. Now, this is a Warriors song that they would like to sing.
Oh, wow,
and
let's
go.
go.
We're here at Pier 39 in front of all these
we love
people
talent.
that have showed up to do this. They would like to come sing this song.
Let's go.
Is that all right? Can we make this happen before we get started?
The guts this takes?
A cat burglar?
Yeah, the guts of a cat burglar. Here we go.
Now they're rolling in.
They're rolling. Right here.
Oh, you have to do it into the mic,
headphones.
though. You have to do it into the mic. You have to do it into the mic. Okay.
You got to put the headphones on. Here we go. Okay.
Just gonna hold the mic. All right.
Here we go.
They want to sing a song for the Warriors.
Here we go, y'all.
All righty.
We're the Warriors. Fight till the end.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. There.
Put the song up.
Right.
Oh.
Okay, we'll do it later.
All right, we'll do it after. Thank you so much.
Oh, boy.
No worries. Appreciate it.
Evan, I was waiting on the lyrics. Oh, we didn't have a miscommunication.
As long as we got through the chorus, that's all that matters.
I was waiting on the.
All right, well, before we sign off, Goo, that was a hell of a...
Yeah, that was great.
Oh, my goodness. We seriously do have to give a lot of love to the people here at Pier 39.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. Over
wrote
4
a song
hours.
About it. Want to hear it? Here it goes.
Good. You're killing me. You got to stop.
Oh, boy, yeah.
Oh, my goodness. All right, so thank you very much. Once again, Pier 39 celebrating their anniversary here today. We're kind enough to have this out in front of all these great people. A big thank you to Tim Roy, Zaza Pachulia, Festus Ezeli, Bonte Hill, Kalena Azubuki, who's still out here. This is an awesome event. And, Good, thanks for letting me ride shotgun
I had a
with
ball,
you, man.
and thank you for bringing your mom and dad. They're the
of
best.
Course. Well, I don't control them. They control me. But
how it should be.
Exactly. All right, well, thank you to all of you here at Pier 39. Thank you to all of you listening. But thank you to Tim Jordan, Matt Nahigian, Lucas Alexander, everybody that made this go down. Kalia, along with Danae, Jesse, everyone on our promotions team, a fantastic team effort. Big thank you to all of you right here, right now. Seriously, this has been an awesome event. We can't wait for tomorrow's tip-off, 5 o'clock, preseason against the Lakers. And then October 21st, the opening night for the Golden State Warriors. You can catch all your stuff, again, on NBC Sports Bay Area. Go get tickets at warriors.com. So, again, for everyone, my name is Evan Giddings saying so long from Pier 39. We'll talk to you on Monday on your home for Golden State Warriors basketball 95.7 again.
Did you know that over 85% of grass-fed beef sold in America is actually imported?